we will make sure we open this store, and it will be a beautiful, wonderful store, and it will be an honor to the victims and all the survivors of this tragic event. Until we can open it, we will be in the community supporting the neighborhood, supporting the people of the community, and of course supporting our associates. You have our commitment with that. Thank you.
John.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine. I'll be your host for the next few hours here on this Friday, May 20th. Everyone, we finally made it to the end of the week. The weekend is here. So let's get you all caught up to speed on a few major headlines that we are paying very close attention to, beginning with economic woes. We are witnessing yet again soaring gas prices, inflation, and now experts are scared of a possible recession. We'll cover this a little bit later on in our 5 o'clock hour. We are also tracking President Biden as he makes his first trip to Asia since taking office. Now, President Joe Biden will open up his Asia trip with a focus on the United States tech sector. He's touring a Samsung computer chip plant today that will serve as a model for a $17 billion semiconductor factory that the Korean electronics company is building outside of Austin, Texas. So that's definitely going to impact many of us here at home. And of course, we are continuing to track the Russian invasion of Ukraine as the war against Ukraine enters day 86. But let's begin our 5 o'clock hour with a bit of consumer news, those economic woes that many people are calling it. Concerns are continuing to grow. It's been yet another rough month for the stock market and your 401k. Again, inflation running rampant, impacting the American consumer, especially at the grocery store and at the gas pump. Fox's Caroline Shively is bringing us more from Washington.
Recent economic news is starting to have a bit of a 70s vibe, with soaring gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. The message from analysts? Hang in there.
The 1970s came and went, and this horrible moment, too, will come and go.
Numbers out Thursday showed unemployment claims dropped below 1% for the first time since 1969.
Employment is as strong as it's ever been. There are more jobs available than there are people to fill them. So we have money, we're spending. The problem is that supply chains haven't come back into alignment. They will.
But small business owners seem tired of waiting for those supply chains to straighten out.
We have been trying to ride this wave and be as reasonable as we can as we go through every week, seeing the invoice prices change.
And drivers are looking for relief from gas prices that hit a national average of $4.59 on Thursday.
It's wild, yeah. I usually put in Chevron Supreme, but since it's been so high, I got to go back to the regular most of the time just because it's a lot.
The Democrat-led House passed a bill aimed at fighting oil and gas price gouging, but some lawmakers argue it'll take more than that.
We got to work together
on both sides of the aisle. Shockingly, yes, Democrats and Republicans need to work together on the issues facing America.
As expensive as it is to drive now, get ready. J.P. Morgan predicts the national average for a gallon of regular will top $6 this summer. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Moving right along with other top stories, the formula shortage continues, triggered in part by a shutdown of one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants over bacterial contamination concerns. A little tongue twister there, but the crisis is impacting far more than just infants. Fox News' Matt Napoleano has that story. Are you sure there's audio?
I hear you.
Because for this package now the audio is gray instead of blue.
So I'm just finishing up Caroline's package because it's delayed. Let me listen. I'll keep listening. I heard her package.
Do you hear this one?
No, because I think we're not on the package. We're just on the White House.
I think about like the
I was looking at the wrong
moms
box.
who are going through that.
The nationwide baby formula shortage continues, fueling panic as parents scramble to secure enough supply for the infants depending on it. 3 months after birth, the CDC reports less than half of all infants are breastfeeding during every meal, resulting in most still needing some form. The medical community is also shaken up.
There's this huge crisis, mad scramble, dietitians, doctors, nurses calling patients, switching formulas, trying to figure out what'll work for different formulas, and then some of them don't, well, a lot of them didn't tolerate a different formula.
President Biden on Wednesday invoked the Defense Production Act and Operation Fly Formula to help address the shortage. The nation is still waiting to see the effects. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
On Wednesday, United States health officials announced that children between ages 5 and 11 years old can now get their Pfizer booster shots. And today, one pharmaceutical company is hoping to take things a bit further and get its vaccine approved for kids under the age of 5. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has more on the story from Atlanta.
Moderna is looking to get its COVID-19 vaccine approved for children under 5 years old. The FDA's chief telling lawmakers on Thursday they will act as soon as possible on Moderna's application. This comes one day after the agency gave the go-ahead to Pfizer's COVID booster shot for children 5 to 11 years old. According to the CDC right now, over 32% of Americans live in an area with medium or high COVID-19 levels, with most of the high infection rates in the Northeast and Midwest. Officials say that number could rise in the coming summer months.
I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools.
On Wednesday, White House health officials urged many to reconsider wearing masks in indoor spaces and pushed for more Americans to protect themselves.
You can test yourself before you go to a large gathering, before you go visit someone vulnerable. It is an important way of reducing spread of the virus.
Immunity does wane, and that is why it is so important to stay up to date with vaccines and particularly boosters.
As the push to get shots in arms continues, officials are warning there may not be enough COVID-19 funding.
At some point, we're going to run out of the treatments we have, and without additional resources, we will find ourselves in the fall or winter with people getting infected and no treatments available for them because we will have run out.
New cases are now topping 100,000 a day, the highest rate since February. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And now to a story that we've been following since news broke. The suspect charged in the racially motivated Buffalo mass shooting was back in court on Thursday. Meanwhile, in Washington, the House passing a bill on Wednesday which would create domestic terrorism offices throughout the country. Now, this took place after President Biden referred to the Buffalo shooting as domestic terrorism. So let's take a look back at the most recent update from Buffalo, New York area officials. We are listening in as the mayor of Buffalo speaks on the latest developments.
Top supermarket has been concluded. We are fortunate that there has been such an incredible outpouring of support for the family of the victims and for the members of this community. Tops Markets has been among those who have come up with a variety of different ways to support families and the community. I now want to ask John Persons, the president of TOPS, to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and I think I'll start by saying that TOPS understands the role it plays in the Jefferson Avenue community and the role that this store plays in particular to the neighborhoods, and honestly the role that we play in the city of Buffalo. And we have been committed to the city of Buffalo for a long time, since our beginning, since our founding 60 years ago, and this event doesn't stop that commitment. We will be here, we will be in this store. It will take some time for us to understand exactly the specific timeline for opening. We want to bring the best-in-class store to this location. We want to make sure that is done right, and we open it in a respectful manner for our associates, our employees, and for the community at large. But you have our commitment that we will do that. We will balance all of those priorities, and we will make sure we open this store, and it will be a beautiful, wonderful store, and it will be an honor to the victims and all the survivors of this tragic event. Until we can open it, we will be in the community supporting the neighborhood, supporting the people of the community, and of course supporting our associates. You have our commitment with that. Thank you.
John Persons, president of TOPS, thank you. We thank you for your commitment to this community. I've had the opportunity to speak with John during the course of this tragedy. Governor Kathy Hochul has had the opportunity to speak to John during the course of this tragedy, and it is good to hear that TOPS will try to reopen the store, not try, but will reopen the store as soon as they possibly can. I also want to thank Governor Hochul for her supports and resources to the community. Unfortunately, Governor Hochul could not be here with us today, but she is watching remotely. Now I would like to turn things over to Trini Ross, the U.S. Attorney for the Western District.
Thank you, Mayor. I want the community to know that I spoke with the Attorney General of the United States this morning, Merrick Garland. He is aware of the situation and the need for this supermarket in this community that is a food desert. He is committed, and he has been committed to making sure that this supermarket could be returned and open to the community as soon as possible. And so we're here today to do that. And I want the people of Western New York to know that the Attorney General is quite aware of this investigation and what's going on in this community. He provides his support. We have all the support of the Department of Justice that we need to make sure that we do the investigation we need to, the way it should be done in this community. I'm here to serve the people of this community, and I will continue to do that. Thank you.
We are now going to have a prayer from one of the City of Buffalo Police Department chaplains, Reverend James Lewis.
Let us pray. Most gracious and heavenly Father, the creator, sustainer of all of us, irregardless as to who we pray to, we're all praying, and Buffalo's a praying community Father God, we ask you to join us at this time. Wrap your loving arms around us. We pray for the 10 souls that have lost, those that were wounded. We pray for those that have been victimized and subjugated to this horrific act. Now, God, we pray that healing would now start to take place in this community. We thank God for TOPS. Thank God for a TOP that is caring. TOPS cares, and we care about TOPS because we care about this community. We pray that this supermarket will open, not might open, but will open bigger and better than it's ever been. We pray that this will be the new flagship of this 60-year-old organization, and it'll rise up bigger, stronger, and better than it's ever been, and that the people of this community will be blessed from this time forward. Thank you for the mayor, the governor, the leadership, and all the law enforcement people. We thank you for those that cleared the building, and now for TOPS to prepare it for us to go back and shop. Now, God, be with us in our uprising and our downsitting from this time forward. Bless as only you can. In his name we pray. Amen.
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 Mayor, I'd like to present on behalf of the FBI and everybody here who was doing the work of the evidence collection, this flag that was flown over the supermarket.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now present this flag to John Persons, the president of TOPS. I want to thank Steve Belongia, the special agent in charge of the Buffalo FBI, for his work and for the work of the men and women in the FBI and law enforcement.
I'm going to say a few words and talk a little bit about the evidence collection that we were doing here the last few days. I want to start by expressing and re-expressing my heartfelt condolences to the victims and the families of this vicious massacre. The FBI has completed our evidence recovery operation, and we are releasing this solemn site back to TOPS. We want to thank the community for their patience as we completed our work. Know that we understand the important role TOPS plays in this community and the hardship that has been caused by the loss of access to this important resource. But our work must be thorough and methodical. The FBI's National Evidence Response Team, as well as response teams from Buffalo and other FBI field offices, have been on scene since this weekend. World-class evidence collection and documentation are premier capabilities of the FBI. We brought with us specialized tools and techniques, including scene scanning, spherical photography, drone photography, bullet trajectory analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, firearms analysis, and the ability to produce sophisticated digital, 3D, and physical recreations of the scene, interactive presentations, and ultimately formal laboratory reports that will be critical to eventual prosecutions. Application of these sophisticated techniques to complex crime scenes is difficult and tedious, and it takes time. We are determined to hold the person responsible for this horrific attack accountable, and our work to collect evidence is a critical part of that effort. We only have one chance to get it right, and we owe it to the victims of this tragedy and the families and to this community to get this case right. Our investigation does not stop here. As I've stated before, the FBI and our local, state, and federal partners are conducting a parallel federal investigation spearheaded by our Joint Terrorism Task Force and civil rights investigators. Federally, we are investigating this as both a hate crime and as a case of racially motivated violent extremism. At the same time, Erie County authorities are pursuing state charges. The full weight of the FBI and all federal, state, and local partners is behind this investigation. I want to close by thanking the Buffalo Police Department and the FBI local and national evidence response personnel who helped process this horrific scene, as well as the Buffalo Police, Erie County Sheriff's Office, and the New York State Police who kept the scene secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We are going to conclude this portion of the news conference. We're not going to take any questions in this portion other than those that you might have for Mr. Persons at Tops. Then there will be a second briefing by law enforcement at the federal, state, Buffalo Police, and Erie County Sheriff, and District Attorney. Any questions of Mr. Persons?
Mr. Persons, do you have at least a rough timeline of when this grocery store could be active again?
It's difficult to actually put together a specific timeline as to when we will reopen. We haven't had access to the store, understandably, so we don't exactly know the condition. And of course, we want to make sure when we reopen, we are bringing a best-in-class supermarket, so that will take a little time to make sure that we're bringing the right amenities, the right look, and make sure we have input from our associates and the community. But I commit to you that we will do it as soon as we possibly can.
Is Tops making any efforts currently then to help people in this neighborhood while they don't have a grocery store within walking distance?
Yes, we are making a number of efforts. We're helping out in the community. We have a free bus shuttle to other stores running every single day, running nonstop. And on top of that, we are supporting the food distribution sites that are located close by to the store.
So what would you say to associates and shoppers who are anxious about this whole process? Even now, there are reports of threats on social media, so on and so forth, schools. People are on edge. What would you say to people to reassure them that this is going to be a viable community center again?
What I can say is Tops has always been an integral part of the community. This store has been the center of the Jefferson Avenue neighborhood. And we'll make every effort to make sure our stores are representative of the community, the neighborhoods, and we're committed to that.
When you do reopen, do you expect to see any memorial honoring the victims inside the store? And also, it sounds like there's going to be some renovations to the store as well. Is that true?
Yes, there will be some renovations to the store. We want to make sure that we're respectful in what we do and how we do it. And there will be a new look in the store. And certainly, we're not exactly sure how we're going to have, the victims memorialized and honored, but we will in some way, absolutely.
One more question if there are for Mr. Persons.
The store at Bailey and Broadway, I spoke to a ton of them yesterday down there. They closed 3 years ago. They're having to go to Chickawaga or up to Elmwood or somewhere else to get their groceries, and they're scared. What do you say to those residents who are now scared to go to Tops? And will there be an additional Tops on the east side potentially?
We haven't looked at that. We haven't looked at an additional site. Our commitment right now is to our associates, which is what we've put a lot of our focus to, and to the immediate community in Jefferson Avenue. And that's where our focus is right now. And I'm committing to you, certainly, that we're going to make every effort to get this store turned around and opened up quickly and in a very respectful way. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Just the idea that there are a lot of people, many of us journalists have spoken to, who look at this as sacred ground and they don't want to set foot in there. No matter what you do, it's traumatizing. So just any thought, any plan. I know you said as of right now, but a second grocery store, I mean, it doesn't seem that far-fetched from a community that has been working so long and so hard just to get this one.
Yeah, I recognize that it's a difficult situation. I can tell you that our help desk call lines and the comments that we've received, just hundreds and thousands, asking when the store is going to reopen. So we certainly know and we recognize there are a number of people that want this store to reopen. And in the near term, that is absolutely our commitment, and that's what we'll be doing.
There are residents that are scared, though. Will there be additional security? I mean, these residents are scared to go to any grocery store.
You want to have it on your left or you want to have it
So I can't speak for Top Security. I know they have security. We know they had security here. You know, our officers are committed to being out. I think one thing is that we have to take our neighborhoods back. We have to take our stores back. There's, you know, grocery stores, multiple grocery stores throughout the city, and we have to push back, and we have to live, and we have to survive, and we're going to push back against this. So our officers are committed. We're going to be out where we need to be, and I'm sure Tops is going to continue to have security as well.
I'll step back. So let me just say on this point, and this is going to be the last one on this, and then we're going to have a law enforcement briefing. But the budget that I just proposed for 2022-2023 provides more resources to the Buffalo Police Department to protect this community, to protect our shopping areas, to protect our neighborhoods, to protect our schools that our children attend. And it is important that that budget, with the resources for extra police protection, be supported. People are saying that they are scared. People are saying that they want police. We have an Envision Neighborhoods community engagement process going on right now. The number one issue out of that engagement process for people in the black community is public safety. We intend to give our community the public safety that they are requesting and they're asking for. This is going to conclude this portion, and the elected officials will leave, and there will be then a law enforcement briefing for the ladies and gentlemen of the media. Thank you all very much.
So we're going to start with Commissioner Gramaglia. We're going to start with Commissioner Gramaglia to talk about the reopening of Jefferson Avenue later today, sir.
So what you're going to see here now is going to change. We want to be as least intrusive to the community that we have been by the actions of this I'm sorry, I'm just going to call him an evil, vile human being. But approximately 5 p.m., we're going to strive to reopen Jefferson Avenue. All the bike racks that are throughout here, the crime scene tape will all come down. The scene is going to condense to the hard property limit of Tops itself. There will be some fencing coming. Tops will be putting some fencing up. They are going to have work crews that are going to come in, as they just said, to come in and do the work on the store. We need to make sure that the parking lot is open and secure for them to work in there. We are not going to leave the neighborhood. We are still going to have police officers here assisting with Tops and just being around the neighborhood. We're not going to pick up. We're not going to leave. We're going to leave officers here on various sides of the location here for an added comfort. And again, for these officers, it's a part of the process of grieving for them as well. You know, the amount of support from all of the agencies that arrived here instantaneously from the time that this occurred and have not left. This has all been to do the work on behalf of those that passed and those that fortunately survived their injuries, and we are going to continue working to get justice for them. Just because the footprint here is going to get smaller and this is going to reopen, by no means has the work concluded. There are, as I said several times before, a significant amount of investigators, agents, lab techs, district attorneys, U.S. attorneys, and I can go on, who are working this case and will be working this case for quite some time. But we want to be less intrusive to the community and try to get this thoroughfare back open for the community. So it probably will be in about an hour and a half or so that we'll try to get this open back up again.
Any questions?
Yes, sir. Steve Belanja. Can you talk about the evidence collected, how it speaks to government tactics, what you know before about how he conducted his attack?
I can't get into the details of the evidence at this time since the investigation's ongoing. That'll come out in due course. I do want to say, though, that we are working 24/7 around the clock on this investigation. So and the cases are moving forward. The parallel cases are moving forward at a rapid clip. And we're trying to do the analysis and everything that needs to be done, collecting the interviews, creating the timelines, and really telling the story of this country.
All right, guys, the time is now 5:29 a.m. here on the East Coast. Good morning, everyone. We're taking a look back at a story that gained so much national attention. We've been bringing you the latest details, raw and unfiltered, since the unfortunate news broke. Now, the suspect that was charged with the racially motivated Buffalo mass shooting was back in court on Thursday. So we just heard from the Buffalo mayor, who says that they will be prosecuting the suspect to the fullest extent. And it's also worth noting that in Washington, the House actually passed a bill on Wednesday which would create domestic terrorism offices throughout the country. This, of course, is coming after President Biden himself referred to the Buffalo mass shooting as domestic terrorism. Now, speaking of
Clean room selfie. Clean room selfie. Are you coming in right here? We got one more guy coming here, bro.
Lab coat's on and everything. Even this guy.
Are you okay?
Did you get anything off of that yet? No.
We want ready.
Welcome back to
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Hey, Adolfo, you got me? Adolfo.
Adolfo. I'm gonna, when they move us, I'm gonna go very early. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get big right in the middle.
So what's the plan?
All right.
You're going to clear out, and then we're going
I'm
to
going. I'm going first.
Oh, you're going first?
Yeah. And he's plugged right in. He's not running through me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going wild sound if we need it. And then
Layoffs. That suggests to many investors that tech is tricky, if not terrifying. After all, since December, the tech-heavy NASDAQ exchange is now down 39%. That's almost twice as much as the wider diversified stock market has fallen. Former EDD Director Michael Bernick has been following labor markets for 4 decades.
What we do see this week is that tech layoffs are the highest since January of 2021, and they include both established firms across the spectrum as well as more recent smaller tech startups.
What's going on in tech?
The reason for the layoffs at Netflix is different than the reasons driving layoffs at Carvana or layoffs at Robinhood or layoffs at these other firms.
I've seen and actually suffered from a number of layoffs.
Tech analyst Larry Magid has been in tech for 4 decades.
Well, I think this is the normal kind of cycling that businesses go through. And since we've come off of such a great bull market and such great success in tech, there are a lot of people who have never experienced that.
Despite what we're seeing just the past week, there will continue to be a very, very, very strong market for people in tech.
The very lifeblood of tech, venture capitalists. Last year, investors blew away all records, shoveling $630 billion into venture capital firms. But with inflation and higher interest rates savaging the economy, even venture capitalists are putting less money into startups but demanding better terms from them. But they're not running for the exits.
Tech is here to stay, and it's not going away.
Uber, Twitter, and Amazon are among the most recent tech companies to slow down hiring, while e-commerce giants Wayfair and Facebook parent Meta have frozen hiring. Tom Vakar, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Staying on topic, yet another wireless carrier is raising rates to keep up with inflation. AT&T says that they're upping monthly fees and the increases are hitting non-unlimited plans. These increases are up to $6 per month for single-line customers and up to $12 a month for family accounts. Now, the company is also raising internet service rates by $3 a month. Verizon has also announced new charge hikes ranging from $1.35 per voice line to $33 increasing. Now, and businesses are also getting an economic adjustment charge, and that's going to start June 16th. Also, rates for data lines will remain unchanged for both companies. Now, the economy is causing a lot of headache and a lot of panic amongst everyday Americans as well as experts. Fox 13 Tampa brings us a closer look.
Well, yesterday we saw a steep drop in the stock market. Both the Dow and the S&P had their worst days in 2 years. The Dow lost more than 1,100 points, or 3.6%, and the S&P fell 165 points. This probably has you wondering what it means for your wallet, right? And what does it say about how consumers are dealing with inflation? Here to help make sense of all of this is our consumer reporter, Sirbani Banerjee. Hi, Sirbani.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, it was certainly a brutal day on Wall Street, right? All because of a few major retailers and their poor quarterly reports. The Federal Reserve is watching all of this closely. This week, Chairman Jerome Powell said the feds will have to consider moving more aggressively if inflation does not start to ease. You know, that big stock sell-off, it came just hours after big box retail earnings were released. The reports were worse than projected, and they indicated inflation is weighing heavily on corporate profits.
So Target suffered one of the biggest drops, right?
Yeah, and a lot of attention is on those big box stores right now because of what we're seeing. Back-to-back quarterly reports from Target and Walmart showed higher fuel costs, and then restrained consumer demand are definitely hurting the bottom line. And this is in the middle of the hottest inflation in decades. Target stock, it dropped nearly 25%. Walmart stock, yeah, 25%. It dropped nearly 7% for Walmart. In fact, the Walton family, which started Walmart, lost nearly $7 billion in their net worth in one day, Linda, one day. So Costco, Dollar Tree, Best Buy, they took big hits as well.
So 4 major retailers, Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's, all reported quarterly financial results this week. Any other insight on how consumers are holding up against inflation from that?
Yeah, you know, there are a couple key takeaways from those reports. Walmart said some of its more price-conscious customers, they're starting to trade down to private label brands instead to save money. But Home Depot, they emphasized resiliency among its customer base. But that kind of makes sense with the hot housing market right now because a lot of their base are professional home builders and contractors, right? So these reports, though, they came after Amazon in late April clocked their slowest revenue growth for any quarter since the dot-com bust in 2001. And that had retailers expecting a bleak forecast. But Home Depot, Lowe's, they've seen more strength among their shoppers in recent weeks. The Target Walmart stock hit, that was not expected to be as dramatic as it was. So, you know, this mixed message from these retailers, it's in large part due to the fact that Americans are experiencing economic volatility differently. It really depends on income level, right? How much you're going to really have to change your habits.
All of us, though, should just take a deep breath, right? And don't look at your 401k. Not right now.
No.
Thanks, Sarbani.
Thank you to Fox 13 Tampa bringing us that update when it comes to consumer news. Let's switch gears entirely here and turn our attention to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, the fate of hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers remains uncertain following their surrender at Mariupol's bombed-out steel plant. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcock has more from Kyiv.
Ukraine on the attack. Soldiers blowing up a bridge in the Donbass region of the east to block Russian advances. And after big gains around Kharkiv in the northeast, allowing civilians to return to their shattered homes, while Russia keeps blasting away along a long, jagged front line.
They continue to try to occupy the Donbass. They continue to fight in the south. They continue to, to put forces on the ground. So, I mean, the war continues, and it's very real.
Meanwhile, a dramatic scene today in a Kyiv courtroom as the war crime trial of a Russian soldier accused of killing a Ukrainian civilian continues. The widow of the man killed asked the suspect if he was sorry for what he did. To which the 21-year-old replies, "I know you can't forgive me, but I'm pleading for your forgiveness." In Mariupol, more Ukrainian fighters surrendered following the siege at that steel mill. 1,700 said to be in Russian custody, their fate unknown. This as President Biden offered support to the leaders of Sweden and Finland in their bid for NATO membership, much to the displeasure of Russian President Vladimir Putin. Former Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko told us recently his own country should be allowed to make that decision as well.
We shouldn't even create the precedent that any person in the world can define the future of some nation, including Ukrainian nation. We don't need, Mr. Putin, we don't need your permission to be the NATO's member states or to be European Union's states. Remember that.
Folks here are also pleased with the Senate approving that new $40 billion Ukrainian aid package. As former President Poroshenko also said to me, we need 3 things in this country: weapons, weapons, and weapons. In Kyiv, Greg Palcock.
Expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. A lot is happening on the war front as well. Let's get into it. I want to first talk about Finland and Sweden. Their leaders appeared alongside President Biden today in a bid of support to show solidarity as they make an effort to apply for NATO membership. You and I have discussed some of the kind of kinks in that and the kind of roadblocks that they're experiencing. One in particular, Turkey, but also we learned today Croatia will be blocking Finland and Sweden from membership. What does Croatia want, and has Turkey relented at all since we last spoke yesterday?
Andrew, good evening. My understanding is Croatia, they have a few little issues they want to work with, nothing huge, but they want to work through some issues. I was looking this afternoon, and I was trying to figure out exactly what they wanted, and it didn't look like anything insurmountable. But you know, for a lot of countries in NATO, Turkey is the biggest, obviously, and the most vocal. They see this as an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to address other issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if you might see, as this thing drags on, if it does drag on any further, that maybe another country may step forward and say, well, we'd kind of like to address this too. And as mentioned, the issue with the Kurds or the Kurdish organizations with Finland and to a lesser extent with Sweden that the Turks have raised actually applies more to Denmark, which is already a NATO member. So there is this kind of, when you look at it, you go, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't quite match up with the reality on the ground.
Hal, you have remained, though, very optimistic that some of these problems will kind of sort themselves out in the long term, and there might not be an expedited fast track for membership for Sweden and Finland. Are you still confident? Are you still bullish on that?
Everything I've seen, I'm pretty confident they're going to work through this stuff. They only went in there with the formal offer a couple days ago, so it hasn't been out there for that long. And I would have expected the first week for them to be a little, if they're, the state of residence by Turkey, I would have expected for this to kind of play its way out, and there has to be a certain negotiation, figure out way, and provide some consideration for Turkey's vote. And now we're going to have to provide some consideration for Croatia's support, and that'll work its way out. But everything behind the scenes, from what I gather, is being worked out. The mechanics of integration are being worked out, where they're going to sit. I understand there's already Finnish and Swedish representatives at NATO headquarters, literally, arranging their desks and doing all sorts of stuff. So they're working this out. There's from what I gather, it's parallel paths. It's like, here's the formal invitation, but it's a foregone conclusion they're going to be in here. So let's start working out the mechanics so they can hit the ground running when it's finalized. And that's what it sounds like, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Okay, let's move on and talk about what's going on at the Kremlin, specifically Putin's inner circle. You had alerted me to some of the news out of Moscow that Russia has fired senior commanders who are considered to have performed poorly during the opening stages of the invasion. We also know, speaking of one of these high-level military officials, that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke with his Russian counterpart, Gerasimov, earlier today. That was the first time they have spoken since the invasion began. What are we to make of all this?
Well, what it is Putin is, there's a history here where he's just been getting angrier and angrier because they haven't been performing on the field. And of course, if you go back before that, there was talk that 150 FSB officers had been fired. The top of the 5th Directorate, which is in charge of intelligence operations in the Ukraine, was actually one of those that was rolled up under house arrest and was facing charges. So he's been frustrated. The generals, there's been some generals out there that have obviously been removed. In fact, Gerasimov himself was going out there to ostensibly take charge of the main effort, which would have put him as a more senior general in charge of the main effort over a more junior general, Dornikov, who had just been named the head of Ukrainian operations, which was the first time they had a singular general named for heading Russia's Ukrainian operations, which was a big question, which is if he goes in there, then who's in charge? Did Dornikov get knocked down? Is he going to be relieved? And of course, then, Gerasimov gets reportedly injured, did not show up for the Victory Day parade, kind of undermining that or underscoring that issue. And then, of course, there's been all these reports that his time and credibility with Putin has been dramatically limited. But today, he was allowed to talk to Milley, which he has not been allowed to talk to date. They cut a number of those comms paths off. He has been allowed to talk to him. He has not been formally removed from his job as chairman of as basically the chief of staff of the armed forces. However, it's very clear that he's been knocked down a few pegs. He does not have the influence with Putin that he once had. That Putin has taken a much more forthright role. There are reports, and they sound pretty credible, that Putin is getting into the weeds. He is getting into tactical decision making, at least down to possibly the division level, brigade level, on the field in Ukraine. Which, for Russia, for the Russian military, that's got to be a grave concern. For the Ukrainian military, that might be cause for some joy because you have somebody who doesn't know what he's doing now micromanaging Russian operations, which should actually help the Ukrainian counteroffensives. But that's what's going on. He doesn't know who to trust, and it's not just trust as are they telling the truth. It's trust. Do they really know what they're talking about? And of course, he's paying the price for the fact that he has surrounded himself over time with yes men. They realized that the way you survived in his regime was you told the boss what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And then he goes off and does this based on that, and now he's paying a price. And frankly, he's kind of trying to figure out what he's doing, and he may be suffering the effects of ill health all at the same time.
Yeah, let's talk about so many of those topics, because you and I will agree on this, that if you're a military commander in the Russian army and you get fired, firing takes on a whole different meaning in the kind of Russian security and military apparatus. I found that to be quite interesting. Also, the kind of NATO equivalent of post-Soviet countries that has formed recently are showing their frustrations with Russia as well, and that united defense bloc may not be as united as it has been in the past, and also how you and I were talking, casualties are reaching and approaching a significant number on the Russian side, according to the Ukrainian side, up to almost 30,000 casualties since the war began. We could hit that by the weekend. All of this has to be simmering. There has to be some type of boiling point where, Putin has to blink.
I think we saw that a few days ago, where that retired colonel, who's the defense contributor or expert that they use on Russia state television, basically laid out Putin, the whole Ukrainian operation, cut through the propaganda, basically said it was propaganda in so many words.
Yeah.
Shocking. Of course, he comes on the next day, and somebody had a conversation with him, which may or may not have included a gun to his head at some point, and then he walked back a lot of what he said. It was interesting, and it was very clear what had happened behind the scenes, which was somebody had spoke to him about the consequences probably for him and his family, because that's the way it's done in Russia.
Yeah.
All right. Now on the battle damage assessment, it's kind of catching up, but there are reports that almost a brigade, the better part, not just that battalion that was wiped out on that river crossing with artillery, but most of the brigade was taken out. Right now, the Ukrainians are showing 28,500 killed in action for the Russians. If they keep up on this track, sometimes towards the middle or end of next week, they could be looking at 30,000. And my guess is at this point, despite whatever propaganda Russia puts out, that Putin probably has a second channel where he's getting much more accurate intelligence on their battle damage that they're suffering. And it's probably a lot closer to the Ukrainian estimate. So he knows what this means as well. This is an enormous watershed moment in terms of what's going on. So there's just a lot of things that he has to face in terms of bad news on the front, and then the other part is they got to figure out what they're doing with these prisoners of war that are taken on Mariupol, because he's getting pressure within Russia to back out of that deal for prisoner exchange. And if they do something draconian, if they try them as war criminals or something like that, first off, they don't meet the international standard for war criminals by any means. And then if they try them as war criminals and they do something like try to do executions or something like that, I think even Putin realizes that the long-term consequences of that could be really horrific for Russia, and certainly for him personally, with all the other things that have been going on.
Yeah, and of course, we have been talking so much, not only about Putin's mental health, but physical health as well. I didn't get to bring this up when we spoke, I believe, Friday of last week. There was a report and a secret recording was obtained by an outfit known as New Lines magazine of this call from an oligarch who is close to the Kremlin and close to Putin that essentially said Putin is very ill with blood cancer, although the media organ did not say what type of cancer was specified. but this was a kind of intercepted recording of some of these comments by an unnamed oligarch who is close to the Kremlin. And you and I have spoken at length about what is ailing Putin. So that was quite interesting in that intercepted phone call obtained by that media organization. Then again, you have to kind of take these reports with a grain of salt.
Well, with one thing that is coming out, and the media certain media organizations, they'll pick it up, but which is really kind of surprised all of us. Communication security and operational security on the Russian side has been really poor. They've been saying things have been picked up by Ukrainian intelligence through what we call signals intelligence, SIGINT, which is intercepted radio, intercepted phone calls, cell phone calls, anything that moves electronically being intercepted. And the Russian encrypted communications capability has been so broken since the beginning of this thing that the Ukrainians have been able to pick up on a lot of things. Now, I was hearing at the very beginning that in Kyiv, amongst the hierarchy there, they on the Ukrainian side, that it was widely understood that that Putin had been suffering from leukemia. That was their belief, and there is some credibility because the people involved. Then, of course, you saw the reports that he had thyroid cancer, and they had doctors assigned to him who are experts in thyroid cancer. And then, of course, this latest thing, he has blood cancer. I'm not ruling out that, he may have a problem with cancer, and it may be stage 4 or something. And so we're getting all sorts of reports that aren't necessarily, exclusive, if you will. They could be just talking about something that a situation is getting worse. He looked rather energetic at the Victory Day parade. He was kind of bouncing up those stairs, if you remember, and he did that long walk. That could have been he was pumped up with stuff. That's very possible. The other thing, though, is they went back and re-examined some of the other photos, and what they noticed was when he was sitting in that chair, they had him really covered up tight with blankets, as if there were real problems there. And there were some other little things which indicated that they had taken a number of unusual precautions for his health while he was out there. So he was able to perform in those limited things, but there was obviously something else going on. And whatever they did, those images we've had of what looked like Parkinson's symptoms, where he can't control the movement of his hands, his feet, his legs, those apparently had diminished. There are drugs that will suppress those things. That may have been the case. But there's obviously a problem there.
Yeah. Hal, let's move on to some more international headlines. We know President Biden, as we speak, is en route to his first overseas trip to the Indo-Pacific. He'll be visiting both South Korea and Japan, no doubt shoring up their support to assist in the West's efforts into Ukraine, no doubt. But I thought it was interesting, too, because in the middle of all of this, you kind of have to talk about North Korea as well on a trip like this. And I want to read in part what Jake Sullivan told reporters on Air Force One about possible overtures or back channels that the Biden administration has been trying to get through to North Korea. They say, Jake Sullivan says, North Korea has refused to talk with the Biden administration, saying that the U.S. has sent messages through various channels. Quote, thus far, North Korea has not displayed any indication of willingness to engage in any meaningful and constructive diplomacy. We also learned a couple days ago Biden has no plans to visit the DMZ when he's in South Korea. This all comes as North Korea is facing a huge COVID outbreak, possibly their first since the pandemic began. And in the last few months, they have tested and tested and tested ICBMs.
And they may test another an ICBM while President Biden is actually in South Korea. There are contingencies in place for messaging and other things that will deal with if they do a test of an ICBM while he's there, which I really can't tell you. I'm not saying it's 50-50, but they are fully prepared for that to happen. Yeah, Kim Jong-un, obviously he's cut the channels. That's been true for a while, that he has not been communicative. You know, it's also right now it's a little more difficult for us to leverage China as a means, as one of those channels to get through. Our relationship with China is not what it was. at one time, and that's also been true for a while. They have this huge COVID outbreak. I think they're having a surge from what I can gather. I am of the opinion that they've always had a problem with COVID. They just kept it very, very quiet. And because it's a hermetic society, if you will, and there's virtually no outside presence that can provide a lot of good information on what's there, they've probably had that. In fact, one of the problems with figuring out how many people are sick is the fact that they don't have testing capability. They don't really have much of a medical capability at all, but they have virtually no testing capability. So the only way that we will ever to be able to figure out how bad it is if we can get some data on excess morbidity of the population. Now they're saying 1.6 million. For all we know, it could be 3 times that many. I just don't know. And then if you look at that, the numbers for the number of people who die of this in the West don't necessarily translate to North Korea, because their medical system was already completely broken before this thing happened. They couldn't do routine stuff there. They would do stuff that just would not be acceptable by Western standards. So their morbidity rate from COVID could be far in excess of what Western numbers are. This is obviously a big concern because he went public with it. Kim Jong-un actually went public and talked about this, and that is very, very much against the way that North Korea does these things, which tells you just how serious it is. You know, there's a report that I think it was 3 or 4 big cargo jets went up to China, and it's not sure what they were taking there and not sure what they were bringing back, but they believe it was all tied to whatever this is. Okay. You know, the other thing too is there's no proof it's COVID. There is a strain of thought. It could be something else that's it could be more serious.
Hal, just last point though, back to Biden's trip and how he's garnering even more support amongst Asian nations as kind of a test and a symbol for China to look upon. You know, if those nations are joining the West and assisting Ukraine and the war effort there, that is a symbol about maybe, hey, do not mess with Taiwan. What do you think about that?
I think that's actually a good way to put it. Maybe that should become the bumper sticker. You know, there's a thing over there called the Quad, all right, which is ostensibly Japan, Australia, India, the U.S., but they're talking about South Korea being part of the Quad. And it's an informal thing. It's often sometimes referred to as informal Asian version of NATO. It may get more formalized because all these countries are coming together and seeing common purpose in what they're doing, particularly in opposition to China. And of course, the ongoing threat with North Korea. But just as you've seen with the Ukraine war has galvanized European and North Atlantic unity in opposition to it, you know, triggered 2 long-standing neutral nations to apply for NATO membership. You're starting to see some of the differences, the long-standing differences between South Korea and Japan seem to be going a little bit further off the radar. There seems to be more bilateral discussion with that. As you know, I was over there for a long time and going back and forth between those 2 countries. And so I've seen some of that antagonism firsthand. But that seems to be kind of drawn back. And I think President Biden's going to actually be able to come into this in a very different situation than previous presidents and maybe get some things done that previous presidents do it. And I think the more intransigent Kim Jong-un is, the more this pushes unity across the board. So there's a sea change, pardon the expression, considering it's the South China Sea, that's happening over there in terms of relationships. And it's the second, third order effects of Ukraine that are actually kind of pushing that.
Definitely. Well, we'll leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll be covering President Biden's overseas trip here on Live Now from Fox for those of you who are interested in following along. And Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right.
저게 다 그 역할을 하는 거예요. 저거는 화학의 아픔을 위해서 이 도광을 통해 가지고 체크를 해주는 거예요. So President Biden, if you can come this way, please. That blue line. Down this way. So I mentioned to you that this is the world's largest bag. And if we can stand over here, President Biden, President Yoon. And please take a look over that way. Yeah, so if you see the wall back there, from that wall over to this wall is 350 yards.
Rest the world, speaking about what he saw and what his plans are here in the United States moving forward. Of course, we'll bring this all to you live.
Another floor, and this one is twice the size of that wall. So that gives you a good idea about how large this fab is. And also, we saw the overhead transports from T1 up on the ceiling. Yes. You can see how the rails go on like this. And in this fab, this length is over 60 miles within this fab.
Will this be like the first facility you showed us when it's complete? Will it be like the first facility you showed us when it's complete?
Yes, so it'll be as full as that first facility.
Gotcha.
We will start flooding this immediately.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so here we have another U.S. manufacturer called KLA-Tencor. They are the 5th largest equipment manufacturer in the world.
On Thursday, President Biden began a 6-day trip to South Korea and Japan to meet with Indo-Pacific leaders about trade and the global economy. But his strongest message may be a warning to China to stay out of Taiwan and not to take cues from its ally, Russia.
We have to stop the Russians in Ukraine by supporting the Ukrainian government to push Russia out so that China doesn't get any ideas about what they can get away with Taiwan.
Taiwan considers itself a sovereign nation, but China views it as a breakaway state. Last year, China increased its combat aircraft flights over Taiwan, then last month held military drills there.
More tough talk, more airspace incursions, more evidence of their utter disregard for the rule of law.
Discussions on North Korea are also on President Biden's agenda as suspected COVID cases there explode and its rogue nuclear program expands. White House officials warn officials traveling on Air Force One said President Biden has no plans to meet with China's president on this trip, but the two may talk in the coming weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
During device fabrication. To achieve these measurements, we shine a very bright light onto the device, we collect its reflection, and look at the change of the polarization of that light, and from there we can determine the film thickness and other material properties of that original device.
Okay. Thank you very much, Peter.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Okay, now let's hit it.
Don't forget to vote, Peter.
Oh, I'm so sorry?
Don't forget to vote.
Oh, I will not.
You may be here, but don't forget to vote.
Yep. So now let's move to the third equipment manufacturer.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
This company is called Lam Technologies, and this one is based in Fremont, California, and it is the 3rd largest equipment company in the world. So, President Biden, President Yoon. Okay, and we have Shashank, who will explain his equipment.
So, good evening, President Biden, President Yoon, and welcome. So, I am Shashank Deshmukh from Lam Research, and Lam Research makes etch, deposition, and clean equipment to make semiconductors. And what you are looking here is our Altis tungsten deposition tool, which deposits tungsten using an atomic layer deposition process, and which is also called ALD.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. I'll be with you here for the next few hours. We're getting many live shots into our desk. Let's go out to South Korea. President Biden is slated to speak as soon as his tour of that Samsung facility in South Korea commences. You know that President Biden is opening up his trip to Asia with a focus on the United States tech sector here. Now, he is touring that Samsung computer chip plant again right now, which is actually going to serve as a model for a $17 billion semiconductor factory that the Korean electronics company Samsung is planning to build outside of Austin, Texas. So you can bet as soon as President Biden takes to this very stadium, we'll stream it for you all live, raw, and unfiltered. Now, President Biden also on Wednesday invoked the Defense Production Act, something that's been gaining a lot of attention among parents these days. So this Operation Fly formula is aiming to help address the formula shortage, but the nation is still waiting to see some effects. Our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles are bringing us more details.
Okay, Brooke, thank you. So for weeks now, the baby formula shortage has left many parents out there scrambling, trying to feed their infants, wondering what other safe alternatives exist. Yesterday, new guidelines were released by the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents struggling to find baby formula. Back with us is Dr. Tanya Altman, a pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics. Thank you for sticking around now to talk about this topic. And one of the big things that came out yesterday was this recommendation that if babies are 6 months or older, they can have whole cow's milk. Usually pediatricians say wait until the baby's 1 year old before you introduce cow's milk, but because of the situation we're in, it's okay now to give this, and it's in fact better than diluting formula. Speak to that, please, doctor.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think right now we are all searching for solutions on how to help feed babies in the United States. So the cow milk guidelines were actually just for parents who have those few days where they really don't have formula. We know that cow's milk is not usually appropriate for babies 6 to 12 months of age unless they are eating a wide variety of iron-rich solid foods. In fact, in my practice, in certain cases, I would actually prefer a clean label toddler formula in those cases because we know that it's fortified with iron and other nutrients that are so important during this critical time where babies are growing and developing rapidly. But of course, talk to your own pediatrician because it's going to depend on what your baby is already eating.
Yes, so important to highlight that, yes, this was recommended as a temporary fix. In fact, they said maybe a couple of days or so. This wasn't meant to be something long term. So that is an important point to make. Now, let's talk about some other things that parents are struggling with in the sense that many online forums are now trying to say, hey, if I have extra breast milk, for example, stored, maybe I can share some with you. That's nice and everything, but there's also some this isn't regulated, and so you need to be very careful if this is an avenue you go down.
Yes, you're right. I mean, as a pediatrician, I am a huge advocate for breastfeeding. I do think that breast milk is the best nutrition for babies. And that's why I applaud the Human Milk Bank of North America. They've been working around the clock to help source extra breast milk for moms who have extra that their baby doesn't need. They are testing, they are pasteurizing, and they are turning it around to give to other families. So for moms looking for breast milk as an option that don't have it themselves, or parents, any caregivers, I should say, you know, please look for a valid breast milk bank where the breast milk has been tested as a solution.
So the House is going to vote today to try to tackle the baby formula shortage. One of the things they want to do is step up FDA inspections so they can get some of the products onto store shelves quicker. What are your thoughts on this approach? And shouldn't have this been done like weeks ago?
You know, it's been really interesting, but one of the things that the FDA announced earlier this week, which I definitely applaud them on, is that they are opening the doors now to clean, trusted global manufacturers to help solve this national crisis. So they are taking applications from countries like Australia, where they have clean label formula that has been feeding babies for over 15 years without any issues, where they already meet the Infant Formula Nutrition Act of the United States, where they already have FDA registered facilities. And I think that when the FDA moves on this, it will really help us get more formula to the shelves here in the United States for babies in need.
I was in Costco just the other day, and they were limiting the amount of products that someone could buy. I think it was like 2 formula boxes, if you could even get your hands on it. So yes, this is definitely something so many people are struggling with. What is your advice for a mom who's watching us right now, who's in the thick of it right now and doesn't even know what she's going to do in a couple days from now because she's going to run out of formula?
I know that is so hard, and I get emails and phone calls from parents all day long. So reach out to your pediatrician, because often we have samples in our office, and I know we are prioritizing and giving those to babies in need. In most cases, as long as your baby doesn't have a food allergy or sensitivity or serious issue with a previous formula, you are okay to switch brands. Most of them do have equivalent nutrition, so that's something you can also look at. And I know this is a really tough time, but I think the FDA is working really hard to solve this issue, and we will see a lot more formula available in the coming weeks.
Okay, Dr. Altman, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions this morning. Take care.
And a little hi from Michaela, by the way, Dr. Tanya.
Now let's turn our attention to something else that's impacting millions of Americans, and that is the price of gas. Gas climbing again overnight, now at $4.58 for 1 gallon of regular gas. Fox Business Network's Grady Timble has more from a gas station in Chicago.
The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up 10 days in a row, and we've set a new record for the 10th straight day. This comes as a new analysis from the group Yardeni Research found that Americans are expected to spend $5,000 on gas this year. That's up by about $2,200 from last year. At this point, most analysts expect prices to keep climbing, some predicting up to $5 a gallon this summer. At least one analyst with J.P. Morgan says a national average of $6 a gallon is possible. A big part of the problem right now, on top of high demand, is how much, or I should say, how little oil the U.S. is refining right now. Refineries are taking in about 17% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under this administration.
We don't build refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility towards the oil and gas sector, I think it would be highly unlikely that refineries would sink a lot more money into expansions.
Despite the higher prices, AAA expects around 35 million Americans to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. That's up from last year when we were paying about $1.50 less for a gallon of gas. The good old days. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Now, soaring gas prices could be one reason why most people are preferring to work from home to avoid that commute. In some parts of the country, employees working from home or having hybrid schedules have some companies leaving behind corporate campuses that are empty. In Chicago, for example, the issue is especially notable due to empty corporate office parks. Here's the latest from Fox's Anthony Ponce.
Spanning dozens of acres, some as big as college campuses, there's just one problem with Chicagoland's corporate office parks.
Frankly, they're functionally obsolete for the most part.
In the age of work from home and with many employers offering hybrid work models, companies are now putting these aging giants up for sale and are starting to get bites. Baxter International, the latest local company to announce it's putting its 100-acre Deerfield campus on the market.
For the most part, they're old and they're really outmoded. They don't have the kinds of amenities that companies and employees want today.
So what's to become of these sprawling corporate estates? Dan Deuter with Cushman & Wakefield says they're typically going one of 3 routes: torn down and converted to industrial space like warehouse facilities, divided up among multiple commercial tenants, or serve a mixed use. McDonald's Old Oakbrook campus, for example, is now a mix between hotel, multifamily residential, and, as just announced earlier this month, the future headquarters of Ace Hardware.
We're seeing kind of renewed interest in these suburban corporate campuses, but it's not necessarily all for one thing. It's a few different things.
Despite describing these types of corporate campuses as functionally obsolete for the most part, Deuter says the fact that many of them are right now in the process of changing hands is not necessarily a bad thing.
There's two ways for the market to get healthy again, is either supply goes down, demand goes up, and we're seeing both happening. So with that will come a recovery in the office market. So this is healthy.
Anthony Ponce, Fox 32, Chicago. Spanning dozens of acres, some as big as college
let's
campuses.
head out to Oklahoma for an update when it comes to the ongoing battle for abortion rights. Now, House Bill 4327 that was passed by the Oklahoma House on Thursday, and this would actually ban abortions at conception. House Bill 4327 again would also be enforced using civil lawsuits. The bill could be the strictest abortion ban that Oklahoma has ever passed. But we are seeing this debate unfold in states across the country. So let's check in with our House Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. He recently held a press conference discussing this very topic.
So we're just going to give it a minute until Senator Schumer is on.
Thank my colleagues here, Senator Murray, Baldwin, and Duckworth are here, Cantwell are here, and we are expecting Senators Gillibrand, Klobuchar, Shaheen, Hirono, and Cortez Masto. So last week, the American people saw for themselves the stark contrast between Democrats who will fight to protect a woman's right to make decisions about their body, and MAGA Republicans who want a national abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. Last week's vote threw a floodlight on what the Republican real objective is. It's not states' rights. It's not investigating a SCOTUS leaf. Their real objective is to rip away women's rights and get rid of abortion altogether. To come between women and their doctors and stop them from getting the health care they need. The real Republican objective is your body, their choice. The MAGA extremists controlling the Republican Party are putting our children at risk of inheriting a country where our children have fewer rights than their parents had. That is so un-American. That is such a giant step backward. The overturning of Roe would be the greatest backslide of individual liberties in half a century. MAGA Republicans want to prosecute and even imprison women and doctors for carrying out abortions, even friends who give their loved ones a ride to the clinic. This is a dire and vital issue for over 100 million of American women whose rights are at stake. So the choice facing America is simple. Elect more MAGA Republicans who want forced pregnancies and champion bans without exception, or elect pro-choice Democrats who will protect women's rights. When Americans go to the polls in November, they will choose between radical MAGA Republicans who want to get rid of Roe or pro-choice Democrats who will protect a woman's right to make her own decisions. Democrats will not stop fighting for this crucial and important issue because women's rights are human rights. And as much as Republicans try to deflect, distort, or distract, the unbendable truth is their anti-women views are wildly out of step with the American people. In fact, Republicans, they know this. They know they're on the wrong side of history. They know they're on the wrong side of women. They know they're on the wrong side of where Americans want to be. The Republican campaign committees, in their literature, continue to urge candidates to avoid the subject of abortion. Ask yourself why. They tried to feel they could get this done without an outcry, but an outcry from one end of America to the other there is, and they're on the wrong side of history. Our communities are not going to let MAGA Republicans take away our rights. We're going to confront this challenge the same way we've confronted them during the 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency. Republicans can't run from this issue. We're going to get organized, and we're going to win at the ballot box. Last week's vote was only one step, not the end of the fight for women. And now let me turn it over. I'm going to have to go open up the floor but Senator Murray has been our great leader on this issue for several decades, and we're so glad to have her leading the fight.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. A lot has changed in the last few weeks. We learned that the Supreme Court plans to overturn Roe v. Wade and eliminate the right to abortion. It is a constitutional right that generations of women have known. And last week, our Republican colleagues blocked Democrats' bill to establish a federal right to abortion and protect every woman in America's freedom to make her own decision about whether or not to keep a pregnancy. Here in Congress and in states across the country, Republicans are doing everything they can to reverse your rights. For decades, they have been working to overturn Roe and strip women of their right to abortion, and now Republicans are about to get what they have been fighting for. Soon, women will be forced to carry pregnancies to term when they do not want to. My daughter and granddaughters will have fewer rights than I did. And I've been shouting this from the rooftop. Republicans are not going to stop at overturning Roe. They are now talking about a nationwide ban on abortion to prevent every single woman in this country from being able to make her own decision about whether and when to start a family. Last week, Leader McConnell refused to rule out a federal ban on abortion if Republicans take power. Just think about that, a federal ban on abortion. I never thought I would say those words. And of course, Republicans don't just want to ban abortion. They are coming after the birth control that millions of patients rely on to plan a family, which includes IUDs and Plan B. They are jeopardizing families' ability to get the reproductive care like IVF that they need to help start a family. Republicans are targeting anyone who helps a woman get an abortion, doctors, friends, family, drivers just doing their job and getting patients to a medical appointment. This is scary, it's extreme, and it's shameful. And I don't think it should surprise anyone that people in my state of Washington and across the country are not on board with Republicans' radical attempts to reverse their rights. So we are here today to make clear Democrats are not done fighting. Far from it. As Republicans work around the clock to reverse people's rights, Democrats are fighting back around the clock and making the stakes of Republicans' extreme agenda clear. We are getting together today here to make clear we are and will continue to use every lever to our disposal to protect women's ability to control their own bodies. Senate Democrats are holding private companies accountable for collecting and selling data about people who visit abortion clinics. Democrats are urging Secretary of Defense Austin to ensure service members can get an abortion. My colleagues here can tell you more about those efforts. We are fighting to make clear women and providers should not be punished for accessing critical health care services. We're making sure that patients can get birth control without any out-of-pocket costs. And by the way, federal law requires that right now. We are pushing the administration for a federal action plan to respond to the imminent end of Roe. So put simply, Senate Democrats are undeterred and will not abandon the fight to protect everyone's reproductive rights. So I want to thank all of my colleagues here today who are working with us every single minute to make sure we are on the side of American women to make their own health care choices. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Senator Baldwin.
Thank you. Well, good morning. I am so proud to be here with my Senate colleagues to send a clear message to women across the country who are frightened by the prospect of having the Supreme Court turn back the clock on women's rights. Our message is simple. We are not giving up this fight, and neither should you. We need you to join it. If the court overturns Roe versus Wade, millions of women would lose their constitutionally protected right and freedom to make their own personal decisions about their health care, their family, and body. In my home state of Wisconsin, if Roe versus Wade is overturned, women are taken back to 1849. Yes, you heard me correctly, 1849. We have a law on the books from 1849 that criminalizes abortion procedures. Doctors could be charged with felonies for performing abortions and face up to 6 years in prison and be handed $10,000 in fines. For victims of rape and incest, their rights would be taken away. That's the reality for women in Wisconsin, sent back to 1849, 16 years before slavery was abolished in our state, 71 years before women even had the right to vote. My Senate colleague from Wisconsin actually said, and I quote, "It's not going to be that big of a change." Well, I will.
The time is now 6:30 a.m. If you're just now joining us, we are listening in as Democratic lawmakers push for abortion rights. They're actually floating a few ideas to keep this kind of in the public eye before this heads to the high court's ruling, which is expected to take place next month. Now, some are pushing that the Biden administration make abortion pills and contraception more easily accessible, while others are focusing on privacy protections for women who are seeking abortions. Now, there is also a small scale but ongoing bipartisan effort to codify Roe v. Wade. And of course, we'll stay on top of this as it is catching a lot of attention in recent months. The time again is now 6:31 a.m. Let's take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 6:33 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're getting these international live images from South Korea. Any moment now, we do expect President Biden to make a joint statement along with the president of South Korea. Right now, the two are touring a Samsung facility, which could be the model for a similar plant factory that is going to be in Austin, Texas. So again, we are on standby for President Biden to make that live statement. We'll stream it for you all right here, raw and unfiltered. But until then, let's turn our attention to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, that defamation case that we have been streaming, bringing you all live inside of the courtroom day after day. Since day one, our very own Daytona Everett is bringing us a recap of everything that we witnessed this week.
So let's start first with Johnny Depp's ex-fling, I guess you could say, Ellen Barkin coming in and really testifying as to who Johnny Depp was as a partner, and a lot of it very negative. What did you make of that?
Yeah, so look, a couple things to keep in mind. One is that it was many, many years ago. And two, she certainly came off as someone that is not a huge fan, certainly not now, of Johnny Depp. And so those are things that we think about when we think about the credibility of a witness. At the same time, she does give some corroboration for Amber Heard. She describes him as jealous, which is what Amber Heard describes him as. She describes him as having an angry temper. I'm not sure the throwing of the bottle comes to that level that Amber Heard has, which is of him being physically violent, hitting her, punching her, things of that nature. But it certainly can, if the jury believes it, lend some credibility to what Amber Heard's saying, because this is someone that doesn't have any, skin in the game in a sense when it comes to this case, and is simply telling at least her recollection. But I do think even the fact that she describes it as quote unquote a sexual relationship, not even a romantic relationship, kind of lets you know that there may be some bitterness in terms of how their relationship ended.
Oh, interesting. Well, there was also more testimony today, and I feel like this smear campaign is going to be a real talker between us. Let's go into it, because they brought in this forensic social media expert, his name Ron Schnell, and he talked about the negative hashtags related to Amber Heard between this time period of 2020, April 2020 and January 2021. This is all spurred off of Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, who said that these accusations, which is what this trial is all about, these abuse accusations, and then that op-ed that was eventually written, that it was all a hoax. What do you think about this whole smear campaign, this push from Amber Heard's legal team to say that this was really just Johnny Depp trying to come at her?
Yeah, so part of her suit back to him is that
5 minute, I'll give you a 2 true.
Sorry?
Rough 5 minutes.
Okay, cool.
The briefing, yeah.
The attorney wasn't sued. The attorney's the person who actually made the statements. And so you have to take a leap to assume that Johnny Depp is the one that made or pushed his own attorney to make those statements. So people are a little befuddled why the attorney wasn't included. Now, obviously, after those statements were made by the attorney, the argument is that, and look, anyone who's watching social media sees it now, that a lot of people, particularly on social media, are very pro Johnny Depp. And so after these comments were made by him, there was a lot of negative Twitter hashtags against her that seemed to grow and grow and grow after these statements were made. And their position is that's an indication of how this lie by his attorney, and therefore lie by Johnny Depp, if you accept that it wasn't true, impacted her and her ability to get a job and her ability to work.
So we did hear from Waldman, who actually is still Johnny Depp's attorney, in a pre-recorded testimony, and he kind of invoked this attorney-client privilege, saying that he couldn't talk fully about the conversations that they had had in the past. How far does that privilege, I guess, go?
Well, it seemed to go pretty far because you really didn't have to answer almost anything when it came to that. And in a sense, that may be good for Johnny and it may not be. I mean, we don't know really what the nature of their conversation was. Had there not been an attorney-client privilege and then he was obligated, I'm not saying this happened, but for example, to say that Johnny Depp told him to make those statements and then he made those statements, then that can inure to the benefit of Amber Heard. But keep in mind, again, we go back and forth about who's defaming who. So their response is what Amber Heard said is a hoax, and Amber Heard saying what she said is true. The jury has to kind of get through all this back and forth to figure out really where the truth lies. And a lot of times, as we all know, the truth often lies somewhere in the middle where neither of them are completely honest about what transpired.
Right, and I think it's important to note that this is not coming out of nowhere. Not only has this couple gone through lawsuits together, but there's even been this backlash of Amber Heard before this trial even started. I didn't know that. I kind of want to circle back to that. I had no idea that she was trending on social media. I mean, this was 2.28 million uses of hashtags, tweets about Amber Heard previously, years ago.
Yeah, it's funny. Look, I wasn't in the room when Amber Heard and Johnny Depp lived their lives together,
Right.
and so who knows what really happened. But it is unfortunate. We certainly don't want a jury trial to be dictated in any way by what social media tells us it should be. And I think that we all get lost in it. And I think, we had spoken about this before, the idea that people are actually scared to write anything pro Amber Heard in social media because people will eviscerate them for those beliefs. And I think it's okay to be objective about just the testimony. You can love Johnny Depp. You can think he's the greatest thing, but you also have to objectively look at the evidence. If you, at the end of the day, believe that Amber Heard is lying, which, by the way, I don't think she was the greatest witness of all time, and I think her credibility had some questions, but there's certainly something more than what Johnny Depp exactly says in terms of kind of the interaction between the two of them. And you want a jury, at least, to decide this based on the facts and not all the noise that's coming from outside of it.
And speaking of the jury, she spoke directly to them during her testimony, Amber Heard I'm talking about, and her sister doing kind of the same thing. What did you make of her sister's testimony? Are these witnesses, these close allies of Amber Heard, going to be enough?
So it's interesting, look, anytime a witness testifies, you base it on their direct and their cross-examination and whether or not there's bias, whether they have a relationship with one or both of the complainants or the defendants in the case, and certainly she does. So there is a bias that a jury can use to determine whether she's being truthful. A lot of people have talked about the idea that both of them, both Amber Heard and her sister, each time they answer a question seem to turn to the jury almost methodically, as though they were trained. It does feel a little, I hate to use the word acting, but trained to turn to the jury every single time a statement is made. It actually, from someone like me who's tried 1 billion cases, makes me uncomfortable. If I was the juror, I'd be uncomfortable. I don't want someone turning to me every single time an answer is made. And it is interesting that it came to the point where they both seemed so similar in the way they were answering the questions. Now, obviously, they're sisters, so they're going to have certain traits similar, but there was something odd, almost like that both were told to do the same thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty wild. If you shut your eyes and you just listened in, you can definitely tell that they're related here. Well,
all right, that was Daytona Everett bringing us a recap of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. The trial will resume on Monday, and of course, we'll stream it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But as you see, that live event is getting started any moment now. We do expect to hear from President Biden as well as the president of South Korea. Right now, let's take a listen in as the vice chairman, I believe, of Samsung is going to address the crowd. Remember, this is the company that President Biden is touring.
바이든 대통령님, 그리고 내외 귀빈 여러분, 오늘 바이든 대통령께서 방한의 첫 일정으로 세계 최대 규모의 삼성 반도체 평택 캠퍼스를 방문하신 것을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 바이든 대통령께서는 취임하신 이래 글로벌 공급망의 핵심으로 반도체의 중요성을 강조해 왔습니다. 반도체법의 의회 통과를 위해 많은 노력을 쏟고 계신 것을 알고 있습니다. 아울러 공급망 정상회의를 직접 주재하시고 글로벌 공급망 안정을 위한 국제 협력을 이끌고 계십니다. 오늘 바이든 대통령의 평택 캠퍼스 방문은 반도체가 갖는 경제 안보적 의미는 물론 반도체를 통한 한미 글로벌 포괄적 전략 동맹의 의미를 되새길 수 있는 좋은 기회가 될 것입니다. 반도체는 자율주행차, AI, 로봇 등 모든 첨단 산업의 필수 부품이자 미래 기술 경쟁력을 좌우하는 핵심 요소입니다. 대한민국은 전 세계 메모리 반도체의 70%를 공급하면서 반도체 글로벌 공급망의 핵심적인 역할을 수행하고 있습니다. 한미 동맹의 오랜 역사처럼 한미 반도체 협력의 역사 또한 매우 깊습니다. 이 땅의 첫 반도체 기업으로 한미 합작의 한국 반도체가 1974년에 설립되었습니다. 미국 마이크론사와의 기술 제휴를 통해 세계 세 번째로 64K D램을 개발한 이래 미국 오스틴시에 이어서 테일러시에 첨단 파운드리를 설립하기에 이르렀습니다. 램 리서치, 듀폰 등 미국의 반도체 소재 장비 업체들도 한국 투자를 통해 한국 반도체 업체와의 협업을 강화하고 있습니다. 동시에 한미 정부 간 반도체 협력도 활발히 진행되고 있습니다. 작년 말 출범한 한미 반도체 파트너십 대화를 통해 반도체 공급망 협력은 물론 투자, 인력, 기술 협력 사업도 진행되고 있습니다. 저는 반도체가 우리 미래를 책임질 국가 안보 자산이라고 생각하면서 과감한 인센티브와 필요한 지원을 아끼지 않을 계획입니다. 바이든 대통령께서도 우리 반도체 기업들의 미국 투자에 대한 각종 인센티브를 제공할 뿐 아니라 미국의 첨단 소재, 장비, 설계 기업들의 한국 투자에도 큰 관심을 가져주시기를 부탁드립니다. 바이든 대통령께서 한국 반도체의 심장인 평택 캠퍼스에 방문해 주셔서 다시 한번 깊이 감사드립니다. 오늘 방문을 계기로 한미 관계가 첨단 기술과 공급망 협력에 기반한 경제 안보 동맹으로 거듭나기를 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. Thank you. You're very generous. Thank you very much. Mr. President, thank you for that introduction. It's wonderful to be back in the Republic of Korea. President Yoon, I'm honored by the welcome you've given me to your beautiful country. And congratulations again on your election. Congratulations. And recent inauguration. I and my country look forward to a very productive few days together where we can get to know one another better and explore ways to take the alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States to even greater heights than it already exists. And Vice Chairman Lee, thank you for welcoming us to this Samsung semiconductor facility. This is an auspicious start to my visit because it's emblematic of the future cooperation and innovation that our nations can and must build together. I'm joined by my Secretary of Commerce, Secretary Raimondo is here in the front row, who's working every day to bring us closer to that goal. I've just seen how this plant makes the most advanced semiconductor chips in the world. They're a wonder of innovation, design, precision, and manufacturing. Semiconductors power our economies and enable our modern lives, from our automobiles to our smartphones to medical diagnostic equipment. And when it comes to the most advanced chips like the ones made here in Samsung, is only one of only 3 companies in the world that makes these chips. It's incredible, an incredible achievement. Because these little chips, only a few nanometers thick, are the key to propelling us into the next era of humanity's technological development. Artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, 5G, and so very much more, things we haven't even thought of at this point. This plant also reflects the close bonds and innovation between our countries. Much of the technology and machinery that is used to make these chips was designed and produced in the United States. And by uniting our skills and our technological know-how, it allows the production of chips that are critical to both our countries and are essential sectors of our global economy. And thanks for the incredible $17 billion investment that Samsung announced last May, soon to the United States to have a facility like this one that manufactures the most advanced chips in the world in Tyler, Texas. Thank you. This investment will create 3,000 new high-tech jobs in Texas and add to 20,000 jobs Samsung already supports in the United States of America. So I want to thank Samsung for their investment and for continuing to expand the very productive partnership between the Republic of Korea and the United States. And I know that Samsung will also be working with Stellantis on a joint venture to build a new facility in the United States that will manufacture batteries for electric vehicles. In fact, investments like these are going to help catapult us forward toward a clean energy future which we both badly need, advancing our shared economic growth, our energy security, and our climate goals. I also want to make clear that these are smart business decisions. Samsung didn't invest $17 billion without, as we say in America, running the numbers. The United States is a top destination for foreign direct investment, like the one Samsung is making, because we have a world-class, highly skilled, and highly committed workers. I urge Samsung and Stellantis and any company investing in the United States to enter into partnerships with our most highly skilled and dedicated and engaged workers you can find anywhere in the world, American union members. Stellantis knows how much benefit comes from a successful relationship with the union in America. They have a national agreement with my friend Ray Curry, the United Auto Workers. For every joint venture that manufactures electric vehicle batteries would be made stronger by collective bargaining relationships with American unions. We also have outstanding, skilled, dedicated union building and construction trades workers ready to build a new Samsung facility in Texas. So let's work together to make this happen and to get that plant built on time and on budget, safely and efficiently, because union labor means high-quality work that delivers the best possible return on investment. The United States has premier colleges and universities, a culture that fosters innovation and entrepreneurship, a transparent and predictable legal system where companies know their ideas and their investments will be protected. And my administration is doubling down on all of these trends. We're investing more than $1 trillion to upgrade America's infrastructure coast to coast over the next decade. And hopefully soon, with the Bipartisan Innovation Act, we'll deliver historic federal investments in U.S. research and development, including funding for something called the CHIPS Act to revitalize the U.S. semiconductor industry. Our two nations work together to make the best, most advanced technology in the world, and this factory is proof of that. And that gives both the Republic of Korea and the United States a competitive edge in the global economy, if we can keep our supply chains resilient, reliable, and secure. Over the last few years, we've seen just how critical it is. The COVID-19 pandemic, exposed the fragility of just-in-time supply chains. The global semiconductor shortage has caused a shortfall in consumer goods, especially automobiles, and is contributing to higher prices around the world. And now, Putin's brutal and unprovoked war in Ukraine has further spotlighted the need to secure our critical supply chains so that our economy, our economic, and our national security are not dependent on countries that don't share our values. A critical component of how we'll do that, in my view, is by working with close partners who do share our values, like the Republic of Korea, to secure more of what we need from our allies and partners and bolster our supply chain resilience. That's why our strategy is to build around strengthening our ties and cooperation across the board. That's how both our nations can improve our long-term resilience, increase our shared prosperity, and put our people in the best position to come out ahead in the competition of the 21st century. And that's why, Mr. President, I came to the Republic of Korea on my first trip to Asia as President of the United States. So much of the future of the world is going to be written here in the Indo-Pacific over the next several decades. We're standing at an inflection point in history where the decisions we make today will have far-reaching impacts on the world we leave to our children tomorrow. This vibrant democracy has become a powerhouse of global innovation by investing in educating its people. And companies like Samsung that are driven by responsible development of technology and innovation will be critical to shaping the future in the direction of our two countries, the direction we both want to go. So this is the moment, in my view, to invest in one another, to deepen our business ties, to bring our people even closer together. This is something President Yoon and I will be talking about on our visit later after this meeting and in the months ahead, because the alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States of America is a linchpin of peace, stability, and prosperity for a region of the world that we seek. So thank you all very much, and President Yoon, thank you for everything you've done so far. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Live, raw, and unfiltered. That was President Biden's very first trip to Asia as president of the United States, and the commander-in-chief spoke on many foreign affairs topics, including the global semiconductor chip shortage, and he also touted the $17 billion semiconductor factory that Samsung is building outside of Austin, Texas. So, of course, he is grappling with a few foreign policy issues during this 6-day visit, but also making it very clear that he is also having a focus on what's taking place here on the home front in the United States. Again, Samsung, the South Korea company, is planning to build a $17 billion semiconductor factory just outside of Austin, Texas. We'll have more on President Biden's first trip to Asia right after this break. The time is now 7 a.m. here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking what we like to call a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., but President Biden is actually on his very first trip to Asia. Just moments ago, we witnessed him give a live address after touring a semiconductor factory in South Korea. Now, this semiconductor factory that is owned by Samsung is the very model for a factory that has plans to be built in Austin, Texas. So let's check in with Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively, who's going to bring us an update from Washington, D.C. This next story is also coming from Washington, D.C. Congress has advanced a bill that targets predatory oil and gas prices, also known as price gouging. Now, the House passed the bill on Thursday, which allows the president to make an emergency declaration, making it unlawful for energy companies to excessively raise fuel prices. Now, it's unlikely to pass the Senate and would need its approval, as well as the president's, to become law. Experts say that this fuel crisis was in the works before the Ukrainian war, and that a lack of investment in output during COVID-19 lockdowns meant companies couldn't meet demand. Even today, here's more from Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively.
Gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. The message from analysts? Hang in there.
The 1970s came and went, and this horrible moment, too, will come and go.
Numbers out Thursday showed unemployment claims dropped below 1% for the first time since 1969.
Employment is as strong as it's ever been. There are more jobs available than there are people to fill them. So we have money, we're spending. The problem is that supply chains haven't come back into alignment. They will.
But small business owners seem tired of waiting for those supply chains to straighten out.
We have been trying to ride this wave and be as reasonable as we can as we go through every week, seeing the invoice prices change.
And drivers are looking for relief from gas prices that hit a national average of $4.59 on Thursday.
It's wild, yeah. I usually put in Chevron Supreme, but since it's been so high, I got to go back to the regular most of the time just because it's a lot.
The Democrat-led House passed a bill aimed at fighting oil and gas price gouging, but some lawmakers argue it'll take more than that.
We got to work together on both sides of the aisle. Shockingly, yes, Democrats and Republicans need to work together on the issues facing America.
As expensive as it is to drive now, get ready. J.P. Morgan predicts the national average for a gallon of regular will top $6 this summer. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Now let's bring you all an international perspective on this very topic. We're listening in live to a welcome ceremony for foreign ministers of the Council of Europe. Italy recently passed the presidency of the Council of Europe to Ireland during the meeting of the Council of Europe in Turin. So let's go ahead and listen in. They're talking about all things oil and gas related. And just like that, it looks as though we did lose that live press conference. We'll work on getting you the information from that story. But for now, let's just move right along when it comes to other top stories that we're paying close attention to. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is going to bring us the latest when it comes to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Joining me now, as always, a little bit earlier tonight, national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you. A lot is happening on the war front as well. Let's get into it. I want to first talk about Finland and Sweden. Their leaders appeared alongside President Biden today in a bid of support to show solidarity as they make an effort to apply for NATO membership. You and I have discussed some of the kind of kinks in that and the kind of roadblocks that they're experiencing. One in particular, Turkey, but also we learned today Croatia will be blocking Finland and Sweden from membership. What does Croatia want, and has Turkey relented at all since we last spoke yesterday?
Andrew, good evening. My understanding is Croatia, they have a few little issues they want to work with, nothing huge, but they want to work through some issues. I was looking this afternoon, and I was trying to figure out exactly what they wanted, and it didn't look like anything insurmountable. But you know, for a lot of countries in NATO, Turkey is the biggest, obviously, and the most vocal. They see this as an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to address other issues. And I wouldn't be surprised if you might see, as this thing drags on, if it does drag on any further, that maybe another country may step forward and say, well, we'd kind of like to address this too. And as mentioned, the issue with the Kurds or the Kurdish organizations with Finland and to a lesser extent with Sweden, that the Turks have raised actually applies more to Denmark, which is already a NATO member. So there is this kind of, and you look at it, you go, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't quite match up with the reality on the ground.
Hal, you have remained, though, very optimistic that some of these problems will kind of sort themselves out in the long term, and there might not be an expedited fast track for membership for Sweden and Finland. Are you still confident? Are you still bullish on that?
Everything I've seen, I'm pretty confident they're going to work through this stuff. They only went in there with the formal offer a couple days ago, so it hasn't been out there for that long. And I would have expected the first week for them to be a little, if they're, the stated reticence by Turkey, I would have expected for this to kind of play its way out, and there has to be a certain negotiation, figure out way, and provide some consideration for Turkey's vote. And now we're going to have to provide some consideration for Croatia's support, and that'll work its way out. But everything behind the scenes, from what I gather, is being worked out. The mechanics of integration are being worked out, where they're going to sit. I understand there's already Finnish and Swedish representatives at NATO headquarters, literally, arranging their desks and doing all sorts of stuff. So they're working this out. There's from what I gather, it's parallel paths. It's like, here's the formal invitation, but it's a foregone conclusion they're going to be in here. So let's start working out the mechanics so they can hit the ground running when it's finalized. And that's what it sounds like, and I think that's what we're seeing right now.
Okay, let's move on and talk about what's going on at the Kremlin, specifically Putin's inner circle. You had alerted me to some of the news out of Moscow that Russia has fired senior commanders who are considered to have performed poorly during the opening stages of the invasion. We also know, speaking of one of these high-level military officials, that Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, spoke with his Russian counterpart, Gerasimov, earlier today. That was the first time they have spoken since the invasion began. What are we to make of all this?
Well, what it is Putin is, there's a history here where he's just been getting angrier and angrier because they haven't been performing on the field. And of course, if you go back before that, there was talk that 150 FSB officers had been fired. The top of the 5th Directorate, which is in charge of intelligence operations in the Ukraine, was actually one of those that was rolled up under house arrest and was facing charges. So he's been frustrated. The generals, there's been some generals out there that have obviously been removed. In fact, Gerasimov himself was going out there to ostensibly take charge of the main effort which would have put him as a more senior general in charge of the main effort over a more junior general, Dornikov, who had just been named the head of Ukrainian operations, which was the first time they had a singular general named for heading Russia's Ukrainian operations, which was a big question, which is if he goes in there, then who's in charge? Did Dornikov get knocked down? Is he going to be relieved? And of course, then, Gerasimov gets reportedly injured, did not show up for the Victory Day parade, kind of undermining that or underscoring that issue. And then, of course, there's been all these reports that his time and credibility with Putin has been dramatically limited. But today he was allowed to talk to Milley, which he has not been allowed to talk to date. They cut a number of those comms paths off. He has been allowed to talk to him. He has not been formally removed from his job as chairman of as basically the chief of staff of the armed forces. However, it's very clear that he's been knocked down a few pegs. He does not have the influence with Putin that he once had. That influence that Putin has taken a much more forthright role. There are reports, and they sound pretty credible, that Putin is getting into the weeds. He is getting into tactical decision making, at least down to possibly the division level, brigade level, on the field in Ukraine. Which, for Russia, for the Russian military, that's got to be a grave concern. For the Ukrainian military, that might be cause for some joy because you have somebody who doesn't know what he's doing now micromanaging Russian operations, which should actually help the Ukrainian counteroffensives. But that's what's going on. He doesn't know who to trust, and it's not just trust as are they telling the truth. It's trust. Do they really know what they're talking about? And of course, he's paying the price for the fact that he has surrounded himself over time with yes men. They realized that the way you survived in his regime was you told the boss what he wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And then he goes off and does this based on that. And now he's paying a price. And frankly, he's kind of trying to figure out what he's doing. And he may be suffering the effects of ill health all at the same time.
Yeah, let's talk about so many of those topics because you and I will agree on this, that if you're a military commander in the Russian army and you get fired, firing takes on a whole different meaning in the kind of Russian security and military apparatus. I found that to be quite interesting. Also, the kind of NATO equivalent of post-Soviet countries that has formed recently are showing their frustrations with Russia as well, and that united defense bloc may not be as united as it has been in the past, and also how you and I were talking, casualties are reaching and approaching a significant number on the Russian side, according to the Ukrainian side, up to almost 30,000 casualties since the war began. We could hit that by the weekend. All of this has to be simmering. There has to be some type of boiling point where, Putin has to blink.
I think we saw that a few days ago where that retired colonel who's the defense contributor or expert that they use on Russian state television basically laid out Putin, the whole Ukrainian operation, cut through the propaganda, basically said it was propaganda in so many words.
Yeah.
Shocking. Of course, he comes on the next day and somebody had a conversation with him which may or may not have included a gun to his head at some point, and then he walked back a lot of what he said. It was interesting, and it was very clear what had happened behind the scenes, which was somebody had spoke to him about the consequences probably for him and his family, because that's the way it's done in Russia.
Yeah.
All right. Now on the battle damage assessment, it's kind of catching up, but there are reports that almost a brigade, the better part, not just that battalion that was wiped out on that river crossing with artillery, but most of the brigade was taken out. Right now, the Ukrainians are showing 28,500 killed in action for the Russians. If they keep up on this track, sometimes towards the middle or end of next week, they could be looking at 30,000. And my guess is at this point, despite whatever propaganda Russia puts out, that Putin probably has a second channel where he's getting much more accurate intelligence on their battle damage that they're suffering. and it's probably a lot closer to the Ukrainian estimate. So he knows what this means as well. This is an enormous watershed moment in terms of what's going on. So there's just a lot of a lot of things that he has to face in terms of bad news on the front, and then the other part is they got to figure out what they're doing with these prisoners of war that are taken on Mariupol, because he's getting pressure within Russia to back out of that deal for prisoner exchange. And if they do something draconian, if they try them as war criminals or something like that, first off, they don't meet the international standard for war criminals by any means. And then if they try them as war criminals and they do something like try to do executions or something like that, I think even Putin realizes that the long-term consequences of that could be really horrific for Russia and certainly for him personally, with all the other things that have been going on.
Yeah, and of course, we have been talking so much not only about Putin's mental health, but physical health as well. I didn't get to bring this up when we spoke. I believe Friday of last week, there was a report and a secret recording was obtained by an outfit known as New Lines magazine of this call from an oligarch who is close to the Kremlin and close to Putin that essentially said Putin is very ill with blood cancer, although the media organ did not say what type of cancer was specified, but this was a kind of intercepted recording of some of these comments by an unnamed oligarch who is close to the Kremlin, and you and I have spoken at length about what is ailing Putin. So that was quite interesting in that intercepted phone call obtained by that media organization. Then again, you have to kind of take these reports with a grain of salt.
Well, with one thing that is coming out, and the media certain media organizations, they'll pick it up, but which is really kind of surprised all of us. Communication security and operational security on the Russian side has been really poor. They've been saying things have been picked up by Ukrainian intelligence through what we call signals intelligence, SIGINT, which is intercepted radio, intercepted phone calls, cell phone calls, anything that moves electronically being intercepted. And the Russian encrypted communications capability has been so broken since the beginning of this thing that the Ukrainians had been able to pick up on a lot of things. Now, I was hearing at the very beginning that in Kyiv, amongst the hierarchy there, they on the Ukrainian side, that it was widely understood that that Putin had been suffering from leukemia. That was their belief, and there is some credibility because the people involved. Then, of course, you saw the reports that he had thyroid cancer, and they had doctors assigned to him who are experts in thyroid cancer. And then, of course, this latest thing, he has blood cancer. I'm not ruling out that, he may have a problem with cancer, and it may be stage 4 or something. And so we're getting all sorts of reports that aren't necessarily, exclusive, if you will. They could be just talking about something that a situation is getting worse. He looked rather energetic at the Victory Day parade. He was kind of bouncing up those stairs, if you remember, and he did that long walk. That could have been he was pumped up with stuff. That's very possible. The other thing, though, is they went back and re-examined some of the other photos, and what they noticed was when he was sitting in that chair, they had him really covered up tight with blankets, as if there were real problems there. And there were some other little things which indicated that they had taken a number of unusual precautions for his health while he was out there. So he was able to perform in those limited things, but there was obviously something else going on. And whatever they did, those images we've had of what looked like Parkinson's symptoms, where he can't control the movement of his hands, his feet, his legs, those apparently had diminished. There are drugs that will suppress those things. That may have been the case. But there's obviously a problem there.
Yeah. Hal, let's move on to some more international headlines. We know President Biden, as we speak, is en route to his first overseas trip to the Indo-Pacific. He'll be visiting both South Korea and Japan, no doubt showing up their support to assist in the West's efforts into Ukraine, no doubt. But I thought it was interesting, too, because in the middle of all of this, you kind of have to talk about North Korea as well on a trip like this. And I want to read in part what Jake Sullivan told reporters on Air Force One about possible overtures or back channels that the Biden administration has been trying to get through to North Korea. They say, Jake Sullivan says, North Korea has refused to talk with the Biden administration, saying that the U.S. has sent messages through various channels. Quote, thus far, North Korea has not displayed any indication of willingness to engage in any meaningful and constructive diplomacy. We also learned a couple days ago Biden has no plans to visit the DMZ when he's in South Korea. This all comes as North Korea is facing a huge COVID outbreak, possibly their first since the pandemic began. And in the last few months, they have tested and tested and tested ICBMs.
And they may test another an ICBM while President Biden is actually in South Korea. There are contingencies in place for messaging and other things that will deal with if they do a test of an ICBM while he's there, which I really can't tell you. I'm not saying it's 50-50, but they are fully prepared for that to happen. Yeah, Kim Jong-un, obviously he's cut the channels. That's been true for a while, that he has not been communicative. You know, it's also right now it's a little more difficult for us to leverage China as a means, as one of those channels to get through. Our relationship with China is not what it was at one time, and that's also been true for a while. They have this huge COVID outbreak. I think they're having a surge from what I can gather. I am of the opinion that they've always had a problem with COVID. They just kept it very, very quiet. And because it's a hermetic society, if you will, and there's virtually no outside presence that can provide a lot of good information on what's there, they've probably had that. In fact, one of the problems with figuring out how many people are sick is the fact that they don't have testing capability. They don't really have much of a medical capability at all, but they have virtually no testing capability. So the only way that we will ever to be able to figure out how bad it is if we can get some data on excess morbidity of the population. Now they're saying 1.6 million. For all we know, it could be 3 times that many. I just don't know. And then if you look at that, the numbers for the number of people who die of this in the West don't necessarily translate to North Korea, because their medical system was already completely broken before this thing happened. They couldn't do routine stuff there. They would do stuff that just would not be acceptable by Western standards. So their morbidity rate from COVID could be far in excess of what Western numbers are. This is obviously a big concern because he went public with it. Kim Jong-un actually went public and talked about this, and that is very, very much against the way that North Korea does these things, which tells you just how serious it is. You know, there's a report that I think it was 3 or 4 big cargo jets went up to China, and it's not sure what they were taking there and not sure what they were bringing back, but they believe it was all tied to whatever this is. Okay. You know, the other thing too is there's no proof it's COVID. There is a strain of thought. It could be something else that's it could be more serious.
Hal, just last point though, back to Biden's trip and how he's garnering even more support amongst Asian nations as kind of a test and a symbol for China to look upon. You know, if those nations are joining the West and assisting Ukraine and the war effort there, that is a symbol about maybe, hey, do not mess with Taiwan. What do you think about that?
I think that's actually a good way to put it. Maybe that should become the bumper sticker. You know, there's a thing over there called the Quad, all right, which is ostensibly Japan, Australia, India, the U.S., but they're talking about South Korea being part of the Quad. And it's an informal thing. It's often sometimes referred to as informal Asian version of NATO. It may get more formalized because all these countries are coming together and seeing common purpose in what they're doing, particularly in opposition to China. And of course the ongoing threat with North Korea. But just as you've seen with the Ukraine war has galvanized European and North Atlantic unity in opposition to it, trigger two long-standing neutral nations to apply for NATO membership, you're starting to see some of the differences, the long-standing differences between South Korea and Japan seem to be going a little bit further off the radar. There seems to be more bilateral discussion with that. As you know, I was over there for a long time and going back and forth between those two countries. And so I've seen some of that antagonism firsthand. But that seems to be kind of drawn back. And I think President Biden's going to actually be able to come into this in a very different situation than previous presidents and maybe get some things done that previous presidents do it. And I think the more intransigent Kim Jong-un is, the more this pushes unity across the board. So there's a sea change, pardon the expression, considering it's the South China Sea, that's happening over there in terms of relationships, and it's the second, third order effects of Ukraine that are actually kind of pushing that.
Definitely. Well, we'll leave it at that. Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your time. We'll be covering President Biden's overseas trip here on Live Now from Fox for those of you who are interested in following along. And Hal, we'll
thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft bringing us that in-depth analysis of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Of course, towards the end of that interview, the two spoke on President Biden's very first trip to Asia as President of the United States. And if you've been tuning into our show all morning, of course, we brought you all the president's first address from Asia just a few moments ago, live, raw, and unfiltered. We will revisit that announcement a little bit later on in the show. But for now, let's take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, we'll touch on a bit of consumer news. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Quickly approaching that 7:30 a.m. mark here on the East Coast as we take a live look from Washington, D.C. Many experts are claiming economic woes. We are continuing to witness soaring gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. Here are more details.
Recent economic news is starting to have a bit of a 70s vibe, with soaring gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. The message from analysts? Hang in there.
The 1970s came and went, and this horrible moment, too, will come and go.
Numbers out Thursday showed unemployment claims dropped below 1% for the first time since 1969.
Employment is as strong as it's ever been. There are more jobs available than there are people to fill them. So we have money, we're spending. The problem is that supply chains haven't come back into alignment. They will.
But small business owners seem tired of waiting for those supply chains to straighten out.
We have been trying to ride this wave and be as reasonable as we can as we go through every week seeing the invoice prices change.
And drivers are looking for relief from gas prices that hit a national average of $4.59 on Thursday.
It's wild, yeah. I usually put in Chevron Supreme, but since it's been so high, I got to go back to the regular most of the time just because it's a lot.
The Democrat-led House passed a bill aimed at fighting oil and gas price gouging, but some lawmakers argue it'll take more than that.
We got to work together on both sides of the aisle. Shockingly, yes, Democrats and Republicans need to work together on the issues facing America. As expensive as it is to drive now, get ready. JP Morgan predicts the national average for a gallon of regular will top $6 this summer. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Thanks, Caroline, for that report. Gas prices, again, hitting a new record high overnight. And as inflation is on the rise, baby formula, it's still out of stock across the country. Congress is now asking some pretty tough questions, but as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzeta reports from Washington this morning, the answers could be hard to come by.
Well, as consumers face more and more pressure from rising prices and shortages, the anger here on Capitol Hill is growing, and it is bipartisan. President Biden stepped off of Air Force One this morning in South Korea, and even the turbulence of international relations may be a welcome break from the storms raging at home. Members of Congress from both parties lashing out over baby formula shortages.
What was the chain of command? You apparently don't have any answers to that question.
The commissioner of the FDA was asked why his agency didn't head off what became a national baby formula crisis despite months of notice. But there were few solid answers.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
So within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
But there may be some progress. The White House moving forward with plans to fly formula in from other countries. And the Pentagon is looking for a commercial contractor to make it happen.
We share the sense of urgency, and the Defense Department will pitch in and do our part as fast as we can.
And back on Capitol Hill, 2 cabinet secretaries face tough questions about gas prices, which have been on the rise for 11 straight days now.
You can thank the activity of Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine and pulling essentially those barrels.
With all due respect, Madam Secretary, that's utter nonsense.
All of that on a day when the markets took yet another beating, and the Dow could hit 8 down weeks in a row, something we haven't seen since 1932. In Washington, Doug Luzeta, Fox News.
On Wednesday, United States health officials announced that children between ages 5 and 11 can now get their Pfizer booster shots. On Thursday, one pharmaceutical company is hoping to take things a bit further and get its vaccine approved for kids under the age of 5. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has more on this story from Atlanta.
Moderna is looking to get its COVID-19 vaccine approved for children under 5 years old. The FDA's chief telling lawmakers on Thursday they will act as soon as possible on Moderna's application. This comes one day after the agency gave the go-ahead to Pfizer's COVID booster shot for children 5 to 11 years old. According to the CDC right now, over 32% of Americans live in an area with medium or high COVID-19 levels, with most of the high infection rates in the Northeast and Midwest. Officials say that number could rise in the coming summer months.
I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools.
On Wednesday, White House health officials urged many to reconsider wearing masks in indoor spaces and pushed for more Americans to protect themselves.
You can test yourself before you go to a large gathering, before you go visit someone vulnerable. It is an important way of reducing spread of the virus.
Immunity does wane, and that is why it is so important to stay up to date with vaccines and particularly boosters.
As the push to get shots in arms continues, officials are warning there may not be enough COVID-19 funding.
At some point, we're going to run out of the treatments we have, and without additional resources, we will find ourselves in the fall or winter with people getting infected and no treatments available for them because we will have run out.
New cases are now topping 100,000 a day, the highest rate since February. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
The man charged with murdering 10 black people at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, appeared in court on Thursday. A grand jury indicting him on first-degree murder. Here's more.
He's probably the most hated person in this country.
The teen accused of carrying out Buffalo's deadliest mass shooting back in court, walking in wearing shackles and an orange jumpsuit, as family members of the victims sat front row.
Hey, you're a coward.
18-year-old Peyton Gendron now indicted by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges, nearly 1 week after investigators say he murdered 10 people because of their skin color.
One of my biggest fears is that when it reopens, it's not going to feel like ours anymore. Black communities across the country have been fighting so long just to feel like something belongs to us.
What's being called a racially motivated shooting happened Saturday at this Tops grocery store on the city's east side. The gunman firing dozens of shots.
I could hear it going from the produce area, carry-out cafe, deli, bakery, meat department, and coming closer and closer. And for a split second, it stopped. And I thought, oh my God, thank God, the police are here. The police are here. And it started back up again.
Rose is a manager at Tops and says Gendron has been inside of that store at least a dozen times since March, and once asked her why she worked at an all-black store, using racial slurs to describe the customers.
I talked to him. I've seen him in the store. He's been in the store.
Gendron will be back in court in about 3 weeks. Authorities say they're looking into the possibility of filing federal charges. In Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Staying on topic of the Buffalo mass shooting, let's check in with a few
He's probably
Buffalo area
the most hated
officials.
person
We're going
in
to
this
hear
country.
remarks
The
from
teen
Mayor
accused of
Byron
carrying out
Johnson
Buffalo's
as he
deadliest
speaks
mass
on
shooting
the
back
tragic
in
events of
court,
that day.
walking in wearing shackles and an orange jumpsuit, as family members
open, bigger and better than it's ever been. We pray that this will be the new flagship of this 60-year-old organization, and it'll rise up bigger, stronger, and better than it's ever been, and that the people of this community will be blessed from this time forward. Thank you for the mayor, the governor, the leadership, and all the law enforcement people. We thank you for those that cleared the building, and now the tops are prepared for us to go back and shop. Now, God, be with us in our uprising and our down sitting from this time forward. Bless as only you can. In his name we pray. Amen.
Mayor, I'd like to present on behalf of the FBI, everybody here doing the work, the evidence collection, the flag flown over. I'd like to now present this flag to John Persons, the president of TOPS. I want to thank Steve Belongia, the special agent in charge of the Buffalo FBI, for his work and for the work of the men and women in the FBI and law enforcement. I'm going to say a few words, talk a little bit about the evidence collection that we were doing here the last few days. I want to start by expressing and re-expressing my heartfelt condolences to the victims and the families of this vicious massacre. The FBI has completed our evidence recovery operation, and we are releasing this solid site back to TOPS. We want to thank the community for their patience as we completed our work. Know that we understand the important role TOPS plays in this community and the hardships that have been caused by the loss of access to this important resource. But our work must be thorough and methodical. The FBI's National Evidence Response Team, as well as response teams from Buffalo and other FBI field offices, have been on scene since this weekend. World-class evidence collection and documentation are premier capabilities of the FBI. We brought with us specialized tools and techniques, including scene scanning, spherical photography, drone photography, bullet trajectory analysis, shooting incident reconstruction, firearms analysis, and the ability to produce sophisticated digital, 3D, and physical recreations of the scene, interactive presentations, and ultimately formal laboratory reports that will be.
All right, guys, the time is now 7:45 a.m. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Covering a few major headlines, we were taking a listen in as the mayor of Buffalo, New York, and a few other city officials and leaders give an update on that mass shooting as we continue to learn more about the suspect. It looks as though we're having a bit of audio trouble, however. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we'll bring you more details on the other side. Good morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Rain Augustine. Let's check in with our colleagues over at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They sat down with a journalist about his award-winning work in Ukraine in these stunning images that he's captured.
Check out these extraordinary images shot by that guy, Marcus Yam of the New York Times. He was on the ground in Afghanistan as the U.S. pulled out after nearly 20 years there. This past week, these images won the prestigious Pulitzer Prize.
Marcus Yam joins us now live. Congratulations. And you're local. You're Los Angeles Times, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Congratulations. Let's first talk about the fact that you won this. This is your very first year as a foreign correspondent, nonetheless. What does this award mean to you?
It means a lot. I mean, it's cliche to say, but it's about the hard work that not just I, but also the people, the staff that supported us, my editors, you know, my coworkers, and you know, all the Afghans that we worked with. We cannot do our jobs, you know, without our local counterparts on the ground too. So this award is huge, and also highlights, you know, the importance and you know of this moment. I mean, it was a 20-year war, and it was, I mean, it's I'm getting emotional just thinking about it, but it's a 20-year war, and it was, how do I say this? It was a historic moment, I would say. It was a very sad one.
Yeah, well, as a proud subscriber of the LA Times, I've been watching your work for so long, and so moved by your pictures also on Twitter and Instagram. And if you would, we'd love to put up some of the pictures, and maybe you can sort of walk us through what you were looking for, your process, what's happening in this moment. These are some of those pictures that won that big award.
I think when I arrived, I arrived the day before the fall, and when the fall happened, so many Western media were evacuating, and one of the things that I told my editors that I wanted to do is I wanted to continue to remain, and I wanted to continue to commit to this coverage. I mean, it was an important moment for not just Afghanistan, but also the United States, because, you know, we had gone in, you know, post 9/11 to look for Osama bin Laden, but then, you know, the conflict that turned into a nation-building war, and then later that later evolved into this 20-year forever war. As we pulled out, I mean, it echoed of, like, you know, the previous conflicts, like in Vietnam. So it was important that, you know, I told my editors it was important that we stay and we tell the story of the everyday Afghans who have to pay the price of this.
I would love for you to talk about what it is when you're there in the midst of all of this chaos. I mean, that photo that you snapped of that child and the anguish on the face. What is it that makes a picture what it is? What are the elements that you're looking to capture there?
I think the mission of photojournalism at the end of the day, I mean, for what we do in this coverage, was we wanted to capture, you know, the realities on the ground, but also give, you know, meaning and meaning to and dignity to suffering. You know, it's so easy to swoop in sometimes, and as journalists to just photograph pain and grief, but it's so hard to capture it in a dignified way.
One of the things that was so extraordinary about your reporting on that trip in particular is there was all that rush to get the Americans out, and you stayed. You stayed behind as the Taliban was moving in and getting all of the leftover stuff from the military, from the U.S. You were there. Talk about what that was like.
It was incredibly difficult and incredibly scary at the same time. Nobody knew what the Taliban was going to do. I mean, I made a calculated guess, but I also made my editors wanted to pull me out every day. I had to fight them off, and I had to reason with them to not yank me out of that coverage. And I'm glad they didn't. And it was also hard because, it was hard to get resources into the country. I mean, I was lucky enough because I had my fellow colleague, Navi Bulos, our Middle East correspondent, who joined me in there and reinforced our coverage. But it was incredibly scary. And at the same time, it was like walking into the unknown every day.
Well, we know, thank goodness, you made it home safely. That was almost a year ago, but only to return to another war zone. You went to Ukraine, where you've been spending a lot of time. We know that this all broke out late February. Talk, if you could, I know we have some images from Ukraine as well, about what that is like there.
I mean, there's no war like it. I mean, at least for me, I've not seen a war like this in my career. This is a full-fledged war. I don't think the world has seen a war like this since World War II. And on top of that, this is a very dangerous war. This is at some points, this is a war of artillery. I mean, I've never had to dive into the ground as many times as I did, when you hear the whistle above your head. And I've never seen so much carnage in just, and the violence is indiscriminatory. And I would say that this is just, it could blow. I fear that this could blow out into another long war.
Wow. And one last question. After seeing that and feeling that, because you have to feel that to be able to capture the images the way that you do, how do you decompress? How do you keep hope alive? How do you keep going after that experience?
To be honest with you, this is something I'm still grappling with. I'm figuring it out. I'm getting, I'm being proactive. I'm getting, professional help. My bosses has been really good about making sure I get some time, to really figure out what it is I'm seeing. But I think ultimately, right now I haven't had really just the, a stretch of time where, I can really put my thoughts down on paper, but really just keep my head down and keep working. I think I see this job as a public service, and I want to keep going.
You're a hero. You really are. I mean, all that you do with that lens, it's so powerful, and you are so very courageous. Marcus Yam, thank you so much for being with us and sharing everything that you just did, and congratulations again on the Pulitzer. It's amazing.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Yeah, and hopefully you felt the love from all of California journalists on Twitter who were so excited for you and feel like you were so deserving, and you make all of us proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come.
Amber Heard's defense resumes, and Johnny.
A huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles, as well as Marcus, the journalist, for telling that story. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more news after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's take a look as Pentagon Press Secretary or spokesman John Kirby. He's taking questions from reporters at the Pentagon, specifically on the United States Transportation Command and how they will provide support to commercial carriers to expedite the importation of baby formula to help mitigate those shortages that we're seeing across the country. He's also speaking on the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Or exact quantities to speak to today. We are in active coordination with the interagency. We've got our marching orders, and we'll work through this. The first step of that is, again, working with the interagency to identify locations where formula can be had overseas, and then getting the right aircraft in place to bring that to the United States, and then, of course, working out the destination. So I'm sure you all have a lot of questions about this. We are in the very early stages of working through this. We all share the same sense of urgency, and we will participate and cooperate to the best of our ability, but I just don't have like specific aircraft information to give you today. As I think you know, today the Secretary is hosting his Spanish counterpart, Spanish Minister of Defense Margarita Robles, to the Pentagon. We'll have a readout of that meeting later today. That meeting's ongoing. This morning, I think you also know, the Secretary shared a working breakfast with Israeli Defense Minister Benjamin Benny Gantz. The two leaders, who know each other quite well, discussed the administration's commitment to preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and addressing Iran's destabilizing actions throughout the region. The Secretary commended Minister Gantz on Israel's deepening relationships with countries across the region and the increasing opportunities for military-to-military cooperation that are enabled by Israel's transition into the U.S. Central Command area of responsibility. Quick update out of Southcom this week. From the 16th all the way through today, the U.S. Southern Command has been hosting U.S. Chiefs of Mission and senior policymakers from the Western Hemisphere for a conference to discuss support to U.S. foreign policy and diplomatic efforts in South America, Central America, and the Caribbean. And those discussions, we are told, have gone very, very well. And then lastly, just on schedule again, the Secretary will be taking some time later this afternoon to meet with the members of the Suicide Prevention Independent Review Committee and as they kick off their deliberations. So he's very much looking forward to that. That'll be very soon this afternoon, and this thing died on me. Okay, with that, Ben Fox, questions. Perfect timing for it to die, by the way. It's good. Ben.
Hi. Yeah, with respect to NATO, what types of things would the U.S. be willing to do in order to help provide security assurances to Finland and Sweden, particularly during the time before any formal approval of NATO membership? Would that, for example, include increased troop rotations into the countries?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of where we are in staff-level discussions with Sweden and Finland. We've said before, these are two militaries we know very well. We've operated with them in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Kosovo. We exercise with them routinely. And we are actively now talking to them about what kind of security assurances they might need or welcome. And we'll work our way through that at that level. But I don't have anything specific to speak to in terms of actual deliverables on that. When we have more to say on it and when we can talk about it, we certainly will. In the room, yeah, in the back there.
Hi there, John. I'm wondering if you can tell us at all with the newly passed bill that's expected to be signed, what types of equipment will you be sending first in those tranches?
So, as you know, there's a good chunk of the of this new supplemental that will go to Presidential Drawdown Authority, and the Congress added some additional money to that. So it's we asked for $5 billion. I'll get you in a second. Right, let me answer the question, and then we'll that way you're just not going to exhaust your arm holding it up there, because my answers can be quite long. So those additional funding that'll go to Presidential Drawdown Authority, we are in constant communication with the Ukrainians about what they need on a almost daily basis. So we already have some thoughts about future systems and material that'll go. I don't want to get ahead of the decisions yet, because I mean there's a process here that has to play out in terms of what we propose to the Ukrainians, the back and forth we have with them, and then what ultimately the president authorizes. But I can tell you this, that just like you saw with the $100 million we just signed out today, the kinds of things that will go forward will be relevant to Ukraine and to the fight that they're in, understanding that over time that fight's going to change. So the future drawdown packages will probably, at least in terms of frequency, look a lot like what we've done in the past. I mean, we now have some longer runway, and so we're going to meter these out appropriately so that Ukraine's getting what it needs in the fight that they're in, and that fight could change over time. So I don't want to get ahead of where we are. I don't want to speculate about future specific systems. But go ahead.
With the fight in the Donbass going on right
now,
it
is not out of the realm of the possible at all that there'll be future artillery systems in there. But again, I don't want to speculate or get ahead of where we are. Artillery clearly has proven to be a critical element for the Ukrainians in this fight. We said that when the war was going to now go into the Donbass, that it was a fight that was going to be heavily reliant on long-range fires, artillery, and we've seen that bear out. We know that the vast majority of the howitzers that we have sent, just the ones we have sent, are actually on the front lines in various places in Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are using them and using them quite effectively. So as you said, we just sent another 18, or we're going to send another 18 here soon. It's entirely possible that artillery could be in future drawdown packages, but we'll work that through. And just like we've done it in the past, we'll be as transparent with you when we can. When we have made these decisions, we'll certainly make that public.
John, you started saying...
No, he had his hand up first, and he waited a long time.
Okay, would you finish the thought? You started with Caitlin saying we had asked for $5 billion, then you got off.
The original request was $5 billion, and Congress added some additional funds to this. I don't have the exact figure, but they added some additional PDA authority.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Jamal Shael from Al Jazeera English. I wanted to ask you about the working breakfast between the Secretary of Defense and Benny Gantz. The readout didn't mention anything about the killing of Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Obviously, there's a lot of condemnation that's come from U.S. lawmakers with regards to the killing of the journalist. It is highly likely that she was killed using an American weapon, considering the weaponry used by the Israeli military. Was this discussed between the two during the meeting? And if indeed there was some sort of an investigation that established that U.S. weapon was used to kill an American journalist, will there be any reprimand or sanctioning from the U.S. with regards to this?
What I can tell you is the subject did come up in the breakfast, and the Secretary welcomed Israel's clear statement of intent to investigate this. He welcomed that.
The Israeli military said they will not be, they came out today saying they will not investigate it. They refused to.
The government of Israel, it's not for the Israeli military. I believe it's in their Ministry of Interior, and they have stated a clear intent to investigate, and the Secretary welcomed that investigation. And obviously, we look forward to seeing what the investigation finds out. But I'm not going to get ahead of it or speculate about what the outcomes might be one way or the other.
Sure, but do you not think that there is a bit of room for concern, considering it is Israel that is accused of killing the journalist? And if it was another country, let's say, that killed an American journalist, maybe the U.S. wouldn't be so welcoming to allowing for that country to investigate itself. Let's say it was Iran or another country, for example.
I appreciate the chance, the opportunity here to get me to speculate about investigations that haven't been started for events that haven't happened yet. We welcome the fact that there will be an investigation. We've made clear we want to see this investigation be thorough and transparent and complete. But I also don't think it serves anybody's purpose to get ahead of it when it's ongoing and it hasn't concluded. So let's see what the investigation comes back and what it says. But it did come up in the conversation. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, John. Tima from Al Jazeera English. Just to follow up on Jamal's question, would you support an independent investigation?
I think we've already said we welcome the fact that the Israeli government has indicated a willingness to investigate this, and I'm not going to get ahead of the process of where we are. Travis.
Thanks, John. I had a few questions about the baby formula flights. I just wanted to clarify, you said that Transcom is going to be working with commercial partners. Does that mean there won't be any military aircraft involved? These are going to be contracted commercial carriers?
We believe at this point that probably the most expeditious and quite frankly the most cost-efficient way to support this immediate need would be through commercial contract carriers. Transcom does not believe they have to activate the CRAF. At this point, they believe they can probably handle this, again, most efficiently with contract carriers that are already in the satellite, the orbit of carriers that they work with every single day. And they do. I mean, so much of the security assistance that goes to Ukraine, for instance, is going on contract carriers, not gray tails. That said, Travis, if a requirement can best be met by a gray tail, Transcom will certainly have the authority to use a gray tail. But they believe right now probably the best and most efficient way to do this is with contract carriers. We'll see. We just don't have a lot of detail right now. We're working it out closely with HHS.
You talked earlier in the week, I think, about the stocks in U.S. and overseas commissaries. I think 50% you said in the U.S. and 70% overseas.
Right.
Do you have any update on those numbers, whether the stocks have dwindled? And are military families somewhere on this priority list? Are there discussions of whether some of this formula from overseas might be going to commissaries?
I did check on the numbers. Those numbers are still relevant. 50% stockage levels here at home in our commissaries and 70% overseas. And the Defense Commissary Agency continues to evaluate this against the need every single day. I know of no changes to those policies or priorities. Obviously, we're not immune to the same shortages that the rest of the American people are experienced with respect to baby formula. We take the president's direction very, very seriously, and we'll work this as hard as we can. Yeah, Barbara.
I think what is the first time you called this a baby formula crisis. You used the word crisis, not a word the Pentagon uses lightly. So can you tell us a little bit more about, how the Secretary is getting information on this? Has he appointed, is there any kind of working group? Is there any kind of watch group? Has he asked somebody to take charge in the building of making sure he's getting the information he needs on this? What has led you to the conclusion to use the word crisis?
I think it's evident, Barbara, that there's a significant shortage out there in the American population of baby formula, and the president has taken this very, very seriously. That's why he called for use of the Defense Production Act and asked for DoD to support HHS and agriculture in terms of finding inventories overseas that we can bring home. I think I was simply stating the obvious, which I think we've all recognized, that it's an issue out there in the American population, and the Department of Defense will do everything we can to help alleviate that. There has not been an establishment of a group here at the Pentagon to manage this. U.S. Transportation Command is going to be our lead agency for working with the interagency to find these inventories and to try to get them here to the United States.
Can I have a quick follow-up on a different subject? Earlier today, a senior defense official talking about the situation at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv said right now there's no U.S. military security component to their embassy security needs. So that is broader, no military security component broader than just U.S. Marine Embassy contingent. If you, and I fully understand it comes at the request of the State Department, but nonetheless, if there's no U.S. military security component to the embassy's security needs, are you not concerned? I don't know how to put it, other than you could have a repeat of the kind, not exactly, but the kind of tragedy that was seen so many years ago in Benghazi, where some of the State Department didn't feel security was required. Military security was brought in late because they weren't asked to be there. Do you just wait for the State Department, or do you at some point take a more assertive role and say, we have assessed and we think you need security? Or do you think no security is needed by anything other than State Department personnel?
I would say we work very closely with the State Department about their security requirements. And those security requirements are not the same in any two places around the planet. So we are in direct conversations and coordination with our State Department colleagues about their security footprint there at the embassy in Kyiv. And I don't have anything to announce today with any changes to how that's going to be done in the future. We're in constant communication with them, and I don't think that it would be helpful for me at all in any way from the podium to talk about what that security footprint looks like, what the postures looks like, and how the security requirements are going to get filled. And I would certainly refer you to the State Department to speak to their decision-making process in terms of how they better secure diplomacy and their diplomats. If there is a validated need for U.S. military assistance, then again, that's a discussion that we will absolutely have with the State Department. I mean, we obviously want our diplomats to be able to do their jobs, and we're glad to see that they've resumed operations in Kyiv. We agree with them that that's an important move. And if there's something that the U.S. Department of Defense can do to assist them in their diplomatic work, then we'll have that conversation with them.
So you're being very, just to be clear, you're being very prospective, shall we say, in looking down the road. You are repeatedly saying you will have that conversation if there's a need. We
are having that conversation with the State Department about what their security requirements might look like. But it's ultimately up to the Secretary of State to determine there or anywhere else around the world how he wants to better secure and protect his diplomats. And if there's a role that we can play, then we will absolutely have that discussion with them. But I'm not going to get ahead of where things are right now, and I am certainly not going to talk here from the podium about security footprint at that or any other embassy. I think you can understand we wouldn't want to go there. Yes, Nazira.
Thank you. John, as you know, Afghanistan people situation get worse every day. Women's situation, you know, Taliban push them, force them to wear burqa, chadari, and the other side, Aqani, a week ago said we are close friend with American, we are not enemy. American is not our enemy. If it's not enemy, although I asked this question from the State Department, if you have a good relationship with American, then why they don't open the school for women in Afghanistan? And the other side, as I read the report for the Pentagon yesterday, Pentagon concerned about Daesh also, and $7 billion value equipment of the United States left behind in Afghanistan. This is complicated. What do you think? And the second question,
what's your first question?
The first question is about
what do I think about what?
Daesh. Pentagon is concerned.
Yeah, we talked about this the other day. Last time I was at the podium. I mean, we've been nothing but clear and consistent that we don't want to see a return of ISIS, particularly ISIS-K inside Afghanistan. I mean, they're already there, but I mean, a growth in their capability such that it would threaten our interests. And we're watching this as closely as we can.
How about Al-Qaeda?
Same thing.
Okay. Do you accept Aqani's friendship? Taliban say we are friends with the United States. We are not enemy.
I'll tell you what we won't accept is another threat to the homeland that emanates from Afghanistan. And that's why we're going to stay focused on making sure we have an over-the-horizon counterterrorism capability to deal with that.
And also there is rumor that the United States want to establish military base in Pakistan. Is it true?
I'm not going to. I don't know any. I have no updates in terms of military basing in the region. We are talking to regional partners about possibilities to help us improve our over-the-horizon counterterrorism capabilities. But I don't have any updates for you or anything specific to talk about. Yeah, in the back there.
Hi, I'm Susana from the Spanish news agency. Thank you. Going back to the NATO summit, I would like to know, I wonder if you would be able to give more details about what's being cooked. Because
what's being cooked?
Yes, before the summit, because they are talking about a new strategic concept that it's going to be set during this summit. So what does this mean? And also my second question is, will the US be willing to send troops to Sweden or Finland if they ask them for, or if they ask NATO for any help?
Sure. I think Secretary General Stoltenberg has talked quite a bit about NATO's new strategic concept. I'd point you back to the comments that he has made. I know that they will clearly in June in Madrid want to talk about the future of the alliance and how the alliance needs to continue to evolve and transform for the security environment that has actually changed in Europe. Clearly it has. And NATO is now more relevant than ever. And I know that without speaking for the Secretary General, he's eager to have that discussion with allies in June. I won't get ahead of that discussion. We are very much looking forward to participating in that. On Sweden and Finland, I think I'd go back to what I said before. We are in conversations with both countries now that they have both applied, but they have not yet assessed. We're having staff-level conversations with both militaries about any potential security assurances and or capabilities that they might appreciate having availability to in this time between application and accession. And we just haven't, those discussions are ongoing, and we just haven't come to any final conclusions about that. But I would just again make 2 points. One, we certainly strongly support their accession into the alliance. And as I said before, these are two militaries we know very well, and we're confident that should there be specific assurances or capabilities that they need that we can provide, we'll be able to do that. We just haven't completed those conversations right now, so I really don't have anything specific to talk to right at this point. Yeah, in the back there.
Thanks, John. I was going to ask two questions quick. One on Finland and Sweden. We heard from Moscow many times that it would be a scorched earth if they were to join NATO. Is the Pentagon worried that this may be the last straw that pushes Putin over the edge and head to world war?
I can't possibly get inside Mr. Putin's head to determine what he will or won't do. I mean, he did make comments earlier this week that he was not overly concerned. I don't have his exact words, but the impression he left was that their accession into NATO itself wasn't a matter for a great concern to Russia. But I'll let Mr. Putin speak for himself in terms of how he intends to react to this. I would just remind, and it's important to keep reminding this, NATO is a defensive alliance. It does not pose an offensive threat to any other nation, and never has. That's not the purpose of it. It's a defensive alliance. And again, we welcome Sweden and Finland's application. The United States looks forward to working with them through the accession process. We're confident, and you heard the Secretary say this yesterday in his meeting with the Swedish Defense Minister, that they will be nothing but additive capability to NATO's defensive capabilities, because they are very modern and very capable military. So we welcome their eventual accession into NATO.
Just one more, if I might, on burn pits legislation, the deal that was reached in the Senate, and they're poised to get this done finally. Can you tell us how the Pentagon will help the VA in identifying soldiers and those who may have been affected by burn pits, and then get them that help?
I don't want to get ahead of pending legislation here, and we try not to comment on that, but I do want to make clear how seriously the Secretary takes this issue. Being a veteran of Iraq and Afghanistan, it's a personal thing for him too. He takes this very seriously, and he and Secretary McDonough have talked about this issue specifically many times. And he is absolutely committed to working directly and very closely with the VA on helping address, analyze, and deal with burn pit after effects and injuries and medical treatment that's required for exposure to burn pits. It's a serious issue. He's taken it seriously, and again, he and Secretary McDonough are lashed up very, very tight on this. Again, I won't talk about the pending legislation specifically, but I can assure you it's definitely on the Secretary's mind. Yeah, Goyle.
Thanks, sir. Two questions. One on Afghanistan, one on Sri Lanka. As far as Afghanistan is concerned, you think Taliban are living up to their promises they made to the U.S. and to the global community? Because in recent days, there were bombings at girls' schools, and also women are now being forced to many things which they said they will not go through.
Yeah, I think our State Department colleagues have talked about this, and I'll leave it to them to speak to issues like that, Goyle. We're focused here at the Department of Defense on making sure that another 9/11 type attack cannot occur from or emanate from Afghanistan, and that's what we're focused on.
And Sri Lanka is in crisis politically and also militarily, and also collapse of the government there. As far as this building is concerned, anybody is in touch with the Sri Lankan government because of the heavy loans from China took this one family running the Sri Lanka, and now they are in trouble. The whole community, whole region is in trouble because of that.
I don't have an update here from the Defense Department on that. Again, I'd refer you to my colleagues at the State Department to speak to Sri Lanka. Let me go to the phones here. Sylvie?
Hello. I have two questions. First, about the Ukrainian fighters from Mariupol who just surrendered. I wanted to know if US is trying to facilitate any negotiation to help them to go back to Ukraine. And my second question is about grain and grain exports. Are there any talks about creating a security arrangement so that Ukraine grain can be exported, either from Odessa or elsewhere?
Yeah, Sylvie, I mean, obviously, we know that the Russians continue to be able to blockade in the Black Sea and prevent exports of grain from Ukraine, and we obviously understand the economic impact that not only to Ukraine but to so many other countries around the world. I mean, this is something that the administration is having discussions on from an interagency perspective. Excuse me. And I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions. And then your other question was on the soldiers taken from the Azovstal plant. I mean, look, our expectation is and we've said this before, is that all prisoners of war will be treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention and the law of war. That's our expectation, and we'll be clearly watching this closely with that expectation. But beyond that, I have nothing more to say. Tara Kopp.
Hi there. Thanks for taking this. Just getting back to the Marine Security Detachments, is there any possibility of a different type of security arrangement, like through contractors or something that's being considered instead of actually having U.S. boots there protecting the embassy? Thanks.
Again, Tara, this is a better question put to the State Department. They are in charge of security or determining what security footprint they want. And obviously, if the United States military can assist, and we have Marine security guards at embassies around the world. I mean, it's not like we don't recognize we play a role here, but it is the footprint of that and what that looks like and how it's comprised is all done in close consultation with the State Department. And I'm simply not going to get ahead of where they are in terms of their security protocols at Kyiv. I mean, those are much better questions put to them at this time. Tom?
Thanks, John, for doing this. Two quick questions. One, is it just a coincident timing of the new $100 million shipment going to Ukraine came the same day as the Senate passed the $40 billion? It's just a coincidence of timing, or you?
I'm not aware that there was any direct linkage. I think we have limited to no ability to dictate on what schedule the Congress passes proposed legislation.
Fair enough. My second question is, could you give us a little non-security details on the calls today between General Milley and Gerasimov?
I don't have more than the readout. I mean, I'd encourage you to speak to General Milley's staff for that. I will tell you the Secretary was glad to see that the conversation happened because, as we said when he spoke to Minister Shoigu, a few days ago, I mean, we believe it's important for the lines of communication to be open. So the fact that General Milley was, for the first time since I think the 11th of February, able to speak to General Gerasimov, we certainly believe that's a good thing.
The call, the Pentagon?
You'd have to talk to the Joint Staff. I don't know. I mean, I do know that that General Milley and his staff had been trying, as we had been trying to reach Minister Shoigu. They had been trying to reach General Gerasimov. But what transpired to lead to this particular phone call, I'd ask you to speak to General Milley's staff.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up super quick? Do you have any sense of, in both cases, what has led the Russians to now be willing to talk? What's changed their mind? Do you assess that Putin would have had to have approved this? They would not have done it on their own?
I don't know, Barb. I don't think we could possibly know exactly what sort of internal deliberations they had in terms of accepting, finally accepting the invitation to call. That's not the, and frankly, we're not worried about that. We're not concerned about why this time they both decided to pick up the phone. We're just glad that they did.
Well, unless it indicated a shift in their position in some way, wouldn't you want to
I
know
think
that?
if you just look at it's hard to look at what's going on the ground and say that there's some sort of shift in the Russian position with respect to the war. They continue to try to occupy the Donbass. They continue to fight in the south. They continue to, to put forces on the ground. So, I mean, the war continues, and it's very real. So it's difficult to look at events on the ground and say that there's some eureka moment for Russia with respect to their activities in Ukraine. Yeah, Joe.
Thanks, John. Reuters reported today that the administration is working to put advanced anti-ship missiles in the hands of Ukrainian forces. Can you confirm that report, one? And two, given the danger of a global famine, is helping defeat Russia's naval blockade a priority here? Or is that outweighed by concerns about sinking Russian warships and the potential for escalating the conflict?
Yeah, again, Joe, all I'll tell you is we continue to talk to Ukrainians about what their needs are, and we do the best we can to meet those needs. And if we can't, we're certainly working with allies and partners who can. I'm not going to speculate about systems that haven't been sent or approved to be sent yet. We'll tell you what we can when we've made these decisions, and that's where I think we need to be. And look, on the blockade, again, we recognize the economic impact this is having. And it's an issue that not only the interagency is talking about, but the world community is talking about, and I just don't think it's helpful for me to speculate beyond that. The president has made clear U.S. forces will not be fighting in Ukraine. That has not changed. Yeah, I already got you. No, I already got you. Go in the back there. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not him. He already had his question.
It was a different topic. It was a different topic I was going to ask.
I'm sure it was. We'll get back to you. Go ahead.
Is the U.S. open to training more Ukrainians on U.S. soil?
All the training being done right now is being done outside of Ukraine, but in Europe. And we think that's, quite frankly, the best option, because you can take a small number of fighters out of the fight, get them trained up. They'll go back in and train their teammates, and having them outside Ukraine but in Europe, I think, allows for that to happen a lot faster. And I think that's where our focus is right now.
And to follow up on a completely different topic, can you speak to any security concerns in U.S. PACOM given Biden's visit in upcoming days? Any increased coordination with U.S. allies? CNN, Barbara's done some great reporting on a possible test that North Korea could do.
You heard Jake Sullivan talk about the fact that we were monitoring and perhaps even expecting the North Koreans to do something, whether it's a launch or a nuclear test, perhaps while the president's in theater. He also said very clearly that, should that happen, we'll take a look at our own security posture and footprint as appropriate, but I don't think we want to get ahead of ourselves right now, and certainly not going to telegraph that. Anytime the president travels overseas, security is a concern. Quite frankly, security in the Indo-Pacific is a long-standing concern. That's why we have considered China our #1 pacing challenge. That's why we have talked about already, even before this trip, making sure that we had a nimble posture with respect to North Korea and their future, past and potentially future provocations. But I wouldn't talk about it in more detail than that. Go ahead.
The Saudi defense minister was here over the past couple of days, Khalid bin Salman.
Deputy
Deputy, yes, sorry, yes. Obviously, this trip coincided or overlapped at least with the Israeli one, and we noticed in the readout that there was a commendation that Israel's widening cooperation with regional allies. Did those two meet by any chance?
I don't know. You'd have to talk to them. They didn't. There was no meeting of the two here, not trilateral, no, but whether they're meeting on the sidelines because they're both in D.C. at the same time, I think you'd have to talk to either one of them. Let me go back to the phones here. Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hey, John. I wanted to go back to Sweden and Finland. Is the U.S. considering a larger U.S. naval presence in the Baltic Sea as Sweden has requested? And what would that potentially look like?
Laura, I'm just not going to get ahead of where we are right now. We're having staff talks with these two countries about whatever security assurances they might require and what we could work with them on. And, we just haven't come to conclusions on anything, and I just don't want to get ahead of where we are.
John, can I follow up on a question, please? Mm-hmm. Thank you. My colleague asked you if the U.S. is open to training Ukrainians on U.S. soil, and you responded, we think training, paraphrasing slightly, that training is best done in Europe. But is the U.S. open to the idea in the future?
We already have. I mean, the first batch of Switchblade training was done with a small number of Ukrainian soldiers, that were already here in the States for some other program. I mean, it's not like there's a prohibition on it. We've done it in the past, and I can assure you, Tom, that if at some point we felt that was the best way to work on improving their capabilities with a system we were providing, we would do that. But right now, given where we are, where they are in the fight, and what's being sent to them, we still believe that the most efficient way is to do it in the region nearby.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. That's pretty. Another one?
Just wondering if there's an update on when we're going to get a public release of the National Defense Strategy.
No updates for you right now. We're still working our way through that. But when we're able to have more on that in terms of what an unclassed release of it, we'll let you know. But I don't have an update today. Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 8:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we, of course, want to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following for you today here on the show. We do want to get this graphic up for you right there on the screen. Gas prices hitting a record high for the 11th consecutive day, with a new national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline now at $4.59 a gallon. Also, some news out of Oklahoma. Lawmakers there have passed a bill that bans abortion at conception, with some exceptions for rape, incest, and saving the life of the mother. Also, the ongoing war in Ukraine is now going on day 86. The Pentagon announcing that it is going to be sending $100 million worth of howitzers and tactical vehicles and equipment to help Ukrainian forces, again, in their fight against Russia. And you are also looking at some video of President Joe Biden. He is touched down in Asia. He landed in Korea earlier this morning. That's his first stop on a 6-day trip, where he will be touring a Samsung computer chip and semiconductor plant in Seoul, South Korea. You can see him there in this video doing just that. The facility that he is touring actually serves as a model for the $17 billion plant that Samsung plans to build outside of Austin, Texas. And as you may recall, the U.S. Is facing a chip shortage, which is impacting the supply and availability of not only vehicles, but appliances and other goods as well. So again, President Biden landing in Asia today, specifically South Korea, where, as we mentioned, he will be spending the next 6 days there. But we do want to switch now to some economy-related news here on Live Now from Fox. Definitely an ongoing story that we have been continuing to follow as Americans continue to deal with inflation. We do know that another volatile day on Wall Street has some economists concerned about a recession. The index falling 0.6% just one day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. The Dow and NASDAQ also slipping, many now concerned that a mix of issues from not only the COVID-19 pandemic to the war in Ukraine and soaring inflation again are all leading to serious economic problems. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more.
As consumers face more and more pressure from rising prices and shortages, the anger here...
Chain of command. You apparently don't have any answers to that question.
The commissioner of the FDA was asked why his agency didn't head off what became a national baby formula crisis despite months of notice. But there were few solid answers.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
So within days, it will get better. But it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
But there may be some progress. The White House moving forward with plans to fly formula in from other countries. And the Pentagon is looking for a commercial contractor to make it happen.
We share the sense of urgency, and the Defense Department will pitch in and do our part as fast as we can.
And back on Capitol Hill, 2 cabinet secretaries face tough questions about gas prices, which have been on the rise for 11 straight days now.
You can thank the activity of Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine and pulling essentially those barrels.
With all due respect, Madam Secretary, that's utter nonsense.
All of that on a day when the markets took yet another beating, and the Dow could hit 8 down weeks in a row, something we haven't seen since 1932. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. And as he sort of mentioned in his story, it's been another rough month for the stock market and your 401k. Inflation running rampant, impacting the American consumer at the grocery store and at the pump. The Biden administration is paying close attention to the issue, and lawmakers are also trying to come up with some sort of solution. Fox's Caroline Shively has the details from Washington.
Recent economic news is starting to have a bit of a 70s vibe, with soaring gas prices, inflation, and now recession worries. The message from analysts? Hang in there.
The 1970s came and went, and this horrible moment, too,
will come and go.
Numbers out Thursday showed unemployment claims dropped below 1% for the first time since 1969.
Employment is as strong as it's ever been. There are more jobs available than there are people to fill them. So we have money, we're spending. The problem is that supply chains haven't come back into alignment. They will.
But small business owners seem tired of waiting for those supply chains to straighten out.
We have been trying to ride this wave and be as reasonable as we can as we go through every week seeing the invoice prices change.
And drivers are looking for relief from gas prices that hit a national average of $4.59 on Thursday.
It's wild, yeah. I usually put in Chevron Supreme, but since it's been so high, I got to go back to the regular most of the time just because it's a lot.
The Democrat-led House passed a bill aimed at fighting oil and gas price gouging, but some lawmakers argue it'll take more than that.
We got to work together on both sides of the aisle. Shockingly, yes, Democrats and Republicans need to work together on the issues facing America.
As expensive as it is to drive now, get ready. J.P. Morgan predicts the national average for a gallon of regular will top $6 this summer. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Sticking on economy news, borrowing new loans for college could soon cost you more. Federal student loan interest rates are set to increase on July 1st. Now, even though the federal loan payment pause continues through August, the rates for new loans change every year regardless of that pause. Undergrad loans now carry an interest rate of almost 5%, which is up from almost 3.75% last year. Federal grad school loans are also up, now at above 6.5%. And the job market continues to be holding up this month. The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time increased slightly last week to 218,000. New claims came in a little bit higher than expected. However, the number of people still receiving unemployment continues to decline. Continuing claims declined to 1.31 million in the latest reading. And also talking about the economy, gas prices climbing again overnight, now at $4.59 for a gallon of regular gasoline. Our Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble has more from Chicago.
The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up 10 days in a row, and we've set a new record for the 10th straight day. This comes as a new analysis from the group Yardeni Research found that Americans are expected to spend $5,000 on gas this year. That's up by about $2,200 from last year. At this point, most analysts expect prices to keep climbing, some predicting up to $5 a gallon this summer. At least one analyst with J.P. Morgan says a national average of $6 a gallon is possible. A big part of the problem right now, on top of high demand, is how much, or I should say, how little oil the U.S. is refining right now. Refineries are taking in about 17% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under this administration.
We don't build refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility towards the oil and gas sector, I think it would be highly unlikely that refineries would sink a lot more money into expansions.
Despite the higher prices, AAA expects around 35 million Americans to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. That's up from last year when we were paying about $1.50 less for a gallon of gas. The good old days. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Thank you for that report. Talking about gas and inflation, and of course, having a widespread impact here in the United States, but it's also impacting really the rest of the world. So we do want to take you live out to Brussels, Belgium, where we do have a news conference happening with the EU High Representative Joseph Borrell, talking about the ongoing global implications of Russia's war in Ukraine. So again, this is a live press conference coming from the EU in Brussels, Belgium, talking about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 86, and how Russia's war is impacting not only global food shortages, but also gas prices as well. Let's listen in.
Relief, to work on food affordability and macroeconomic stability.
We work on how to boost production. We will support over 70 partners in boosting output and resilience and sustainability of their food systems to increase their food capacity in the medium term. Third, on trade, there are around 20 million tons of grains in the Ukrainian silos. They're blocked by Putin war. There are a lot of ships waiting to load this grain, and they cannot do it because the Russian Navy is blocking the Ukrainian ports. That's why we are trying to look for alternative ways of taking these grains to the people. We are at the Commission prepared this proposal for solidarity lanes. We call for the member states to implement it quickly. And we call also to our partners not to restrict global trade of agricultural products and inputs. And finally, to work on a multilateral basis with the United Nations, the G7, the Food and Agriculture Resilience Missions initiatives, and others that could gather the efforts of everybody. We are very much aware that after the mass diplomacy, remember the beginning of the COVID, and then the vaccine diplomacy, now we are entering into a period of food diplomacy. And we have to fight in a new additional battle of narrative to counter the Russia disinformation machine that tries to convince the world that the rise in price of food is a consequence of the sanctions imposed to Russia. By the contrary, this is not the sanctions. This is a false claim from Russia. It is the war itself which is producing this food crisis and its high price increases. Our sanctions do not counter food, do not counter agricultural products, do not counter fertilizers. We don't prevent Russian exports on these things because we knew that it could affect the world market on food and fertilizers. This has to be clear because the Russians insist once and again the price spike is consequences of the West sanctions against us. No. The tensions in the markets are consequences of the war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. But we have to do more than to try to explain it. We have to present a plan in order to deal with the geopolitical consequences of this war, and we'll do it on the next Foreign Affairs Council in June, and I am sure the European Union Council will also deal with that on the next meeting. After this exchange on the food insecurity crisis, we had the opportunity to exchange with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi. It was the first time that Filippo was coming to the Foreign Affairs Council on the development formation. We had, thanks to him, an overview of the global situation on refugees around the world. 1 year ago, there were 84 million forcibly displaced persons. According with the last data that Filippo Grandi explained to us, we are reaching the red line of 100 million people forced to leave their homes, displaced around the world for many different reasons, from climate change to political instability, from war to hunger. 100 million people is more than the population of Germany. This is the population of Egypt. United Nations High Council for Refugees is a key partner for us, for the European Union, and for the member states also. We are the second largest donor to UNHCR, and we have seen how humanitarian needs they are at all-time high. The needs are growing much quicker than the generosity. Already in February this year, they were high, at the peak. And then came the Ukrainian war, and add 6 million refugees out of the Ukrainian border and 7-8 million inside Ukrainians. So this is why we are reaching the 100 million people. And everybody is looking at the refugees coming from Ukraine, at least in the European perspective, but the situation is not improving, but the contrary is worsening in many places of the world, as Filippo has explained to us, from Afghanistan to Myanmar to the Horn of Africa. The amount of needs is increasing, and this will put a strong strain on our capacity to continue supporting financially these people. This will require, once again, to work on a joint Team Euro response. The consequences of this situation has to be faced by the European Union budget, but
All right, everybody, if you were just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it does appear as though we lost this feed coming in from Brussels, Belgium. So we are going to try and get a different feed for you at this very moment. So sometimes that does happen here on the show. So bear with us as we work to get this going. It appears as though it is not going to happen. So we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Staska. We'll be bringing you some top stories we are following across the country and really globally today. As you can see on your screen, we do have President Joe Biden. He has landed in South Korea. He will be in Asia for the next 6 days there in Asia. Also, we do know Congress has approved a $40 million aid package for Ukraine as this war now enters day 86 and happening right now. We do want to take you back out live to Brussels, Belgium, where we do have the European Union, the EU High Representative Joseph Borrell, speaking about the global implications that the war in Ukraine is having, not only on food security, the humanitarian crisis, but also the ongoing gas crisis as well.
El ruso, por supuesto, si hay que desbloquear los puertos de la Mar Negra ucranianos, hará falta el acuerdo ruso.
Black Sea ports, and for that we need agreement from the Russians. But the waters there are full of mines. They are there partly as a defensive measure on the Ukrainian side and also partly on the Russian side as a means of blocking the ports. So that's a difficult situation. Now, if we're talking about transport corridors and going through areas where there's no Russian control, then okay, that's one thing. At the moment, what we're trying to do is to try and open up other ports in the Black Sea. We're trying to work through Black Sea ports from EU member states and to try and get access to Ukrainian goods there. Now, if you have a train coming from wheat, it would have to go to a European Black Sea port. If we could reduce the amount of time that journey takes, it's taking 16 weeks at the moment. If we could reduce that time period, that would already be a major achievement.
You have the floor.
Buenas tardes. Sí, me siento. Buenas tardes, alto representante.
Good afternoon. I'm Thomas Aleka from AGI, the Italian press agency. I have a first question regarding the Italian proposal to reach a peace agreement in Ukraine. It has been tabled at the UN and includes neutrality of Ukraine and some parts of Ukraine. Do you think that this could be a possible solution for ending the conflict? Then I have a second question on news which has just come in. I don't know if you know, but 3 Italians have been kidnapped in Mali. Do you have any comments on that? And do you have any news here? Thank you very much. Yes, I've taken note of what our Italian colleague has said regarding a peace plan presented by Italy to the Secretary General on the 19th of May. In the EU, we support any efforts being made in order to try and bring this conflict to an end. But from a European point of view, we are calling for an immediate stop to the aggression and the unconditional retreat of Russian troops from Ukrainian territory. If you want to talk about the conditions for this ceasefire, well, it's up to Ukraine to decide upon that. But we in the EU are just trying to support Ukraine. We're doing our utmost on the diplomatic front to try and achieve a ceasefire. But when negotiations take place, and I hope they will take place, we hope that Ukraine will be in a strong position at that juncture. And I would just call upon Europeans to maintain our unity on all fronts, diplomatic and military, vis-à-vis the Russian aggression against Ukraine.
Ali, but I'm not sure we got the. Do you have? Have you seen it?
No tenemos más información.
We don't have any further information above and beyond what I said. After the defense ministers' meeting, we will be submitting a plan for rescheduling and a reduction of our presence in Mali. We have decided to suspend the troop training activities we had been engaging in there, and I do not expect to restart these activities in the near future. So we have to cut back on personnel, and this must be done in a coordinated fashion. And we think that if we're talking about redeploying personnel in other regions. We have to look at how this would actually work and how we can redefine our aims in the region so that we can carry on helping the population of Mali. But the troop training activities require large numbers of staff, almost 1,000 people. We will no longer need so many people, so we will cut back there. But I said to the member states that this should all take place in a coordinated fashion. We have to avoid having independent initiatives here and there, because this would only make this job more difficult for everybody.
So, Vince, you have the last question. I see that David doesn't have a question anymore, right? Vince, please.
I'll go around. If you signed in on this, if you signed in on the we're going to have some on the side of the countertop stage. As you know, I've been here since 8. Okay. Michelle. It's on my desk.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, everybody, apologies about those audio issues. We route in live feeds from really all around the world, and sometimes they change out unexpectedly. So we are going to get back to this live press conference happening in Brussels, Belgium, where the European Union High Leader currently discussing the global impact of Russia's war in Ukraine.
Point of view, this is our main priority. Well, the war in Ukraine was something we was completely unexpected. We, of course, have had to mobilize funding for Ukraine and for neighboring countries who have taken in 6 million people. But this is not to the detriment of funds which had been earmarked for Africa. Of course, when it comes to the financial envelopes earmarked for Africa, we might have differing priorities for our objectives. We did that when the pandemic struck. Our priority was to strengthen health systems rather than building roads, so health systems first. And I'm sure that now there will be certain objectives which have become a priority, because feeding people will be our main priority. But that would be within a restructuring of the financial envelopes. But overall, there won't be any decrease in our support for Africa.
Okay, this closes our press conference for today. Thank you, High Representative. Thank you all for your patience, and thanks a lot to the interpreters. Thank you.
All right, everybody, if you were just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was the latest update coming in from Brussels, Belgium, about Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 86. So again, we did just hear from one of those leaders from the EU discussing really the global impact that the war is having, not only on food security, the humanitarian crisis, but also on gas prices as well. It is just past 9 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. So we're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us. Here's a look at some of the top stories we are following on this Friday morning that we do want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. President Joe Biden touching down in South Korea today. You can see him touring this Samsung chip conductor factory and plant in Seoul. That facility will serve as a model for the $17 billion plant that the company is building outside of Austin, Texas. And if you've been following the news, you know that we have all been dealing with a chip shortage here in the United States, which is impacting the supply and availability of vehicles, appliances, and other goods. Another top story we are following today, gas prices hitting record highs for 11 consecutive days. The new national average for a gallon of unleaded gasoline now $4.59 a gallon. Also, some news out of Oklahoma. Oklahoma lawmakers have passed a bill to ban abortion at conception, with some exceptions for rape, incest, and saving the life of the mother. So as we await that news from the Supreme Court, if it will overturn Roe v. Wade, we can see some states taking measures to really ban abortion and put those laws in place. Also, related to the ongoing war in Ukraine, the United States, the Pentagon sending $100 million worth of howitzers and tactical vehicles to help Ukrainian forces in their fight against Russia. So definitely several stories that we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox as they develop. In the meantime, we do want to get to some other news that we have been following, talking about that baby formula shortage, which is impacting really millions of mothers, infants, and families here in the U.S. But we do know relief for families in desperation could be arriving soon. Our Fox News' Matt Napolitano has this story.
The nationwide baby formula shortage continues, fueling panic as parents scramble to secure enough supply for the infants depending on it. 3 months after birth, the CDC reports less than half of all infants are breastfeeding during every meal, resulting in most still needing some form of formula. And while the dwindling supply is affecting newborns, the crisis is now highlighting the shortage's impacts on other communities, including kids with medical issues.
I love you, Mommy. I love you, Albert.
Kids like 4-year-old Albert, whose special backpack gives him a gradual supply of the EleCare formula he needs 22 hours a day.
His body is really sensitive and he has a hard time growing. This is like the only thing that he could tolerate, and it was kind of the first time we saw any growth out of him.
Meantime,
there's definitely this stigma against formula in general.
The shortage is triggering backlash for mothers physically unable to breastfeed.
I just didn't have enough supply with breast milk, so I had to do formula. But I think about the new moms who are going through that.
The medical community is also shaken up.
There's this huge crisis, mad scramble, dietitians, doctors, nurses calling patients, switching formulas, trying to figure out what'll work for different formulas, and then some of them don't, a lot of them didn't tolerate a different formula.
President Biden on Wednesday invoked the Defense Production Act and Operation Fly Formula to help address the shortage. The nation is still waiting to see the effects. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
Matt, thank you for that report. Again, relief for those families in desperation could soon arrive. The first flights of baby formula to the U.S. from Europe are expected to arrive stateside within days. Federal officials are putting the last touches on those plans to ship supply from Europe as part of President Biden's invoking of the Defense Production Act. The Agriculture and Health and Human Services departments also seeking commercial jets to try and fly in supply from overseas. And sticking with this very same topic, we do want to head over to a conversation a little bit more in depth about this formula shortage with our Fox 11 team in LA.
Thank you. So for weeks now, the baby formula shortage has left many parents out there scrambling, trying to feed their infants. wondering what other safe alternatives exist. Yesterday, new guidelines were released by the American Academy of Pediatrics to help parents struggling to find baby formula. Back with us is Dr. Tanya Altman, a pediatrician and founder of Calabasas Pediatrics. Thank you for sticking around now to talk about this topic. And one of the big things that came out yesterday was this recommendation that if babies are 6 months or older, they can have whole cow's milk. Usually pediatricians say wait until the baby's 1 year old before you introduce cow's milk, but because of the situation we're in, it's okay now to give this, and it's in fact better than diluting formula. Speak to that, please, doctor.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think right now we are all searching for solutions on how to help feed babies in the United States. So the cow milk guidelines were actually just for parents who have those few days where they really don't have formula. We know that cow's milk is not usually appropriate for babies 6 to 12 months of age unless they are eating a wide variety of iron-rich solid foods. In fact, in my practice, in certain cases, I would actually prefer a clean label toddler formula in those cases because we know that it's fortified with iron and other nutrients that are so important during this critical time where babies are growing and developing rapidly. But of course, talk to your own pediatrician because it's going to depend on what your baby is already eating.
Yes, so important to highlight that, yes, this was recommended as a temporary fix. In fact, they said maybe a couple of days or so. This wasn't meant to be something long-term, so that is an important point to make. Now, let's talk about some other things that parents are struggling with in the sense that many online forums are now trying to say, hey, if I have extra breast milk, for example, stored, maybe I can share some with you. That's nice and everything, but there's also some, this isn't regulated, and so you need to be very careful if this is an avenue you go down.
Yes, you're right. I mean, as a pediatrician, I am a huge advocate for breastfeeding. I do think that breast milk is the best nutrition for babies. And that's why I applaud the Human Milk Bank of North America. They've been working around the clock to help source extra breast milk from moms who have extra that their baby doesn't need. They are testing, they are pasteurizing, and they are turning it around to give to other families. So for moms looking for breast milk as an option that don't have it themselves, or parents, any caregivers, I should say, please look for a valid breast milk bank where the breast milk has been tested as a solution.
So the House is going to vote today to try to tackle the baby formula shortage. One of the things they want to do is step up FDA inspections so they can get some of the products onto store shelves quicker. What are your thoughts on this approach? And shouldn't have this been done like weeks ago?
It's been really interesting, but one of the things that the FDA announced earlier this week, which I definitely applaud them on, is that they are opening the doors now to clean, trusted global manufacturers to help solve this national crisis. So they are taking applications from countries like Australia, where they have clean label formula that has been feeding babies for over 15 years without any issues, where they already meet the Infant Formula Nutrition Act of the United States, where they already have FDA registered facilities. And I think that when the FDA moves on this, it will really help us get more formula to the shelves here in the United States for babies in need.
I was in Costco just the other day, and they were limiting the amount of products that someone could buy. I think it was like 2 formula boxes, if you could even get your hands on it. So yes, this is definitely something so many people are struggling with. What is your advice for a mom who's watching us right now, who's in the thick of it right now and doesn't even know what she's going to do in a couple days from now because she's going to run out of formula?
I know that is so hard. And I get emails and phone calls from parents all day long. So reach out to your pediatrician because often we have samples in our office, and I know we are prioritizing and giving those to babies in need. In most cases, as long as your baby doesn't have a food allergy or sensitivity or serious issue with a previous formula, you are okay to switch brands. Most of them do have equivalent nutrition. So that's something you can also look at. And I know this is a really tough time, but I think the FDA is working really hard to solve this issue, and we will see a lot more formula available in the coming weeks.
Okay, Dr. Altman, thank you so much. Appreciate you sticking around to answer all of our questions this morning. morning. Take care.
And a little hi from Michaela, by the way, Dr. Tanya.
You
Always
popped
nice
up, by the way.
I did. Hi, sweetie. Nice to see you. I know it's been a long time since we've caught up. Nice to see you, and thanks for taking care of our mamas, because I know it's a worrisome time for them all.
All right, everybody, as always, a huge thanks to our Fox 11 LA team, always providing us some in-depth coverage about important topics that we cover here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to switch gears and bring you some news related to the economy. You're taking a look, you just were taking a look at the stock board. Stocks tanking for another day on Wall Street, a volatile day, which is heightening some concerns and worries about a recession. The index falling 0.6% just one day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. The Dow and NASDAQ also slipping. So again, many concerned about a recession sometime in the near future. And for that topic, we do want to bring in our personal finance expert, Credible.com's Dan Riccado, who is joining us live here this morning on the show. Dan, thank you so much for joining us. We have really been watching day by day stocks slipping. Can you tell us and break it down for our viewers exactly why this is happening and what they can do about it?
Yeah, what's up, Mackenzie? How are you? And look, it's uncomfortable, it's painful, it's upsetting, it's normal. In fact, more than 20 times in the last 100 years, we've seen these sell-offs on Wall Street. It doesn't make it any more comfortable for us, but this is a pattern that we see over and over again every few years. Here's why we're seeing it this time. Inflation is up, obviously 8.3%, near record highs. Interest rates are going up to fight inflation, so that makes it more costly for you and I, Mackenzie, to borrow money, whether it be for a student loan or credit cards, a mortgage. And finally, as you said, everyone's afraid about a recession, right? And a recession technically is when the economy contracts, it shrinks, less jobs, less spending, less income. So for those three reasons, Mackenzie, your 401k statement this morning doesn't look as good as it did a couple months ago.
And Dan, I did want to ask, people are sort of watching their 401ks dip quite a bit as we see this sell-off on Wall Street. What should people do? Any advice on if they should let it sit there or if they should move it?
Great question. And a large part of that depends on your age, who you are, what your profile is for risk. So generally speaking, younger workers, like you and I, Mackenzie, we have a long time frame. Buy more stock, right? Because in 20, 30, 40 years, we're going to forget about what happened this week. Older workers closer to retirement, and I am one of those, I'm afraid to tell you, we shouldn't be so exposed to the markets. And if we were coming into this, lesson learned, we don't want to be coming out of this. So there's a lot to unpack there, but basically younger workers take more risk. You've got time on your side. Older workers, less risk, little less time on your side.
And I did want to ask, the 401k, as you said, comparing younger workers to older workers, how long do you think we'll see this happen? Are there brighter days ahead anytime soon?
Yes, I don't know when. So that's a great question. Thanks for asking that. Someone a lot smarter than me, a guy named Warren Buffett, as you know, the Oracle from Omaha, when he was asked that same question, he said, the markets will go up, the markets will go down, but I can tell you this for sure, they will change. And that's exactly what happens with financial markets. Over time, we do know that they recover and they do quite well. But it's these moments where the roller coaster is headed down that you and I get very fearful. We want to put our money under our mattress. And that's precisely the wrong thing that we should be doing right now.
And we do know, inflation obviously impacting all of us. Some people trying to ask for raises. I know it's a topic that you've been covering yourself. How should people go about asking for a raise as we deal with inflation?
I love this topic, Mackenzie, because I always tell folks, focus on what you can control. You and I cannot control inflation, but it's a great job market out there. So to a certain extent, we do have some control over how we work, where we work, how much we get paid. First thing, schedule a meeting. This is not a conversation that you and I want to have with our boss, in the cafeteria, right? Schedule an actual meeting, come prepared to that meeting. What I mean by that is focus the conversation on value. What value is it specifically that Danny and Mackenzie bring to the employer? New clients, lower cost structures, whatever it is, we want to focus on our value to the employer, not just the fact that it's costing you and I more to put money in our gas tank.
And Dan, I did want to ask, what if you can't reach an agreement? Any advice for people who go to their management, bosses, and they ask for that, and they can't, reach a middle ground on this?
Yeah, lots of us will be in that situation. Think long term. Do you love the company? You want to stay there irrespective of the fact that you're not making as much as you could somewhere else? That's a good choice for some folks. Know the market. Know what you're worth in the market. For a lot of us, it's been a long time since we've been out there looking for a job. We don't know what the market is for our particular skill set. And finally, maybe it's time to update the resume, start the network, hit the bricks, find a new cubicle.
All right, Dan, any other advice before we let you go? I know you got a busy day, but any other advice for people when it comes to inflation, stocks, their 401k before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. So I always tell my kids, my clients, my students at the university, focus on what you can control. You and I, Mackenzie, can't control interest rates. We can't control inflation. We can control how much money we put in our 401k plan. We can control whether we buy a latte for $4 every morning or brew our own.
One of my favorite things to do as we work on this morning show. Dan Ricciardo from Credible.com, a personal finance expert that we have on pretty much every Friday. You can catch Dan giving us updates and advice on inflation and everything economy and finance related. So Dan, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Mackenzie. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. You as well. You as well. All right, everybody, switching from economy and business news, we do want to take you out to some beautiful sunrise morning shots from across the country. You can see Tampa Bay right there on your screen. Also, Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, and a beautiful shot of Ocean City, New Jersey. It is just before 9:30 in the morning. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We are just about a minute away from Wall Street opening, as you heard right before the break if you were joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We were just speaking to about ongoing concerns about inflation. You can see again the stocks just about a minute away from opening, and this of course comes after pretty much a very volatile week on Wall Street. which is heightening recession concerns. The index yesterday falling 0.6%, and that happened just one day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. The Dow and NASDAQ also slipping, and as we have been reporting, many are now concerned that a mix of issues from the pandemic to the war in Ukraine and soaring inflation are all leading to serious economic problems. You can see it is 9:30 on the dot here on the East Coast, so you can see the stock board there moving up, hopefully going to stay that way, as we all, of course, are concerned about this sell-off that has been happening on Wall Street. And for more on this story, we do want to head to our Fox News correspondent, Doug Lazader.
As consumers face more and more pressure from rising prices and shortages, the anger here on Capitol Hill is growing, and it is bipartisan. President Biden stepped off of Air Force One this morning in South Korea, and even the turbulence of international relations may be a welcome break from the storms raging at home. Members of Congress from both parties lashing out over baby formula shortages.
What was the chain of command? You apparently don't have any answers to that question.
The commissioner of the FDA was asked why his agency didn't head off what became a national baby formula crisis despite months of notice. But there were few solid answers.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves?
So within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
But there may be some progress. The White House moving forward with plans to fly formula in from other countries. And the Pentagon is looking for a commercial contractor to make it happen.
We share the sense of urgency, and the Defense Department will pitch in and do our part as fast as we can.
And back on Capitol Hill, 2 cabinet secretaries face tough questions about gas prices, which have been on the rise for 11 straight days now.
You can thank the activity of Vladimir Putin for invading Ukraine and pulling essentially those barrels.
With all due respect, Madam Secretary, that's utter nonsense.
All of that on a day when the markets took yet another beating, and the Dow could hit 8 down weeks in a row, something we haven't seen since 1932. In Washington, Doug Lazader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. He, of course, was talking about Wall Street yesterday. Here's a live look at it right now. Currently trading up about 223 points. We, of course, will continue to dip in and out of this as we move throughout the day. But we do want to stick to economy-related news here on Live Now from Fox. And speaking about student loans, a lot of you who do have student loans or who have children planning to go to college, borrowing new loans could soon cost you even more. Federal student loan interest rates are set to increase on July 1st of this year. They typically go up every year, even though that the federal student loan payment pause continues through August. Undergrad loans now carry an interest rate of almost 5%, which is up from almost 3 3/4% last year. Federal grad school loans are also up at above 6.5%. So apparently no end in sight just yet. But the job market continues to be holding up this month. The number of people filing for unemployment benefits for the first time increased slightly last week to 218,000. New claims came in a little bit higher than expected. And we do want to give you some updates on the ongoing gas price saga. Gas prices are unfortunately climbing again. The national average for a gallon of unleaded now at $4.59. Our Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble has more.
The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up 10 days in a row, and we've set a new record for the 10th straight day. This comes as a new analysis from the group Yardeni Research found that Americans are expected to spend $5,000 on gas this year. That's up by about $2,200 from last year. At this point, most analysts expect prices to keep climbing, some predicting up to $5 a gallon this summer. At least one analyst with J.P. Morgan says a national average of $6 a gallon is possible. A big part of the problem right now, on top of high demand, is how much, or I should say, how little oil the U.S. is refining right now. Refineries are taking in about 17% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under this administration.
We don't build refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility towards the oil and gas sector, I think it would be highly unlikely that refineries would sink a lot more money into expansions.
Despite the higher prices, AAA expects around 35 million Americans to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. That's up from last year when we were paying about $1.50 less for a gallon of gas. The good old days. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thank you for that report. The baby formula shortage continues, triggered in part by the shutdown of one of the nation's largest formula manufacturing plants over bacterial contamination concerns. But the crisis is impacting far more than just infants. Fox News' Matt Napolitano has this story.
The nationwide baby formula shortage continues fueling panic as parents scramble to secure enough supply for the infants depending on it. 3 months after birth, the CDC reports less than half of all infants are breastfeeding during every meal, resulting in most still needing some form of formula. And while the dwindling supply is affecting newborns, the crisis is now highlighting the shortage's impacts on other communities, including kids with medical issues.
I love you, Mommy.
I love you, Albert.
Kids like 4-year-old Albert, whose special backpack gives him a gradual supply of the Elecare formula he needs 22 hours a day.
His body is really sensitive and he has a hard time growing. This is like the only thing that he could tolerate, and it was kind of the first time we saw any growth out of him.
Meantime,
there is definitely this stigma against formula in general.
The shortage is triggering backlash for mothers physically unable to breastfeed.
I just didn't have enough supply with breast milk, so I had to do formula. But I think about the new moms who are going through that.
The medical community is also shaken up.
There's this huge crisis, mad scramble, dietitians, doctors, nurses calling patients, switching formulas, trying to figure out what'll work for different formulas, and then some of them don't, a lot of them didn't tolerate a different formula.
President Biden on Wednesday invoked the Defense Production Act and Operation Fly Formula to help address the shortage. The nation is still waiting to see the effects. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
Matt, thank you for that report. And as we wait to see, again, if that baby formula shortage gets any better, we do know that there is going to be some relief for families in desperation that could arrive sometime soon. The first flights of baby formula to the U.S. are expected to arrive stateside within days. Federal officials are putting the last touches on those plans to ship supply from Europe as part of President Biden's invoking of the Defense Production Act. We do know the Agriculture and Health and Human Services departments are also seeking commercial jets to fly in supplies from overseas. And we do know that a congressional grilling on Capitol Hill yesterday happened for the FDA commissioner. He faced a barrage of questions over the agency's slow response to the crisis. Our Fox News congressional correspondent Chad Pergram shows us where things stand.
A bipartisan inquisition into why the U.S. can't nourish the youngest Americans.
We need also to get to the bottom of FDA's slow response and forcing parents to play a game of Russian roulette that they did not know they were playing.
Lawmakers apoplectic after the FDA failed to probe a whistleblower complaint about improper procedures at an Abbott lab in Michigan last fall. The plant closed in February. Food taken from the mouths of babes.
It is unconscionable that we did not have a backup plan for this supply chain issue.
It was just like nobody did their job here.
Lawmakers quizzing FDA Chief Robert Califf on when exasperated parents can feed their kids.
We should begin to see improvement within days.
So I can tell my constituents that within a matter of days, they'll be able to find formula on the shelves.
So within days, it will get better, but it will be a few weeks before we're back to normal.
Democrats pin blame on a favorite target, corporate America.
The shortage was caused in large part by the lack of action by the FDA and by corporate greed and consolidation.
The House and Senate sprinted to approve a bipartisan bill to expedite formula distribution.
We want to be as fast as we need to be. It's never soon enough to have food for a crying baby.
The bill is passed.
The House also okayed an extra $28 million to boost the FDA, but most Republicans oppose that bill.
Throwing additional money at a problem is the wrong approach.
The $28 million bill is dead in the Senate, but the House plans a hearing next Wednesday with baby formula producers, including Abbott. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some news out of Oklahoma as we wait and see if the Supreme Court will overturn Roe v. Wade. Oklahoma lawmakers have passed a bill banning nearly all abortions, with a few exceptions. The bill would ban all abortions after the moment of conception, except in cases of rape, incest, or to save the mother's life. The bill bans any procedures that cause the, quote, death of an unborn child, which it defines as a, quote, human fetus or embryo in any stage of gestation from fertilization until birth. Now, like the Texas law we reported on, this bill allows private citizens to actually sue abortion providers or anyone who helps a woman obtain an abortion.
The core of this whole discussion is the protection of innocent life.
When we try to force the issue to reduce the abortion rate, all we do is disperse it elsewhere. If it's the issue of, I've heard from folks across the aisle of, people are using abortion as birth control. If that's the problem, then let's look at birth control. Let's make birth control available to all.
All right, again, you just heard from Oklahoma lawmakers after they passed a bill to ban abortions at conception. Again, just hearing from both Republicans and Democrats on that issue. We do want to bring you some news pertaining to COVID-19. U.S. health officials have announced children between ages 5 and 11 can now get their Pfizer booster shots. One pharmaceutical company is hoping to take things a bit further and gets its vaccine approved for kids under 5. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan has more from Atlanta.
Looking to get its COVID-19 vaccine approved for children under 5 years old. The FDA's chief telling lawmakers on Thursday they will act as soon as possible on Moderna's application. This comes one day after the agency gave the go-ahead to Pfizer's COVID booster shot for children 5 to 11 years old. According to the CDC right now, over 32% of Americans live in an area with medium or high COVID-19 levels, with most of the high infection rates in the Northeast and Midwest. Officials say that number could rise in the coming summer months.
I think the important thing to recognize is that we actually have the tools to prevent it. And so we would ask you to wisely use these tools.
On Wednesday, White House health officials urged many to reconsider wearing masks in indoor spaces and pushed for more Americans to protect themselves.
You can test yourself before you go to a large gathering, before you go visit someone vulnerable. It is an important way of reducing spread of the virus.
Immunity does wane, and that is why it is so important to stay up to date with vaccines and particularly boosters.
As the push to get shots in arms continues, officials are warning there may not be enough COVID-19 funding.
At some point, we're going to run out of the treatments we have, and without additional resources, we will find ourselves in the fall or winter with people getting infected and no treatments available for them because we will have run out.
New cases are now topping 100,000 a day, the highest rate since February. In Atlanta, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some updates about President Biden's trip to Asia. He touched down in South Korea today for a 6-day trip. It's his first trip to Asia since taking office. With the war in Ukraine continuing, the alliance between South Korea and Japan is in focus as the region monitors the ongoing threats from China, Russia, and North Korea. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more.
On Thursday, President Biden began a 6-day trip to South Korea and Japan to meet with Indo-Pacific leaders about trade and the global economy. But his strongest message may be a warning to China to stay out of Taiwan and not to take cues from its ally, Russia.
We have to stop the Russians in Ukraine by supporting the Ukrainian government to push Russia out so that China doesn't get any ideas about what they can get away with Taiwan.
Taiwan considers itself a sovereign nation, but China views it as a breakaway state. Last year, China increased its combat aircraft flights over Taiwan, then last month held military drills there.
More tough talk, more airspace incursions, more evidence of their utter disregard for the rule of law.
Discussions on North Korea are also on President Biden's agenda as suspected COVID cases there explode and its rogue nuclear program expands. White House officials warn Kim Jong-un may be planning to launch another missile test in the coming days.
We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan.
White House officials traveling on Air Force One said President Biden has no plans to meet with China's president on this trip, but the two may talk in the coming weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. The suspect charged with the racially motivated Buffalo mass shooting back in court yesterday. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from Buffalo.
Probably the most hated person in this country.
The teen accused of carrying out Buffalo's deadliest mass shooting back in court, walking in wearing shackles and an orange jumpsuit as family members of the victims sat front row.
Hey, you're a coward.
18-year-old Peyton Gendron now indicted by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges, nearly 1 week after investigators say he murdered 10 people because of their skin color.
One of my biggest fears is that when it reopens, it's not going to feel like ours anymore. Black communities across the country have been fighting so long just to feel like something belongs to us.
What's being called a racially motivated shooting happened Saturday at this Tops grocery store on the city's east side. The gunman firing dozens of shots.
I could hear it going from the produce area, carry-out cafe, deli, bakery, meat department, and coming closer and closer. And for a split second, it stopped. And I thought, oh my God, thank God, the police are here. The police are here. And it started back up again.
Rose is a manager at Tops and says Gendron has been inside of that store at least a dozen times since March and once asked her why she worked at an all-black store, using racial slurs to describe the customers.
I said, talk to him. I've seen him in the store. He's been in the store.
Gendron will be back in court in about 3 weeks. Authorities say they're looking into the possibility of filing federal charges. In Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. As always, a horrific story that we, of course, will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Switching gears, we do want to bring you some news coming out of California. Developing news in Hollywood today, where a recording studio's fire killed 1 person and injured 2 others. As always, we, of course, want to head out live to our Fox 11 LA team, specifically Gigi Graciette, who is joining us live this morning. Gigi, you were at the scene where this fire turned deadly. What do you know so far?
Well, Mackenzie, today we're learning that those 2 people you mentioned, 2 that were injured, treated for smoke inhalation here. One of them is the daughter of Ozzy Osbourne, Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. Amy Osbourne, a singer herself, and apparently she was at this recording studio here in the heart of Hollywood yesterday when the fire broke out. She was with her producer. Thankfully, they did manage to get out. They were treated and released here at the scene. But as you mentioned, sadly, 1 person who has not yet been identified did lose their life. Now, the fire started around 5:30 in the afternoon, and it quickly spread through this building that housed individual and small recording studios. They're sort of small compartments, and that was a huge challenge for firefighters because, of course, recording studios use special insulation, double drywall, thick windows to keep the sound out. Well, that only served to actually keep the fire in, so it was very challenging for the almost 100 firefighters that were here. When the fire was eventually put out, that's when sadly they found the body of one person. And interestingly enough, on the second floor, LA City Fire tells us they found what they believe was some type of marijuana grow operation. Now, yesterday, the investigation was just getting started. They don't know if this was a licensed cannabis operation, because there are legal ones here in Los Angeles, and they don't know what its relationship was, if any, to the recording studio, and they still don't know how the fire started. So a lot of questions. Sharon Osbourne, though, did take to Instagram yesterday. She said about her daughter Amy and her producer that they are the lucky two that made it out alive. She said it's utterly heartbreaking that someone lost their life today in this fire. She offered prayers for that person's family, and she also hoped that this building was up to fire code, and if it was not, then she'd like an investigation. Obviously, there will be one. The building behind me, very nondescript. There's no signage on it. And actually, there are dozens of these types of recording studio buildings here in Hollywood. This is just one of many. But again, a fire claiming the life of one person not yet identified. And very scary moments for the daughter of Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. Mackenzie?
And Gigi, I did want to ask, obviously fires like this always under investigation. What have investigators said about the potential cause of this deadly fire happening?
Well, they're looking into a lot of things. This was a recording studio, several recording studios. So electrical is one of the many things they're going to be looking at, the electrical panel for this building. And then there's that marijuana grow operation upstairs. They called in special cannabis investigators for that to see if there's any link to the fire and how it started. A lot of unanswered questions today.
All right, our Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette reporting live for us in Hollywood. As always, a huge thanks to you and your team for those updates on the West Coast. And speaking of the West Coast, everybody, we do want to take you out to this 3-box shot of California. You can see the San Francisco Bridge right there, the Golden Gate Bridge, as people on the West Coast are making their way to work. It's just before 7 o'clock in the morning there. Also, a beautiful shot of Santa Monica, California, and a cloudy shot of Tampa, Florida, here in the Sunshine State. It is just before 10 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. A story that we have been following really from the get-go, of course, the economy. Gas prices hitting record highs for 11 consecutive days, with the new national average of gas now $4.59 a gallon. You can see the stock board up right now, trading at about 181 points up. So stocks did just open about 24 minutes ago. We, of course, will continue to follow that as it moves throughout the day. But sticking with gas prices, as we said, prices continue to rise pretty much every day. Prices have really been rising for 11 consecutive days, as we mentioned. And we do want to head to a full report from our Fox News correspondent, Grady Trimble, about rising gas prices.
The national average for a gallon of gas has gone up 10 days in a row, and we've set a new record for the 10th straight day. This comes as a new analysis from the group Yardeni Research found that Americans are expected to spend $5,000 on gas this year. That's up by about $2,200 from last year. At this point, most analysts expect prices to keep climbing, some predicting up to $5 a gallon this summer. At least one analyst with J.P. Morgan says a national average of $6 a gallon is possible. A big part of the problem right now, on top of high demand, is how much, or I should say, how little oil the U.S. is refining right now. Refineries are taking in about 17% less oil every day compared to before the pandemic. Gas Buddy's Patrick DeHaan says he doesn't see that increasing anytime soon, at least not under this administration.
We don't build refineries overnight. Given the climate of hostility towards the oil and gas sector, I think it would be highly unlikely that refineries would sink a lot more money into expansions.
Despite the higher prices, AAA expects around 35 million Americans to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. That's up from last year when we were paying about $1.50 less for a gallon of gas. The good old days. In Chicago, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thank you for that report. As we told you earlier today, President Joe Biden touched down in South Korea today. You can see Air Force One landing in Korea earlier this morning. We do know the president will be there in Asia for the next 6 days. It's going to be, or is actually, his first trip to Asia since taking office. And he was in Korea today specifically to tour a computer chip company by Samsung. If you have been following the news, you know that we are, of course, dealing with a chip shortage here in the U.S. Our Caroline Shively explains.
On Thursday, President Biden began a 6-day trip to South Korea and Japan to meet with Indo-Pacific leaders about trade and the global economy. But his strongest message may be a warning to China to stay out of Taiwan and not to take cues from its ally, Russia.
We have to stop the Russians in Ukraine by supporting the Ukrainian government to push Russia out so that China doesn't get any ideas about what they can get away with Taiwan.
Taiwan considers itself a sovereign nation, but China views it as a breakaway state. Last year, China increased its combat aircraft flights over Taiwan, then last month held military drills there.
More tough talk, more airspace incursions, more evidence of their utter disregard for the rule of law.
Discussions on North Korea are also on President Biden's agenda as suspected COVID cases there explode and its rogue nuclear program expands. White House officials warn Kim Jong-un may be planning to launch another missile test in the coming days.
We are preparing for all contingencies, including the possibility that such a provocation would occur while we are in Korea or in Japan.
White House officials traveling on Air Force One said President Biden has no plans to meet with China's president on this trip, but the two may talk in the coming weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Hey, you're a coward.
He's probably...
Caroline, thank you for that report. And we do want to bring you some updates out of Buffalo, New York. The suspect charged with the racially motivated Buffalo mass shooting was back in court yesterday. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams has the latest from Buffalo.
He's probably the most hated person in this country.
The teen accused of carrying out Buffalo's deadliest mass shooting back in court, walking in wearing shackles and an orange jumpsuit as family members of the victims sat front row.
Peyton, you're a coward.
18-year-old Peyton Gendron now indicted by a grand jury on first-degree murder charges, nearly 1 week after investigators say he murdered 10 people because of their skin color.
One of my biggest fears is that when it reopens, it's not going to feel like ours anymore. Black communities across the country have been fighting so long just to feel like something belongs to us.
What's being called a racially motivated shooting happened Saturday at this Tops grocery store on the city's east side. The gunman firing dozens of shots.
I could hear it going from the produce area, carry-out cafe, deli, bakery, meat department, and coming closer and closer. And for a split second, it stopped. And I thought, oh my God, thank God, the police are here. The police are here. And it started back up again.
Rose is a manager at Tops and says Gendron has been inside of that store at least a dozen times since March and once asked her why she worked at an all-black store, using racial slurs to describe the customers.
I talked to him. I've seen him in the store. He's been in the store.
Gendron will be back in court in about 3 weeks. Authorities say they're looking into the possibility of filing federal charges. In Buffalo, New York, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. And there are renewed calls for lawmakers and the president to do more against hate crimes. Reverend Al Sharpton and civil rights attorney Ben Crump are spearheading the movement from Buffalo, New York. That's where 10 people, as you just heard in Alexis's story, were shot and killed inside of a grocery store by a man who posted white supremacist messages online. Sharpton was joined by several families who lost their loved ones in that racially motivated attack. In an emotional press conference, many of those families urged the public to stand behind them in their efforts. And you are taking a look at some of those families, again, who lost their loved ones in Buffalo over the weekend, meeting with Reverend Al Sharpton and, of course, civil rights attorney Ben Crump, pleading with lawmakers and the president to do more against hate crimes after 10 African Americans were shot and killed inside of that Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York over the weekend. And of course, we do want to head to a full update from Buffalo Police, the mayor of Buffalo, and investigators about this crime. And you were looking at the mayor of Buffalo right now. We're having some audio issues with this clip, unfortunately. But again, just to recap, all are renewing calls for lawmakers and the president to do more against hate crimes. And Buffalo Police, in this press conference that you unfortunately can't hear, we're asking the public to reach out to them. If you know anybody who is communicating with the suspect online, again, they are asking anybody with information to reach out to Buffalo Police. It is just past 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do want to bring you some updates coming out of sort of celebrity and entertainment news, specifically when it comes to billionaire Elon Musk. He is now facing sexual harassment claims. Again, this is coming against billionaire Elon Musk, who is attempting to buy Twitter. It's a shocking story about the SpaceX founder. Business Insider is reporting that SpaceX paid a flight attendant $250,000 to settle that sexual harassment claim. Insider obtained the documents detailing those claims. It says a flight attendant on that SpaceX corporate jet was called to Musk's private cabin to give him a massage. So again, this is the latest information that we have when it comes to billionaire Elon Musk. The woman at the center of those sexual assault allegations says that Musk exposed himself, touched her, and offered to buy her a horse. A spokesperson for SpaceX would not comment on this settlement. Musk himself has called these allegations politically motivated. So again, that is the latest information when it pertains to billionaire Elon Musk, again, now facing sexual assault allegations. And we do actually want to bring you a tweet from Musk himself, where he did tweet out his response to these allegations from Twitter. So we do want to take this graphic for you down and bring you this tweet that he sent out early today about those allegations of sexual harassment. He went on to say that the attacks against me should be viewed through a political lens. This is their standard, parentheses, despicable playbook, but nothing will deter me from fighting for a good future and your right to free speech. So again, that is the very latest when it comes to billionaire Elon Musk. And we do want to bring you some news when it comes to comedian Dave Chappelle. The man accused of attacking Dave Chappelle on stage back in LA is now facing felony charges, but for a different incident. Prosecutors charged Isaiah Lee with attempted murder yesterday. They claim that he stabbed his roommate back in December. He pleaded not guilty to that charge, and he's set to appear in court today for the charges he faces in the Dave Chappelle attack. And sticking with some entertainment-related news, we do want to bring you some updates on the defamation trial between Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard. This trial, which we have been bringing you since it started in Fairfax, Virginia, will resume on Monday. But we do know that, again, actress and ex-girlfriend of Johnny Depp, Ellen Barkin, testified yesterday, telling the jury that Depp was jealous and controlling when they dated back in the 1990s. The actress says it was common for Depp to behave this way, and he often became angry in these instances as well. We do want to head to a full, in-depth conversation and recap of what happened in court with our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett.
I want to bring in legal analyst Julie Rendelman. Julie, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start first with Johnny Depp's ex-fling, I guess you could say, Ellen Barkin coming in and really testifying as to who Johnny Depp was as a partner, and a lot of it very negative. What did you make of that?
Yeah, so look, a couple things to keep in mind. One is that was many, many years ago. And two, she certainly came off as someone that is not a huge fan, certainly not now, of Johnny Depp. And so those are things that we think about when we think about the credibility of a witness. At the same time, she does give some corroboration for Amber Heard. She describes him as jealous, which is what Amber Heard describes him as. She describes him as having an angry temper. I'm not sure the throwing of the bottle comes to that level that Amber Heard has, which is of him being physically violent, hitting her, punching her, things of that nature. But it certainly can, if the jury believes it, lend some credibility to what Amber Heard's saying, because this is someone that doesn't have any skin in the game in a sense when it comes to this case, and is simply telling at least her recollection. But I do think even the fact that she describes it as quote unquote a sexual relationship, not even a romantic relationship, kind of lets you know that there may be some bitterness in terms of how their relationship ended.
Oh, interesting. Well, there was also more testimony today, and I feel like this smear campaign is going to be a real talker between us. let's go into it, because they brought in this forensic social media expert, his name Ron Schnell, and he talked about the negative hashtags related to Amber Heard between this time period of 2020, April 2020, and January 2021. This is all spurred off of Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, who said that these accusations, which is what this trial is all about, these abuse accusations, and then that op-ed that was eventually written, that it was all a hoax. What do you think about this whole smear campaign, this push from Amber Heard's legal team to say that this was really just Johnny Depp trying to come at her?
Yeah, so part of her suit back to him is that he basically defamed her through the attorney. And a lot of people that are looking at this case, and we've spoken about it, can't understand why the attorney wasn't sued. The attorney's the person who actually made the statements. And so you have to take a leap to assume that Johnny Depp is the one that made or pushed his own attorney to make those statements. So people are a little befuddled why the attorney wasn't included. Now, obviously, after those statements were made by the attorney, the argument is that, and look, anyone who's watching social media sees it now, that a lot of people, particularly on social media, are very pro Johnny Depp. And so after these comments were made by him, there was a lot of negative Twitter hashtags against her that seemed to grow and grow and grow after these statements were made. And their position is that's an indication of how this lie by his attorney, and therefore lie by Johnny Depp, if you accept that it wasn't true, impacted her and her ability to get a job and her ability to work.
So we did hear from Waldman, who actually is still Johnny Depp's attorney, in a pre-recorded testimony, and he kind of invoked this attorney-client privilege, saying that he couldn't talk fully about the conversations that they had had in the past. How far does that privilege, I guess, go?
Well, it seemed to go pretty far because you really didn't have to answer almost anything when it came to that. And in a sense, that may be good for Johnny and it may not be. I mean, we don't know really what the nature of their conversation was. Had there not been an attorney-client privilege and then he was obligated, I'm not saying this happened, but for example, to say that Johnny Depp told him to make those statements and then he made those statements, then that can inure to the benefit of Amber Heard. But keep in mind, again, we go back and forth about who's defaming who. So their response is what Amber Heard said is a hoax, and Amber Heard saying what she said is true. The jury has to kind of get through all this back and forth to figure out really where the truth lies. And a lot of times, as we all know, the truth often lies somewhere in the middle where neither of them are completely honest about what transpired.
Right, and I think it's important to note that this is not coming out of nowhere. Not only has this couple gone through lawsuits together, but there's even been this backlash of Amber Heard before this trial even started. I didn't know that. I kind of want to circle back to that. I had no idea that she was trending on social media. I mean, this was 2.28 million uses of hashtags, tweets about Amber Heard previously, years ago.
Yeah, it's funny. Look, I wasn't in the room when Amber Heard and Johnny Depp lived their lives together, and so who knows what really happened. But it is unfortunate. We certainly don't want a jury trial to be dictated in any way by what social media tells us it should be. And I think that we all get lost in it. And I think we had spoken about this before, the idea that people are actually scared to write anything pro Amber Heard in social media because people will eviscerate them for those beliefs. And I think it's okay to be objective about just the testimony. You can love Johnny Depp. You can think he's the greatest thing, but you also have to objectively look at the evidence. If you, at the end of the day, believe that Amber Heard is lying, which, by the way, I don't think she was the greatest witness of all time, and I think her credibility had some questions, but there's certainly something more than what Johnny Depp exactly says in terms of kind of the interaction between the two of them. And you want a jury, at least, to decide this based on the facts and not all the noise that's coming from outside of it.
And speaking of the jury, she spoke directly to them during her testimony, Amber Heard I'm talking about, and her sister doing kind of the same thing. What did you make of her sister's testimony? Are these witnesses, these close allies of Amber Heard, going to be enough?
So it's interesting, look, anytime a witness testifies, you base it on their direct and their cross-examination and whether or not there's bias, whether they have a relationship with one or both of the complainants or the defendants in the case, and certainly she does. So there is a bias that a jury can use to determine whether she's being truthful. A lot of people have talked about the idea that both of them, both Amber Heard and her sister, each time they answer a question seem to turn to the jury almost methodically, as though they were trained. It does feel a little, I hate to use the word acting, but trained to turn to the jury every single time a statement is made. It actually, from someone like me who's tried a billion cases, makes me uncomfortable. If I was the juror, I'd be uncomfortable. I don't want someone turning to me every single time an answer is made. And it is interesting that it came to the point where they both seemed so similar in the way they were answering the questions. Now, obviously, they're sisters, so they're going to have certain traits similar, but there was something odd, almost like that both were told to do the same thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty wild. If you shut your eyes and you just listened in, you can definitely tell that they're related here. Well, as we showed before, there's a lot going on with this trial. There are people showing up to the courtroom or to the courthouse hoping to get a glimpse of Johnny Depp, paying absurd amounts of money, even his own lawyer. There's a lot of rumors swirling online about a romantic relationship between them. What has stuck out to you the most over this past week as things are picking up, but this trial could be ending soon with closing arguments next week?
I think what I'm thinking about the most is one of the things I wonder is what everyone's going to do with their time when it's over.
Right.
I mean, there are so many pressing political issues going on in our world right now. And so, look, there's an argument to be made, and it's funny to say this. This should not be viewed as entertainment, right? It's the demise of a relationship. And it's tragic to see it, whether you believe one side or the other. But there is an aspect to it that allows people to, in a sense, escape. It's almost like watching those soap operas that used to be on all day long. It's like you have a chance to escape your own life and kind of follow along to what happened to theirs. And there is something, look, I'm guilty of it. I think we're all guilty of it, but there does something, it feels a little dirty sometimes when I'm watching it, thinking I'm like kind of imposing into the world that I'm not supposed to be involved in. And so I really do wonder if after this is done, if there's going to be another trial that kind of takes its place, or it's going to be quiet and we're going to move on to the things that probably are most relevant that are going on that we all should be really talking about in this world.
I know, you're so right. It does make a difference. There are cameras in the courtroom capturing all of those little moments, even the people who are in the crowd just sitting behind Johnny Depp. People are so zeroed in, they're even recognizing certain audience members. Well, I think they're off tomorrow and they'll pick back up next week. So everyone's going to have to figure out what they're going to do for the weekend. You're not going to have the trial to look at.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. We'll see.
All right. Legal analyst Julie Rendelman, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it. And there's going to be a lot more to talk about next week.
Thank you so much.
And as always, a huge thanks to our LiveNow's Daytona Everett from our Phoenix studio. They're giving us an in-depth recap of what happened during Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard during that trial yesterday, which, as you heard, will resume in Fairfax, Virginia on Monday. You were taking a live look at San Francisco, Philadelphia, and Santa Monica, California this morning. It is 10:19 on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is 10:21 in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. The big one, President Joe Biden has touched down in South Korea. He landed there earlier this morning. He is just finishing up touring a semiconductor plant and computer chip plant in South Korea. Again, he toured that Samsung computer chip and semiconductor plant in Seoul. It's a facility that's going to serve as a model for the $17 billion plant that the company plans to build outside of Austin, Texas. And you may recall the United States is facing a chip shortage, which is impacting the supply and availability of vehicles, appliances, and other goods. So again, that is part of the reason why President Biden touched down in South Korea and decided to tour that facility. Also, gas prices hitting record highs for 11 consecutive days. The new national average is now $4.59 a gallon. Also, some news out of Oklahoma. Lawmakers have passed a bill to ban abortion at conception, with some exceptions for rape, incest, and saving the life of the mother. And Russia's war in Ukraine now going on day 86. The Pentagon announcing that the United States will be sending $100 million worth of howitzers and tactical vehicles to help Ukrainian forces. So just a few of the top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, the economy, inflation, huge stories that we are following. And we actually want to bring you to a live feed we have coming in from Washington, D.C. We have the House Technology Subcommittee. It's a hearing on building a workforce to try and navigate the electric vehicle future, which, as you know, is definitely in high demand as we deal with those rising gas prices week after week. Let's go ahead and listen in.
To hear more about the gold standard for training electricians in the EV sector and the electric vehicle infrastructure training program. There is a story to tell coming out of southeastern Michigan that despite a pandemic and shutdowns and at times a stymied workforce because of COVID-19, we never stop, my friends. We never stop responding to PPE shortages or supply chain disruptions facing American consumers. In fact, while the auto industry sourced and produced PPE and ventilators, we continued innovating on the electric vehicle front and the products in demand around the world. Has it been easy with a semiconductor and chip shortage? Certainly not. Do we still need to tackle that issue? Absolutely we do. But today we are setting the stage from Oakland County. We will remember this hearing and the incredible words and recommendations of our witnesses. What we discover, inquire, and capture here today will not only be for memory, it will be etched in the congressional record as part of our ongoing legislative body of work. How will electric vehicles shape our workforce, and how will our workforce lead? So before I introduce our witnesses, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support from one of Michigan's 11 very own township supervisors, Canton Township Supervisor Anne Marie Graham Hudak, highlighting the importance of today's field hearing for local governments in Michigan. Her letter outlined the creative ways Canton is partnering with SEMCOG to apply for electric vehicle chargers funding for the bipartisan infrastructure bill and the workforce necessary to maintain and install chargers. So I'd like to thank Canton Township Supervisor Graham Hudak for submitting a letter and for her passion on this topic. And at this time, I would like to turn to Congresswoman, my friend, Debbie Dingell, who will also give an opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Stevens, for inviting me and holding today's important field hearing to examine the electric vehicle workforce needs that the industry is facing. Lawmakers need to understand it as we begin the transformational shift towards electrifying the transportation sector. If we are to be successful and continue our global leadership in building the vehicles of the future right here in Michigan, we will need a strong American workforce. I've always been a car girl. I'm proud of it. Now I'm an EV car girl. And I'm very proud of the fact that Michigan put the world on wheels 100 years ago. And I want to make sure that the United States and Michigan stays at the forefront of innovation and technology worldwide and continues to be the mobility leader. The future of the auto industry is electric. We know this. Michigan has been leading the way on this front. Ford, headquartered in Dearborn, Michigan, recently announced a new global battery center in Southeast Michigan, and not only unveiled the all-electric F-150 Lightning, but is committed to doubling down on its production to meet demands. General Motors, finally, what we want to do is be bringing these battery plants to Michigan. And it took losing 2 Ford plants to, I think, wake up the Michigan community that we want to make sure we're not losing those plants, and General Motors will be, very excitingly, locating their next battery plant in Oakland County, where it really matters. Stellantis is doing the same kind of work. A lot of people are looking at locating the kind of work that we want to keep here in Michigan. I was very proud last year, it was last August, to stand at the White House with the President, all of the OEMs, all of the environmentalists, and the union presidents, as the President announced an ambitious new target to make half of all new vehicles sold in 2030 zero-emission vehicles. And by the way, that came about as the result of a lot of hard work. The environmentalists and the unions sitting down at a table, each talking about their issues, talking about their concerns, understanding each other's concerns, and working together to find solutions to where the issues were going to be. With this landmark announcement, and with more and more EVs expected to hit the roads over the coming years, it's critical we're getting the policies right, so this transition is swift and supports a strong American-built workforce. I was at Region 1A, the UAW, with a cross-section of UAW workers at Region 1A about a month ago. And interestingly, the number one issue, and the only issue that most of them wanted to talk about, was training the workforce for the future. How people were going to need skills, how these were complex vehicles. People used to be worried, and I think there's still some anxiety, that as you go from the internal combustion engine to an electric vehicle, will there be fewer jobs? There'll be new jobs, different jobs, and the workers want to make sure that they're going to be trained themselves and that there will be workers that are going to be trained to work there with them. That's very important. So that's why today's field hearing is so important. The EV workforce is essential to the future of this country, and what better place for a field hearing than the home of where it all began. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Great. And at this time, I would like to introduce our witnesses. Our first witness is Ms. Jennifer Mefford. Ms. Mefford is the national co-chair of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, EVITP, a volunteer coalition of automakers, utility partners, and EV stakeholders that delivers charging infrastructure installation training and certification throughout the U.S. and Canada. Ms. Mefford has more than 30 years of experience in business and workforce development. Our next witness is Mr. Ben Cruz. Mr. Cruz is the director of the Center for Advanced Automotive Technology at Macomb Community College. CAT is an advanced technological education center funded by the National Science Foundation, something that we care a lot about on the Science Committee, that partners with industry, education, government, and professional organizations to deliver curricula and skills training in advanced automotive technology programs. Prior to joining Macomb Community College, Mr. Cruz was Senior Engineer Group Manager for GM at the Warren Technical Center. We are also joined here today by Mr. Josh Nasser. Mr. Nasser is the Legislative Director for the United Auto Workers, the UAW. In this role, he works closely with Congress, the executive branch, and stakeholders to design a legislative strategy on labor, trade, environment, healthcare, defense, energy, tax policy, and other issues. Mr. Nasser previously worked as an assistant legislative director for the Service Employees International Union. He also worked as the vice president for federal affairs at the Center for Responsible Lending and served as a legislative assistant for Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky. Lastly, we are also joined by Ms. Marsha Black-Watson. Ms. Black-Watson serves as the Industry Engagement Division Administrator for the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. In this role, she leads a team that promotes demand-driven workforce development strategies to help attract, retain, and develop talent in high-growth, high-wage industry sectors. Marsha has worked in the workforce development field since 1998, spearheading a number of state-level task forces, projects, initiatives focused on meeting the workforce demands of industry. In January 2021, she received, very rightly, the State of Michigan Symbol of Excellence Award. So, our witnesses should know that you will each have 5 minutes for your spoken testimony. Your written testimony will certainly be included in the record for the hearing. When you've completed your spoken testimony, we will begin with questions. Each member will have 5 minutes to question the panel, and if you're all right, Ms. Mefford, we'll start with you for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chairwoman Stevens and Congresswoman Dingell and distinguished members of the subcommittee for inviting me to testify today. My name is Jennifer Mefford, and I currently serve as the National Co-Chair of the Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, or EVITP. It seems fitting to be here with you in Michigan, where EVITP began around the time of the launch of the Chevy Volt. We began as a convening of stakeholders, including automakers, utility companies, charging manufacturers, and safety and electrical professionals, all focused on charging installation best practices and standards, and specifically the critical role of the electrician with EV charging service and maintenance. Getting the charging experience and safety right was critical then, and it remains critical today. So we rolled up our sleeves and built EVITP together. Partner advisors volunteered time, expertise, and content to develop a comprehensive, brand-agnostic, nonprofit training curriculum for licensed electricians, or in states without licensing, electricians with an equivalent of 8,000 hours of on-the-job training. EVITP training and certification is an 18-hour comprehensive course, plus 2-hour proctored exam. To date, we've certified thousands of qualified electricians in all 50 states and have hundreds of affiliated contractors and are recognized by the U.S. Department of Energy and in the official National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, NEVI, formula program guidance to states as a highly regarded training program for electricians working on EV charging installations. EV infrastructure projects are primarily comprised of the electrical construction work skills deployed by experienced electricians every day. Adding advanced EVITP training to an experienced electrician's considerable skills is critical to performing accurate site assessment, load calculations, adequate sizing, panel upgrades, and much more. It's not a simple dryer outlet.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to a House hearing about creating a better workforce for expanding electric vehicle production. And this, of course, comes as gas prices continue to hit record highs. In fact, for 11 consecutive days, with the new national average now at $4.59 a gallon. So definitely a story we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to dip out of this hearing. It is expected to take quite a while, so you won't hopefully miss much. And we are instead going to take you to Florida right now, where we do have Florida Governor Ron DeSantis currently speaking in West Palm Beach, which of course is on the Atlantic side of the state. The Florida Governor DeSantis saying that the state has added another 57,000 new jobs in Florida just in April alone. He's making a big announcement about new health facilities coming to the Sunshine State. Let's go ahead and listen in.
But part of it was also proactive steps that we took to protect people's quality of life. I mean, for example, in early 2021, I think we were the first state in the country to ban vaccine passports in our state. And I remember at the time some people said, well, wait a minute, you know, if a business wants to do, if a hotel wants passports, they're private, they should be able to do it. And that's not actually the way to look at it. First of all, I care about the freedom of the individual to participate in society more than I care about corporate freedom. But two, you know, most businesses wouldn't have wanted to do this. But if you have one that does it, then people would say Florida had passports. And I can tell you one of the reasons why we've done so well is because people can come here and you can do, you know, go where you want, do what you want. You're not going to get shaken down to produce medical papers at the front door of a restaurant. People don't want to do that. I mean, honestly, it's just... And I think the proof in the pudding on this is our market share of overseas travelers. And so in pre-COVID, we had about 24% of the overseas market would come to Florida, which was significant. We were not number one. New York was higher than us. Well, now we are now registering almost 45% of the market share for overseas travelers. So not only is this the highest market share in the country, it's a higher market share than any state has ever recorded since this has been recorded in our country's history. We are over 10 percentage points higher than the previous record. So in 2011, New York had 34.1% of market share. So we're over 10 points higher than that previous record. And we're now over 20 points higher than the number 2 state for 2021, which was New York at 22%. And so I think that shows these foreign travelers, okay, where are they going? They're overwhelmingly wanting to come and vacation in Florida. And so we're proud of that. And it means, yes, it means part of that with the tourism, businesses being open, the job numbers, all that. But it's also meaning you have so many people throughout our state that can put food on the table. And if our industry, if we had Fauci'd the tourism industry in Florida, you would have had so many people that would have been not even able to provide. And it would have been very difficult to dig out of a really deep hole. It kind of builds on itself. And so we really stepped up and have helped a lot of folks. And you see us compared to the nation as a whole, you know, it really speaks for itself in terms of what we've been able to do. Now, this is important in and of itself. These are people's livelihoods. These are people's businesses, and we've stood by them. But it's also positioned us better to be able to protect Floridians against what very well may be a recession induced by the Biden administration. And if you think about what's happened since he became president, he's indulged in a series of policy errors that have hurt our economy and made life more difficult for the average American and the average Floridian. They have an energy policy that is deliberately trying to suppress production here in the United States, even though they inherited a country that was energy independent for the first time in an awful long time. And so you're working to reduce supply, you're canceling leases, you're making it more difficult for folks to produce domestically. Now you will go and want to buy from Maduro, because I guess you'll say that only American oil and gas is global warming, but Maduro's is somehow not. I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's the mindset. And so it's a deliberate attempt to make prices higher. And you actually have people testifying in front of Congress saying, you know, is this a problem with the high prices? And they garble their words. And the reason is they want higher prices, because their view is you need to be punished for using this carbon, and you need to just go out and buy an electric car. So, I mean, think about it. You have people now, gas is going to hit $5 a gallon very soon. And their message from the Biden administration to Americans who are chafing under dramatic increase.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, of course, giving us an update about the economy here in the Sunshine State. We do want to switch gears and bring you to another story coming to our desk out of Florida, happening right now in Hillsborough County in Tampa, Florida. We do have sort of a positive story. This is the deputy in Hillsborough County, Florida, who actually saved a little boy from a burning building. It happened late last night, again, in Florida, Hillsborough County specifically. Let's listen in.
Doing what you're trained to do and just trying to find the safest way to get this child out of the house.
What's going through your mind and your heart at that time? Those 3 minutes did have to feel like forever for you.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know it took 3 minutes until Sheriff said that. Definitely felt like a lot longer. But, you know, I think the biggest thing, we were probably both just thinking, we got to get this child out of the house, and that was the only thought at that point in time. So.
Did you know, was he still in the room? Did he got out of the room? Do you kind of know where he was at that point when you guys broke the window?
Initially, we didn't know exactly where he was inside the house, and there was a little bit of a delay between us learning that he was still inside the house and trying to figure out where he was. So once we got the windows broken and we pulled the window out of the front of the house, we just started calling out, "Hey buddy, can you hear us? Hey buddy, can you come to the sign of our light? Hey buddy, can you come to our voice?" And it was a little bit after that is when we could start to hear him cough and kind of like cry and groan. So we knew that he was somewhere in that room. It was just a matter of where in the room and how far into the room he was. It didn't sound like he was too deep into the room, but it was just a matter of trying to figure out where he was in the room.
What was it like when you saw him, when you finally saw him coming out of that window? You were able to help pull him out. What was that like?
Sign of relief, just knowing that, you know, once we could see his arm and we could, Deputy Reich was able to reach in and pull him to the window, and we could get him up over the window. Just relief and happiness, just, you know, get him out of the house, get him as far away from the house, as far away from the smoke as we possibly could. And at that point, just get him over to HCFR and let them do what they're trained to do. So.
How long did you guys get there before the firefighters arrived?
I don't know the exact time. They were on scene pretty much within unison of us getting him out of the house.
If you ended up having to go, if he didn't come out of the house, if he wasn't able to you know, move toward the window, then you had to go in. You're putting your own life at risk at that point. Was that something that you were prepared to do?
We opened up the window, and we're not trained to go inside of houses or anything like that. You know, we were trying to do it in the safest manner. So we did what we could in the safest manner to get him out of the house, but we're not trained to go inside of houses.
We're not sure, you know, if this little boy's going to be okay, but how hopeful are you that he will be and be able to reunite with him and his mom and kind of be able to see him, you know, in a better condition, I guess?
Yeah, I hope he makes a speedy recovery and, you know, is able to get back. And, you know, hopefully if we're able to see him in a better state and, you know, maybe see mom in a better state and, you know, have an opportunity to just, you know, say hi to him. But biggest thing is just making sure that he is able to, you know, recover and, you know, have a healthy recovery.
You heard the sheriff called you a hero. I'm sure other people are going to see this today and say the same thing. What are your thoughts about that?
We're just doing our job, sir.
What are you feeling right now? I mean, watching that video, I can imagine all the adrenaline you're feeling. Are you still feeling that? Are you still taking this all in? What is going through your mind?
Yeah. Last night went to bed and, you know, I definitely didn't expect to be here doing all this the next day. So, you know, I think I had, you know, we had come down from everything that happened last night. Then getting that phone call this morning was, you know, definitely was like, okay, well, I guess this is a lot bigger than we thought it was. So.
Any parents in this situation, something like this, what do you recommend them to do? What's the best way they can act? Sure.
I think it's being prepared, having a plan in place. We always talk about hurricane plans. We always talk about different plans. I think you have to have a fire plan in place. What are you going to do? Is your child on the second floor? Luckily, this one wasn't. That where you need a ladder, that one of those foldable ladders to get out. It's always being prepared. That's the best way and only way to survive something like this. Luckily, the deputies were able to glean as much information as they could. And again, it's their quick actions, their bravery, that saved that child's life last night. And I couldn't be more proud of them. And I know you didn't get much sleep last night, but thank you for being here. That means the world. You know, another part too is this Deputy Maldonado and Deputy Reich, they're young deputies. They're not some seasoned veterans. They both were hired in 2020. This goes back to the training. This only reaffirms to me that the training that we're providing these deputies is working. Because you saw they didn't hesitate, the way they sprung into action. Now, yes, they're not trained to go into fully golf homes, and at times we do go into fully golf homes. We'll never have the equipment or training for it, but they do it. This last night was no different. They were where they could be to make sure that they were able to survive this incident and give this child every opportunity to survive it as well. Think about that. 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all that stood in the way of this young child living or dying. And it's because of their actions that 3 minutes hopefully will save this child's life today.
Any other questions? Have you heard an update from the hospital or family?
We didn't. I'll be heading that way in a little bit to see if I can see him, and we'll certainly put something out. That's where I plan to head next, is to Tampa General, to see if we can lay eyes on this child. And again, just I think for our own benefit, I would love nothing more to call Deputy Maldonado and Reich. Deputy Reich, they're off this weekend, so he's already on his way for a weekend trip with his family, and call the two deputies and tell them his condition. Hopefully I'm able to report some good news. This is another reason why I provide the deputies with the tools and equipment, the training that they need to save lives. This is a perfect example that there's so many deputies out here that the probability of them arriving on scene before a fire rescue in a lot of different scenarios that are medical conditions or fire conditions is a reason that I provide them with the equipment. Every patrol deputy that we have has an AED. We're saving lives every day. Narcan, because of the amount of overdoses that we're facing. Whatever piece of equipment they need, they're going to have, so they can spring into action like they did last night and save a life.
You know, others may have, I guess, waited, like if they weren't trained, I guess, maybe just waited until the fire rescue came, but these deputies stepped in and got right into action. What does that say about your team here?
The selfless service to others, the motto that this team, the 4,000 men and women of this office, that they live by. Selfless service to others. That's what they do every day when they kiss their loved ones goodbye and head out to work, not knowing what the shift ahead holds in store for them. I couldn't be more proud of them. It seems like I'm always standing in front of the camera saying how proud I am of the men and women that work at this office. But I tell you what, it's almost a daily reminder when I come to work of why I'm so proud of them and how selfless they are.
You put your life at risk. How do you feel? Do you fear for your life at any point? Would you do this again? What are you
We're just doing what we're trained to do. I'm not gonna go throw myself into, harm's way for fun. But just, if somebody's in risk of great harm, we're just doing what we're trying to do.
Last question. Do you know the cause of the fire?
I do not, ma'am.
Could you say and spell your first and last name for us, please?
We'll get you all that too. We'll give you names of both deputies, how long they've been employed here. We'll get you all that information, the address where the fire occurred, everything that we have. We'll be putting that out.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, everyone.
All All right, everybody, that was a live press conference coming into our desk from Hillsborough County, Florida, where we did have some deputies from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office currently describing how they saved a little boy from a burning home last night, again, in Hillsborough County, which is in the Tampa area of Florida. So again, those two county sheriff's office deputies saved a child's life after pulling him through a window of this burning house yesterday. They responded to the fire late last night where they found this home. This is what they saw. Smoke and flames coming from that home, fully engulfed. People were standing outside in the yard yelling to law enforcement that a child was still inside the home, which prompted those deputies to enter the house. So definitely a positive sort of story from law enforcement coming out of Tampa, Florida. In the meantime, we do want to take you back out live to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is currently holding a press conference in West Palm Beach, Florida at this very moment, talking about really a wide range of things, as he usually does, but specifically about the economy here in the Sunshine State. So let's go ahead and listen in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
One specific pathogen. I mean, you got to stay healthy for a variety of reasons, and I think you've seen some of the other health indicators really go in the bad direction, particularly in other states, because they were basically told this was the only thing, this one respiratory virus was the only thing that matters. And you've seen excess mortality, particularly in lockdown states, of non-COVID excess deaths. And I think it's a combination of a lot of these really bad policies. And so we think it was essential. I remember very early on, I'm saying, you know, don't just stay in your house, go for walks, do all. They were like, oh, DeSantis is, you know, be so dangerous that he wants people to get out of the house and play golf or go to the beach and all that. But I mean, that was the right thing to do. And we're happy to have led on that. Okay, so we are going to hear from Curtis and Nelson from Voodoo Bayou and Calaveras Cantina.
It's an honor to be here today. We have a really interesting story. We opened our second restaurant location 1 week before the shutdown. If you can imagine putting your life savings in, spending a year developing something, putting it all on the line, and then 1 week later you hire 120 employees, train them, get ready to open, and all of a sudden you get shut down. So it was a time of extreme uncertainty. We pivoted, did takeout, to-go drinks, did everything we could to stay alive. And during that time, Nelson, one of my line chefs, he would show up every single day, you know, and didn't ask for anything. So I'm really grateful for him, and he's just one of the amazing stories from our employees. But anyway, two months later, due to the governor, we were allowed to reopen. And since then, it's been an amazing story. We've actually opened another restaurant after that. And right now we have 360 employees. We're opening another Voodoo Bayou in Fort Lauderdale on Los Olas Boulevard and adding another 120 employees there. And we're also opening another restaurant in Orlando. I mean, the rebound has just been absolutely astronomical. I can't tell you how grateful I am to the governor. All of our employees are incredibly grateful. I mean, it was truly an incredible thing. It was a bold move on your part, and I think that's what leadership's all about. It's about having faith and, you know, believing in your decisions and making those decisions. I mean, without you, we wouldn't have anything. So I want to say thank you.
My name is Chef Nelson Colon. I'm from Puerto Rico, so hallelujah. Cooking is my team. Music also. We want to say thank you to the governor here, sir, because without his help, we go nowhere. And if you want to work, come to Florida. This is the place. We have the best food, best gym. My gym is the kitchen, so I work every 5 seconds everywhere. And I've been with Mr. Curtis 16 years, wonderful years, and I never miss to pay my bills with this guy. So That's very important. So you want to come with the best, come with us. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
You know, we're really proud of really working with the restaurant industry. They were targeted by people like Fauci. They were just supposed to be closed forever. I mean, like, that's just not. And so our view was, you know, everyone has a right to work, the chefs, the servers, all these folks, the businesses have a right to be open. And then you as an individual can choose to go or not to go as you deem appropriate. And so if that is something that you believe is very risky environment, then by all means, make whatever decision's best for you, but to kneecap them and not let them do. So we were able to really make sure to clear the way from them. And it wasn't really the state in terms of what we were, but it was like making sure local governments couldn't shut them down. I mean, that was really the key thing, to say you can't shut them down on a local level. And so that gave, I know, a lot of people an ability to get in business, hire a lot of people, get people back to work. But then also the number of new restaurants that have started. I mean, like, there's no place that's doing better for restaurants than the state of Florida. It's just a really good place to be for it. There's a lot of demand, and they know that they have the ability to do it. And so we were, really happy. I remember we did an event summer of 2020 close by at Okeechobee Steakhouse. And, because you had all these people saying, you can't have restaurants open, all this other stuff. And you know what? Listen to the bartender, listen to the butcher, listen to all these people. What would happen if they weren't able to have a job or come to work? And a lot of people didn't care about that, but we cared about it, and we wanted to make sure that they were able to put food on the table for their families. And so we were proud of standing with that industry, and we're also proud to just see how it's blossomed in the state of Florida over the last 2 years in particular.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about the state of the economy here in the Sunshine State, saying that really jobs and businesses are growing and increasing here in Florida. Tourism is up, so definitely some good news coming out of Florida. We are also listening into some Florida business owners talking about rebounding from COVID, and of course Florida, one of the few open states, if you will, when it came to COVID restrictions throughout the pandemic. So again, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying that his sort of lenient pose, if you will, on COVID restrictions here in Florida has really benefited the economy and state of economy here in Florida. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Starting you off this hour with a live look at the big board, starting in the green, but here already today we are down back into the red. We're going to have to see how we finish out here this week, especially after we've had some wild numbers up there on our big board, especially down in the red as well. So we're going to continue to show this periodically throughout the rest of the day here. Again, it's going to be closing out the rest of this week, but I do want to say thanks for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Larson, just one of the hosts here on Live Now, where we continue to keep you up to date on top stories happening all across the country. Want to start off by showing you something that we're expecting any moment now. This coming to us out of the Chicago area. A police press conference after there was a mass shooting last night. It was just blocks away from Chicago's famed Magnificent Mile. People were sent screaming and running for cover. There is a police response that went to that McDonald's location, and unfortunately 2 people had died and another 8 people had been wounded. So this all happened because a fight broke out. Now this again is near the north side. This happening just last night. As soon as we do see our Chicago Police Chief Brown, as well as the other leaders in Chicago stepping up to this podium to give us more details, this is what we're going to be sending our viewers into here on Live Now from Fox. But just a little bit ago, our Fox 32 team was there live at the scene here this morning as they continue to follow this developing story. What I want to do is go into some of that coverage that they had, especially as they were interviewing just one of those 8 who were wounded during this incident.
There's still a lot happening here at Chicago and State, the scene of where 10 people were shot inside and outside the McDonald's. Sean Davis was walking out of the restaurant at the time. He's just come out of the hospital. You were shot in a couple of places.
Yeah, I got grazed and I got shot right here.
What happened? What do you recall happened?
Well, it kind of like escalated a little quickly, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, we come out, first I was eating. Then I come out, I'm playing with my phone, not knowing what really is going on. I caught, like, you know, the instance of everything when it's all, like, happening. You know what I'm saying? So, basically, when I came out here, it was just, like, you know, fighting and arguing at first. You know, but it escalated.
Hear the gunshot?
Yeah.
And you got hit, so then what happened?
I got hit, but I didn't feel it. Because, you know, by, you know, hearing a gunshot, you know what I mean? You're not going to think that you're hit, but your adrenaline rush is going to make you not feel it right then and there. So, yeah, that's...
You ended up going to the hospital, but your cousin was also shot on this very same sidewalk.
Right there, yeah.
And you don't know how he is yet?
Yeah, I got to go check on him again.
All right, Sean, thank you so much for talking to me. Sean was one of the 10 people who were shot at this McDonald's. 2 people died. 2 people were told are in critical condition. Police say there was a fight at the McDonald's, and then there was a gunfire that started inside. You could see all the broken glass at the door, at the vestibule, at the counter, and then that scene moved over to the red line, which is just steps away. Police were able to arrest someone down on the platform of the CTA's red line, and they recovered a weapon. We don't know if they're looking for other people, but we do know that there were 10 victims of this mass shooting. As far as I know, all were males between the ages of 17 and 31. All we know about the deceased is one of the men is a 31-year-old. Reporting live, I'm Joni Lum. Now back to you.
All right, thanks so much again to our Fox 32 team. A live look back here at the police headquarters, where we're going to be waiting for Chief Brown as well as our other officials to step out. You can see some of that scene video, broken glass, and of course, a lot of people were inside at the time, also outside in that area as well. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this, but do want to just at least reiterate just some of the basics that we know so far after this mass shooting just last night. 2 people again were killed, 8 others were wounded as a fight had broken out near a McDonald's on the near north side on Thursday night. Now, the shooting happened just around 10:40 p.m. This is near Chicago Avenue and State Street. So right now, we do know that paramedics had wheeled stretcher after stretcher under police tape. 8 wounded were taken to the hospital, some in serious to critical condition, with at least one of them undergoing surgery. This is all according to our fire officials. So right now we do know that the victims were as followed. There was one male whose age is unknown. He was shot in the body, pronounced dead at Northwestern Memorial Hospital. There was a 31-year-old male who had been shot in the body, pronounced dead at another hospital nearby. A 21-year-old man, he suffered a graze wound to the leg, was listed in fair condition at the hospital. Another 31-year-old man suffered a graze wound. That one was to the armpit area, listed in fair condition. There's a 30-year-old male who suffered a graze wound to the stomach, was listed in fair condition. Another male who was shot in the body, listed in critical condition at the hospital. A 17-year-old boy also shot in the body, listed as a fair condition in the hospital. And then 2 other males whose ages are unknown. One was shot in the body, taken to a medical center. Another who was shot in the arm and ankle, listed in serious condition at the hospital. So this was a very chaotic scene. It had quickly spilled into the nearby Red Lane as police searched for the suspect and a gun, stopping at least one train and evacuating those passengers. We had CTA officials who were stationed near the subway entrance as police combed through the tracks. At least one person has been taken into custody, and at least a weapon was also recovered at there as well. So police did not release any additional details. Witnesses were there on scene and still sticking around here this morning after being released from the hospital. As we just heard during that hit with our Fox 32 reporter, they were talking just with one of those 8 victims who did then speak more to media personnel. So what I want to do is go and show you that interview. We're going to play that out here for everyone. But again, just want to remind you, as soon as we do see our police chief stepping out, giving us an update on this incident, of course, that's what we'll be jumping into here in full. But let's go ahead, listen into what he was talking about the incident just last night and some of the words he had to say about those very terrifying moments.
So, how are you? What happened last night? Can you tell me what happened, sir?
Well, basically, we was all out here chilling, cooling. You know, I don't know exactly what really took place for the fight to happen because, you know, I was in there. But once I came from out of here, you know, it escalated quickly to where, you know, some guy popped out with a gun. My guys them trying to grab the gun, but in the midst of them grabbing the gun, it slipped my way and a shot popped out. Well, actually 2 of them, you know, so.
So you were just sitting in there?
Yeah, I was just sitting in there. I didn't get shot through there. I got shot right there.
So where were you hit?
Right here. Right here.
And were you just with friends, or what were you doing?
Yeah, I was just with friends, just chilling. That's all.
We saw all these people fighting afterwards. Was that a carryover from the initial fight that started all of this? You think?
Yeah, that's what happened.
What do you think about getting shot right here at Chicago and State?
I got shot like 8 times in total, including this. So, I mean, in Chicago, I hate my city. I love my city.
How many times were you shot last night?
2.
And Northwestern? You went to Northwestern?
Yep, surely did.
So were you not a part of the people fighting, or how did the fighting start?
It started with the females, but then, you know, it escalated when, you know, mutual parties start, you know, saying that, you know, I ain't gonna let you get down on them, or you know how that goes. That's what people have when a person they love is fighting, and they, you know how that goes. So basically, it was just like that, you know. It was just like that.
And so then you came outside to see what was happening, and that's when you were shot, and just kind of the craziness of it all.
Yeah, I just got, you know, shot.
So take me through what happened. You got shot. How did you know you were shot? What did you feel? What did you walk over?
I actually told my cuddy to check me, because he wasn't shot yet. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I didn't know that he was going to get hit next. You know what I'm saying? They sending me off in the hospital, so I didn't think that he was going to get hit up.
Did you get in an ambulance, or did you walk?
I got in the ambulance.
And where is your buddy? Was he hurt? Do you know what happened to him?
I don't exactly know, but I heard he's in critical condition. He got shot more times than me.
What do you know about the other people who were shot?
2 of my friends are dead. See, Cabrini is my old hood. You know what I'm saying? I don't know everybody's real names, but we all go by nicknames because I haven't been there in a long time. So it's like, you know,
But
we go by the nicknames.
Two of the people you were with, ended up dead in all of this.
Yes.
And were they eating in the McDonald's with you, or?
Yeah, I think he either went to the McDonald's because obviously, you know, the shots fired in here. This happened after I got carried off, so I can't really say about what happened to my buddy because he was checking me before I had got into the ambulance. So
It was crazy. Could you kind of describe what it was like?
well, of course, getting shot is painful. I got shot 5 times prior to this happening, so now a total of times I've been shot like 7 times altogether.
But last night, what was it like? Is just kind of chaos?
Yeah, it was a lot of chaos. I'm glad I didn't get hit too many times. Obviously, I walked out the hospital today. I told him I wanted to go because I couldn't check on my cousin being a patient. So you know how that goes.
What do you think? Just keep fighting, or what do you attribute this to?
Honestly, people need to start putting them guns down. Obviously, because if you're not for sure with what you're shooting at, or who you're trying to shoot, or who you're trying to kill, what's the use of even having it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, at least pick your targets out right instead of just shooting. As y'all know, they got switches on Glocks and stuff now, so
There's now 2 people.
the whole clip will be gone within 0.5 seconds. You got to look at it like that too. I think they brought a switch up here. I don't really know though.
Sean, you were shot in the leg, in the abdomen, and you also shot in that wrist right there?
No, just
No,
no.
I see a bandage on your hand.
I know when I fell down.
Oh, okay.
That's how this happened.
Was it the leg too? You're shot in the leg as well? It's just kind of grazed wounds?
Yeah, this is a graze.
Are they both grazed ones?
Okay.
No, this not a graze one. This,
that went in?
It's a shot. Yeah.
Okay.
This one, well, you know, grazes, like in a way, grazes hurt more than actually being shot because it's burning. Like it'll burn your skin. Like I'd rather get shot than to get grazed. To tell you the truth.
Can we see the bandage here again? Here, let's. If we're, are we done with the sound?
Is everyone good? Yeah. All right. Can you show us your? Can you show us your? Oh yeah. Okay.
I am just so shocked how calm this victim is, especially since he said that some of his friends who were there outside of the McDonald's were the ones who unfortunately died from this shooting. Again, there was 2 people who were killed, 8 others who were wounded in this shooting just last night. Live now from Fox, always on top of the latest right here for you, especially as we continue to try to bring you the latest updates from coast to coast. Again, right now, still waiting for our Chicago leaders, especially since they are going to be giving us a fresh update on this incident, where they are in this investigation. Are there other suspects out there that they have brought into custody? Have they recovered any other weapons from this situation? A lot of questions still remain unanswered. Hopefully we'll get some of those answered for us in this press briefing. What I want to do is we're going to go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to continue to follow this story. Hopefully the chief and other officials will be stepping up to that podium any moment here. And if so, of course, we're going to be bringing it to you right here live on Live Now from Fox. Stick around. More to come right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we stay on top of all the top stories happening from coast to coast. Thank you so much for being here with us. My name is Christy Larson. If you're not familiar with what we do here, I want to just let our viewers know when it comes to all of the top stories happening, not only across the country, but also around the world, you can count on us to bring you that full coverage. We bring you into press conferences from coast to coast. And yes, even this morning when President Biden is on his trip over in Asia, we brought you that as well. We're always also recording content left and right that's pouring in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, so we can always replay these events, especially when it comes to these top stories. Right now, we are waiting for a press conference that is to come here from Chicago. It looks like our cameras inside are just getting ready, zoomed in on that door where we are going to be seeing any moment now Chief Brown, along with other officials out of the Chicago area, stepping out. What they're going to be doing is giving us an update after there was a mass shooting just last night. It seems like we've been talking about gun violence across America day in and day out for multiple years now. Unfortunately, it just continues to be on the rise. And here, once again, we are reporting of another mass shooting where we have 2 people who have died, another 8 wounded. This is coming off of a very violent weekend also where we just had that mass shooting. We've been hearing more details about it from New York, where someone had targeted a Buffalo, New York supermarket. So if there's more developments on that story, of course, we'll stay on top of that as well. But right now, we do have Department of Justice. They are holding a press conference talking about not only deterring, but also how to confront all of the hate crime that we seem to have been seeing here. I'm going to let everyone know, because we are so good about recording content, bringing it to you while we're waiting for other updates. We're going to start the press conference from the top with the Department of Justice. Nope, I lied, because I do see here right now we do have our police chief stepping out, and this is the press conference we've been waiting for. He's going to be giving us an update on that mass shooting that happened just last night. Live Now from Fox, always live, raw, unfiltered when it comes to bringing you this content. So let's go ahead, turn up that audio, listen in to what's being said here today.
The 800 block of North State Street that led to multiple people being shot and 2 people being shot and killed. So at the 800 block of North State Street at approximately 10:41 p.m., 2 groups of individuals were involved in a disturbance at that location. Our roving police patrols were in the area and observed this group. So we have dedicated roving teams. We've had fixed teams in the past, but we've pivoted to roving teams to be nimble enough to be on the ground quickly if things move. So those roving teams were patrolling. They see these 2 groups arguing. There's different reports of whether or not there were fights in the crowd, but our teams responded to this group in this area at the 800 block of North State Street. There's a video pod camera that shows this block and shows this incident. So there's video of this incident at the 800 block of North State Street. So our officers try to wave their way into the crowd. We see on video where a person with a gun fires into the crowd. Basically, this is a disturbance, a personal conflict, hitting the 9 people, killing 2, wounding 7. As soon as this gunman fires, he then flees, and our officers give chase. Flees down into the CTA platform with our officers close behind this group. Then with the shooter, the group follows this shooter. So the group that the shooter is with, that's been arguing with the other group, they all flee down this platform with this shooter who's still armed with the gun. Our officers give chase, and they capture the shooter, and they recover the gun. He's arrested pending charges. There's also another individual down inside the CTA platform that obstructs the officers from making their arrest, and that person is also charged with obstructing officers at the scene. There is a third individual, a female, who's with this group that flee down into the platform that is electrocuted on the rail line and needs care and is in critical condition. At this point, we are furthering our investigation and working with the state's attorney pending charges. I'm confident that our officers captured the shooter and recovered the weapon used. As I mentioned before, there's video camera footage of this incident. There's a third person who we believe hands the shooter a gun. We have yet to identify that person, but we are continuing our investigation to identify that person so that we can charge them as well with the appropriate crime. So starting immediately, really last night, we created fixed posts in the area on State Street, as well as the roving post. And we also added fixed posts in the CTA terminal there on State Street in the 800 block. So fixed posts both at street level and at the CTA platform below, as well as continuing our roving posts, which were very effective in capturing the offender last night. And now I'll turn it over to President Dorval Carter of the Chicago Transit Authority, and then after Dorval we'll have Kenneth Meyer, who will, from Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, who will have comments as well. And then I'll come back for just a few questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to echo what both Mayor Lightfoot and Superintendent Brown have expressed. That last night's incident is an egregious and senseless act of violence. I also want to stress to our CTA riders that although the shooting did not occur on our property, I stand here today in a show of support. The CTA is committed to and will aid the city and the Chicago Police Department in whatever way we can and work together to help deter and combat any such future incidents from occurring on or near CTA property. Everyone deserves the opportunity to both live and travel safely and comfortably, no matter the time of day. The CTA and CPD have a decades-long partnership, and we are committed to addressing the concerns of crime and safety for both nearby residents as well as our riders. We will continue to work in close collaboration with CPD and its dedicated public transportation section to strategically deploy police resources, which will be complemented by our teams of unarmed guards that patrol our stations and trains. We will continue to keep an eye out for and report any suspicious activity or acts of crime. The CPD and CTA's commitment to making Chicago's public transportation system even safer remains unwavering, and we will continue to move forward in a collaborative way to address it in the future. With that, I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, CTA President Dorval Carter. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Ken Meyer, and I'm the Commissioner for the Chicago Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, otherwise known as BACP. The city is committed to the highest level of public safety at our businesses and across the city of Chicago, and to ensure that our businesses are operating legally throughout the city. At BACP, we ensure a fair and vibrant marketplace for businesses, workers, and consumers in the city of Chicago. To do so, BACP is charged with preserving quality of life in our communities by ensuring that businesses comply with Chicago's municipal code. BACP investigators respond to complaints and conduct proactive investigations where necessary. If violations are found, we do not hesitate to issue various types of enforcement action. Most importantly, we work closely with city departments, alderpersons, and community partners to be informed and proactive of illegal business and activity occurring in communities. We lead the Business Compliance Task Force, which is a coordinated multi-agency task force which we collaborate with the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Fire Department, and the Chicago Department of Buildings to prevent egregious and dangerous violations. Chicago's businesses are the pillars of our communities. They are also crucial partners with the Chicago police. A crime may be in front of a business. However, your business may be the best in the best position to see what has occurred on the public way. And that is why today I'm emphasizing the importance of the camera registration program. The city's camera registration program is a free and voluntary and open to anyone who lives or operates a business to be able to register their cameras. Technology is a key part of how we will move forward to best identify and make arrests in crimes across the city neighborhoods. I encourage businesses who currently have cameras or will be installing cameras to register them by visiting chicagopolice.org camera registration. I ask that our business community come together to be part of the solution when it comes to making our city safe. I want to thank the Mayor and Superintendent David Brown for focusing on a community-driven approach to violence prevention and to reduce crime across the city. And now, back to the Superintendent.
Take a few questions. Yes. So I'll start, and then I'll have Dorval come in and make whatever comment he'd like. So this is an ongoing crime scene that needs to be processed for evidence. So it's a little premature to have cleanup right after a, multiple person being shot incident. So we need to make sure that we collect all the appropriate evidence that's left at the scene. So what may seem like something that just needs to be cleaned up may be critical evidence in our case to be able to convict this offender. And I'll have Dorval make whatever comment he'd like.
So this person said.
So regardless, I know you're hearing not firsthand. So again, I would just push back and say this is an ongoing crime scene that needs to be processed. I don't want to go back and forth with a third party. I know you're just reporting what you heard, but that's not accurate. This is if there's blood, that's a crime scene. If there's glass, that's a crime scene. So regardless of what this third party may be suggesting, I would argue we need this crime scene to be processed before it's cleaned up. Thank you. We're going to take one at a time if you don't mind. No, hold on. We're going to have an orderly press conference. We'll answer every question. We'll get to you and we'll give you a follow-up. But Dorval wanted to make a few comments, and then we'll continue with the questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize what the superintendent said. When there's an ongoing investigation taking place, CTA does not start to clean up until the police department is comfortable that they have recovered all the evidence they need for the investigation. I do know that once we get the okay to start to clean, we will clean it. So regardless, from CTA's perspective, the entire station was under investigation at that point. Not just one part of our station. And so we would basically follow the direction of the police department in terms of ensuring that they get whatever they need, and then upon completion of their work, we would come in and do the appropriate cleaning as we normally do in any situation like that.
He jumped ahead of you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. You want to?
Yeah, so I was just saying that most of us were here. Walking through the puddles of the floor.
Okay, we stand by our response. I appreciate your opinion, but we stand by our response. Now, you were next.
Yeah, I want to get
Yes.
on that.
Nine total shot, 2 killed.
2 killed.
2 Right.
Can you please clarify?
Sure. What I recounted to you is a TikTok of what we have today. At 1041 in the 800 block of North State is where this incident occurs. One gunman, 9 shot. Of that 9, 2 are killed. Who has a question? Yes.
Two things.
That's why we had the roving patrols, and that's why we were able to capture the offender and bring him to justice. But we're adding even more. We can always do more, but we had roving patrols, thank goodness, and they captured this offender almost immediately as he fled and tried to escape. Yes, it is a historical place where we've had to have resources. We've had different iterations of fixed posts versus roving posts. But thank goodness we had the roving post to have the flexibility to chase him down into the CTA and capture him before he changed clothes and got away.
And your feelings?
So it's a common theme, and I don't know if you all get tired of hearing me say it. So this is a gun crime crisis in our city and in our country. If the person who did this doesn't have a gun, this is just a personal conflict that may or may not lead to fights, no one being killed. But because a gun is there, and our officers have taken more guns that are illegally possessed off the streets of Chicago than we have in our history. 11,400 in 2020, and over 12,000 in 2021. We are on pace to surpass last year's record, which was a record from the previous year. We are awash in guns, and I would continue to beat the drum of consequences in the courts for people who have violent crime histories who are then arrested for possessing a gun illegally. They should not be released. They should be deemed dangerous people and held till trial. I'll continue to say that, and I hope you continue to write it, because this is a gun crime crisis. We lost Officer Ella French in 2021, who was attempting to arrest a person on a traffic stop that possessed a gun illegally, bought in a straw purchase by another person. This is a gun crime crisis. Violent offenders need to be held more accountable for possessing illegal guns than they do right now in our criminal courts by our judges. So if there's not any more question, that's got it. You didn't raise your hand. I think he was first, then you, and you'll come back with a follow-up, and then we'll close out unless there's another question. Yes.
I just wanted to hear your reaction.
Once again, we are listening in live here. Unable to hear the question part. I have tried to work on the audio. It seems like that side of our microphone not on and operating at this time, but at least we're still getting the important part. We're getting the response from our officials here in Chicago after we had 2 people die just outside of this McDonald's where there was a shooting just last night. I'm going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen into this press conference live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
You got a question? We usually excuse me, second part, what was your second part?
What was the fight about?
We don't know what the fight was about. It's senseless that a fight led to 9 people being shot. We'll release more information as far as age and name after this offender is charged. Yes. So she was next. I'll come back to you for a 3rd round, but she was next. She hadn't had a 1st round. Yes.
I have a question, actually.
Well, a couple of things. One, recognize that we were all trying to understand the facts of what happened as part of this investigation. Even Superintendent Brown and myself were getting updated on the facts, which were, as even you all have admitted, somewhat confusing at the time that it was unfolding. What we did know was that the shooting occurred off of CTA property, and that's what we were responding to in our statement and clarifying that it wasn't a CTA shooting. As we got additional information about what happened, we became aware of the fact that the crowd had, as Superintendent Brown indicated, come into our station, and unfortunately another young woman was hurt. But thankfully they caught and arrested the gunman and recovered the gun. So as with any incident that occurs over time, you get clarity around what occurred, and as we got more information, we certainly conveyed it. Well, I think we did a good job of telling you what we knew as soon as we understood and knew it. What we knew at the time that we issued the initial statement, and that was accurate, is that the shooting occurred off of CTA property. And the rest of it, as we got better information and clarity about what happened, we provided additional information. I also need to point out, and the Superintendent would agree with me here, the CPD is the primary source of information regarding the criminal incident. While CTA is happy to provide our perspective on what may have happened on our system, we always defer to CPD in terms of what they believe are the facts and what ultimately they determine are appropriate for release to the public.
What specifically, and
Sure. We will, once the superintendents and the police department finish up with their review of the crime scene, then we will go in, check on the licensing of the McDonald's. We'll work with the Department of Buildings and just see if there's anything that we can hold the business accountable to. At the same time, I will also partner up with some of the other anchors on that particular block. I mean, obviously we have the cathedral there. We have San Xavier Ward directly behind elementary school or school. We have the Loyola University Water Tower campus is immediately behind it. Brand new Whole Foods, kitty corner, some great new restaurants or some good well-known restaurants within a block, along with residents in the community. I think it'd be, I won't want to be very reactive and say, here's exactly what I'm going to do at the McDonald's, because there is a lot, just by the institutions I just listed off, there is a lot of probably need for a McDonald's, particularly in this kind of post-economic recovery, where frankly it's frequently hard for folks who are working, particularly the overnight shift. Remember, we have the entire medical campus just east with the Children's Memorial Hospital, with Shirley Ryan Rehab, the entire Northwestern hospital system. Those are big institutions in Chicago that work 24/7, much like your industry. And I would not want, if someone wants a burger at 2 a.m. at the nurse's station or the doctor going into surgery in the middle of the night, I would not want them to prevent, being able to get something. So we'll just continue to investigate that.
Commissioner,
I think what I just explained, I'm reaching out to the partners in that area, the ones I just listed, and to see what further can we do in terms of the licensure and other businesses on that particular avenue.
So you're talking.
That's my jurisdiction.
Can you explain that a little?
We'll look at hours of operation. We'll look to make sure that the licensing is compliant with the regulations, and just some sort of other things that we can look at within my jurisdiction.
So hold on just a second. You guys are going to keep us here for hours. We do have real work to do. This is part of our work, but we can't take like 5-6 rounds. So there's reporters that hadn't had that question. I want to get to them first, and then I'll come back to some of you for a final round. Okay? So you hadn't had a question. You had your hand up. Go ahead.
yesterday was the first day.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any indication?
No, I think the reporter over here said it best. It's been a long-standing gathering point for young people. It's not because of anything related to Millennium Park, new curfew, new requirement for be accompanied by an adult. So it's longstanding, not reactive. So we got, hang on, just a second. You've had more than enough questions. I don't want to be rude, but I know, but we cannot stand here and just it be your talk show, okay? So go ahead and do a quick one, and then we'll come back to you. No, they were responding to that initial verbal conflict. They were responding before they got there, and then there was some movement of the group. They left and came back. There was several iterations. Yeah, but as the offender tried to flee, we pursued. He's in custody pending charges. Last question, sir.
Again, I gave 2 in a week. That's
You got 3?
No, 2. Earlier this week I got last question.
Okay, great.
I'm trying to keep it light here.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. So we're last night's out and taking away. And if not, how did the
As we have discussed several times in previous briefings about police resources scaling up for the summer, extra resources from the non-patrol bureaus were sent to not only downtown but to all the areas throughout, all the 5 areas throughout the city. So these extra resources were utilized for both Millennium Park and for the roving patrols downtown on State Street and other areas downtown. So there's extra patrol officers that are available from all of the non-patrol bureaus within the Chicago Police Department. Thank you all so very much. I appreciate it.
All right, Chicago officials wrapping up a lengthy press conference. Surprised he took so many questions surrounding this event. But again, this has been something not new to Chicago. Gun violence continues to be a problem each and every single day, and especially during the weekends. It seems like even during holidays, you see an uptick. Yesterday, though, just last night, 2 killed, another 7 wounded just outside of McDonald's after a fight had broken out. And of course, authorities there really wishing the best for those who are still recovering, but also happy they were able to make some arrests from this incident. What we're going to do is step away for 2 quick minutes. When we come back, we did have the Department of Justice talking about how they're going to try to combat hate, how they're going to be trying to address it even more across our country. Very fitting, especially after we had such a violent weekend last weekend and now even more shootings into this week. We'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox again in just 2 minutes. All right, guys, going to be jumping into this press conference. Department of Justice talking about deterring and confronting hate crimes. Let's listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you all for being here, and thanks to those who are joining us remotely. Although I'm looking around for the screens, I don't see them. In one of my first acts as Attorney General, I directed an expedited review to determine how the department could improve its efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. Shortly thereafter, and 1 year ago today, President Biden signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes and Jabara Hire No Hate Act into law. We are grateful to be joined today by members of Congress and their staffs who worked on this matter, and as well, we are very grateful to be and honored to be joined by members of the Jabara family and the Hire family. Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. A week after the legislation became law, I issued a memorandum to all Justice Department employees laying out steps that we would take to improve our efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. We had originally planned on hosting today's events to provide all of you, our colleagues, partners, and stakeholders with an update on our anti-hate efforts over the last year. We now gather in the wake of a horrific and painful reminder of the urgency and importance of this task. 6 days ago in Buffalo, 10 people were killed, another 3 were injured, an entire community was terrorized. The Justice Department is investigating this as a hate crime and as an act of racially motivated violent extremism. We are deploying every resource we have to ensure accountability for this terrible attack, to pursue justice for the victims and their families, and to provide support to a grieving community. Last weekend's attack was a painful reminder of the singular impact that hate crimes have not only on individuals, but on entire communities. They bring immediate devastation. They inflict lasting fear. We will use every legal tool at our disposal to investigate and combat these kinds of hate crimes and their collateral impact that they have on the communities that they hurt. The department-wide directive that I issued last year benefited from the thoughtful input of external stakeholders and internal experts, including many of you who are here today. It outlined 4 areas of focus to improve our efforts to combat unlawful acts of hate: improving incident reporting, increasing law enforcement training and coordination at all levels, prioritizing community outreach, and making better use of our civil enforcement mechanisms. As I said at the time, each of these steps share the common goal of deterring hate crimes and hate incidents and addressing them when they occur, supporting those victimized by them, and reducing the pernicious effects that they have on our society. These are not easy tasks. We know the threats we face are evolving and that our strategies to confront them must evolve as well. Addressing them requires making total use of both our criminal and our non-criminal resources across the entire Justice Department. Our relevant investigating and prosecuting components, including the Civil Rights Division, U.S. Attorney's offices, the National Security Division, and the FBI, are hard at work maximizing their collective tools to prevent, deter, and respond to hate crimes and bias-motivated forms of extremism. I want to thank Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, Director of the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys Monty Wilkinson, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Matt Olson, and FBI Director Christopher Wray for their leadership and for their dedication to this work. In February of this year alone, the Justice Department convicted the 3 men who targeted and killed Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was a black man jogging on a public street. Our prosecutors convicted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. And a federal court sentenced a man in Tennessee for setting fire to 4 separate churches in that state. These 3 results in 1 month represent just a small sample of the investigative and prosecutive efforts that the Justice Department is undertaking to confront hate crimes using our criminal enforcement mechanisms. But we recognize that in order to address the destructive effects that hate crimes and hate incidents have on entire communities, we must make better use of our non-criminal tools as well. Today, I want to announce 3 important steps we are taking that reflect our holistic approach. First, along with our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services, we are issuing new guidance aimed at raising awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. This guidance includes several steps that community-based organizations, law enforcement, government officials, and others can take to raise awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents, and how that increased awareness can be used as a tool for prevention and response. This guidance focuses on both hate crimes and hate incidents and was created with the input of many community-based stakeholders and public health professionals. In just a moment, Deputy Secretary Palm will discuss this guidance further. Second, I am pleased to announce that the department has hired Ana Paula Noguez Mercado as our first ever full-time language access coordinator. Ana, please stand up. Thank you for joining the team. We know that language access is a major barrier to the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. Ana will join our Office of Access to Justice, where she will work to improve knowledge, use, and expansion of the department's language access resources. Third, I am pleased to announce that the department is releasing $10 million in grant solicitations for new programs to address hate crimes. $5 million of this grant funding was authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. These grants will support better hate crime reporting to the FBI and will fund states to establish and run reporting hotlines for victims of hate crimes. The other $5 million will go to supporting community-based approaches to preventing and addressing hate crimes. I want to thank Congress for providing the funding that allowed us to launch these grant programs. And I want to thank Amy Solomon and her team at the Office of Justice Programs for administering these important grants and putting these funds to good use. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding. As I have noted many times before, this department was founded in 1870 in the aftermath of the Civil War with the first fundamental purpose to fight the white supremacist attack on black civil rights after the Civil War. 152 years later, the task to combat hate-fueled violence remains central to the department's mission. We do this because it is our legal obligation, and we do this because it is our moral obligation. We do this work because we believe that all people in this country should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, or how they worship. Thank you all for being here and for your tireless work and partnership. In a moment, you will hear from Deputy Secretary Palm from the Department of Health and Human Services. She will be followed by our Deputy and Associate Attorneys General, who will speak more specifically to the steps we have taken in the past year. Before that, however, we will play a short video featuring reflections from the family members, 4 people who were killed by hate crimes, but whose legacies will have an enduring impact on combating hate crimes. Thank you to the families of Heather Heyer, of Khalid Jabara, and of Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. for your important words in this video. And thanks again to all of you who are here with us today.
Hate crimes have impacted our family in a way that we could never have even imagined. We miss Khalid every day. We miss the joy and the laughter that he brought to our family.
And Khalid was the talented one of the family, the handsome one of the family, the funny one of the family.
She was an ordinary person who took a courageous stand with others in the community just to show solidarity that their lives mattered. When hate came to our town and when hate came to say that their lives didn't matter, Heather stood there to say, yes, their lives do matter.
Outgoing, love his music, love to be with people, he was a people person, entertainer, piano, all-rounded person, and we love his family. And to see him the day before, we thought all was well with the world. You know, before I would see him more times with him, never knowing that day before that I would never see him again.
And what we've expressed in our lives with the loss of Matt has been just really hard and ongoing. It never gets easier, it just gets different.
Our family is so honored that there will be funding and resources available to communities to combat hate in Khalid and Heather's memory.
The Jabara Hire No Hate Act bill that was signed last year, and then the programs that are coming out of the bill, it means a lot to our family. It means that we feel heard, we feel seen.
It means a lot to me to have Heather's name attached to this program because this is...
All right, guys, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Going to step away from that press conference. You know, we always like to go out to the live content happening. We do have a press conference in the Louisiana area after there was a graduation that was erupted with gunfire. Let's go ahead, listen into this on Live Now from Fox.
Minutes after the incident took place, Southeastern University Police Department took Trent Thomas, age 20, of Hammond into custody and has since been charged with 3 counts of attempted murder in the 2nd degree, possession of a firearm on a gun-free campus, and obstruction of justice, and is being held in the Amite jail at this time. Like I said, we want to thank, Southeastern definitely wants to thank Hammond Police Department, TPSO, and the state police for their quick response and aiding us in this investigation.
At this time, Ms. Melissa Stilley, she's superintendent of schools, would like to say something.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank all of our law enforcement agencies that were so very quick to respond and be here just very, very quickly. Also to our medical providers that were here and able to get the victims that were impacted to our medical facilities very quickly and get them assistance they needed. A big shout out to all of those individuals. We need to do that. Also, I want to be sure to mention that our school system, of course, is cooperating fully with law enforcement. We're working very closely with them. We are providing any information that we have that could be beneficial to the investigation. We are providing to law enforcement because we want justice to be served in this situation. Graduation is a very special time for our seniors and their families. It was very sad that it ended on a very in a very violent way for our families and the graduates and the faculty. So I want us to remember and to pray for our families that were impacted, the victims that were impacted, the families, everyone here. We had hundreds of people here. This stadium was packed with family members and friends watching their loved ones graduate. And let's be remembering everyone that was either here and was part of the violence, being here, or was impacted directly by that event. But I just want to thank again the law enforcement, and it's just the teamwork that we have here with Southeastern, the City of Hammond, also our Sheriff's Department, and our DA is just exceptional. And I just appreciate the support of our law enforcement in this case. Thank you.
So the particulars of the investigation that we can give out is at some point there was an altercation between our suspect that we have in custody and another group of people, specifically one individual who is a juvenile. So we're not going to release his name, but he is a person of interest. We do believe, or we do know that the victims, unfortunately, that were shot had absolutely nothing to do with it. Originally, the information we received that there was 4 victims that were shot. At this point, we've learned there's actually only 3 that were shot, and the 4th that was at the hospital received an injury as they were trying to escape the area. All 3 of the people have been released from the hospital. The 4th victim is still in the hospital, is listed as stable, is believed to be non-life-threatening. I apologize, but the altercation occurred. We are currently investigating it. We have detectives that are steadily working with it. It's Hammond Police Department as well as Southeastern doing the joint investigation. We have the assistance of the Louisiana State Police, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office. Last night it was impressive, the people that came out to assist us. Scott Paraloo, the district attorney, parish president Robbie Miller, and our mayor Pete Pinapinto, they all came on scene and were there to help us. Acadian Ambulance, the Hammond Fire Department, just the number of people that were here. We were fortunate that they had some people that were at the graduation that were either law enforcement or medical personnel that began rendering aid pretty quick to one of the victims. Listen, the sad thing is that people bring guns to events like this when it should be a joyous moment for people that have spent the last 12 years of their life and come to a graduation, and then all of a sudden we end up in a situation like this. I know Chief Begner will touch on, because I'm sure y'all going to have questions about safety protocols and all moving forward. He will touch on that briefly if y'all have any of those. But the investigation is going. We do believe there will be more arrests. We believe that there's probably going to be more than one shooter. 2, we believe, is what we're thinking at. But we're going to continue to do the investigation. We will update y'all through any kind of press release or something like that as we get more information. So, any questions?
Do you have any knowledge as to what led to the altercation, Chief?
You know, right now we're investigating possible gang affiliation of sorts. We're not 100% positive on that, but that is definitely a potential. We believe that both of them were here, or both groups, or the shooter that we have in custody as well as the other person, that the altercation were here to watch graduation of a friend of theirs or somebody they know, at which point they came across each other on the opposite side of the university center than where we are now. It then proceeded to come around here, which is where all the kids come out after the graduation. So we do believe that that could be a possible motive, but that's still ongoing, and we're going to do the best we can to determine the final motive as we move forward.
The entire altercation occurred outside the graduation ceremony?
Yes.
After, right? After it was over?
Yes, the graduation ceremony was over, and people were starting to exit, and that's when it occurred.
Do you know how many shots were fired in total?
You know, I don't want to give that number out because I don't know a definite number. I would say at least 10 shots, but I can't give a definite number on that.
Did you talk to the people of Hammond, the parents who were there, or the students, and just moving forward, whatever your message is to them?
Listen, guys, Hammond is a safe community. We have great law enforcement presence. When this first happened, Southeastern Police Department, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office were actually working the event. Hammond Police Department, who wasn't working the event, we were here in less than 60 seconds to assist these guys. our officers, Southeastern Police Office, Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office, Louisiana State Police, and all the other agencies that showed up, we were here quick. We were here quick, and I think that the unbelievable great response of our officers is what probably prevented bigger issues and more incidents. So, moving forward, look, we're going to do an evaluation of the protocols. I know Chief Beckner's already been working with that. He's on top of that, and he's going to be handling that. And Hammond Police Department and the Sheriff's Office and all of our partnering agencies are going to assist him in anything we can do to make it sure that it's safe moving forward.
Chief, how many people were firing weapons?
We don't know that for sure at this point. We do believe at least 2.
Chief, there was some law enforcement out here earlier today scoping out. Can you kind of tell us what was happening?
Well, all this happened at nighttime, right? So we contacted Louisiana State Police Crime Lab. They came out and processed the scene for the investigation. And I think the detectives, Southeastern and Hammond Police Department detectives, are just doing a secondary crime scene look. You have to hammer it all down. It's a little bit easier in daytime, although the parish parish president supplied, light plants and all that for us last night. It's just always better to do a secondary walkthrough the next day.
Chief, can you say if your second suspect was returning fire with the first suspect, or were these 2 in cahoots?
We believe that they were not in cahoots. We believe that they were the 2 that got into the original altercation with each other. Any other questions?
Yeah,
You found a couple different types of bullet casings.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry.
Did you find a couple different bullet casings that lead you to believe that there was more than one?
We're not going to get far into that part of the investigation. That's what the crime lab's for. They do the processing. They will be giving us all the information, giving Southeastern all the information as soon as they can process through it.
For either of the 2 shooters, what's their affiliation to the high school? They were just here watching. One was graduating and one was watching.
We believe they were just here watching people that were graduating. The juvenile subject attended Hammond High prior, but was not a current student at Hammond High.
What type of firearms were used?
I can't say that exactly what it was. It was handguns.
Were the victims all family members of graduates?
I don't know the family relations.
Chief, how big of a problem are gangs in this area?
Listen, I think that gangs are a problem everywhere. So I think that all you have to do is turn on the news. Chief Beckner told me this morning that over the last couple of days there was 3 different shootings in our country at high school graduations. That is a sad scenario when you have people that are bringing guns to high school graduations. I think gangs are a thing. They're juveniles that a lot of them are involved in, and it's something that we are actively working in this area. We have officers assigned that are working with the district attorney's office and District Attorney Scott Paraloo, that we do identify anybody that we may believe are affiliated, and we're just going to go after them with the best way that we can and try to get them put in jail.
Was Trent Thomas one of those you had identified as you looked into this gang problem?
I'm not sure exactly where the identification comes from. Hammond Police Department has a detective that's assigned that does that. So I don't exactly know where he was lined up or where they may have identified him as being affiliated.
I understand that graduations are set for tonight and through the weekend. Are those going to keep as planned?
Yes, we currently have 3 graduations set for this weekend, the final 3, all schools from Livingston Parish. I have reached out to the Livingston Parish Superintendent today to give him some guidance and some assurances that there will be a police presence here. They're bringing some of their SROs as normal high schools do bring their SROs. We will have officers on scene, and we're requesting that people who attend the graduations come into the building with cameras and phones only, leave their bags in their cars or leave them at home. These are the last 3 of the year. After that, the university is going to meet, and we're going to start reviewing some protocols and looking at some other safety measures that we can take to mitigate some of these risks. You've got to understand there was a large officer presence here last night, and it still occurred. So we're gonna look at other ways that we can mitigate risk for people entering any event on Southeastern.
Chief, you said that you were recommending people bring cell phones only. Will you be having any type of metal detectors or anything like that on presence?
No, at this point we do not. That is one of the things that we're looking into buying for upcoming events, for all events on Southeastern, is actually putting magnetometers in our arenas. It's just another deterrent. There again, you go through the airport and people get through them all the time. It's a deterrent. Cameras in the parking lots, cameras in the buildings, they're deterrents. Nobody's watching a camera 24 hours a day live. So, you know, officer presence, the presence of cameras and the presence of some other deterrents, you know, may stop this. It's not 100% guaranteed that you'll ever stop anything. But like I said, we'll have people here tonight. Hammond will be patrolling the area a little bit more, and I think we'll be safe.
Chief, I'm sorry. Can you tell us anything about how the Trent Thomas was arrested?
Considering magnetometers, or?
Yes, yes.
Can you tell us how Trent Thomas was identified and arrested? Was he arrested on site?
Yeah, he was arrested within minutes. One of our officers actually saw him fleeing and chased him on foot and took him into custody.
Chief, what do you say to the people who were in attendance yesterday and who parents and families
You know,
who are expected the next
I completely agree with the superintendent and with Chief Bergeron. You know, this is a time people spend 12 years of their life to get to this day, to graduate and move on to college, military, or whatever they may do in life. This is supposed to be a day where everybody's happy, where families are proud of their kids. You know, and something like this, just they don't have that memory of the joyous occasion now. They have a memory of people running and shots being fired in a parking lot. You know, just to put it bluntly, this is a cowardly act, and I think that we've got to do something, and you know, and to end this. I'm a firm believer. I think the families they remember the joyous part of their students and their family members walking across the stage receiving that diploma, and like I said, take heed of what happened, but remember that experience they had inside the building.
How soon is the next graduation?
Oh, it'll be tonight.
At what time?
7 o'clock.
All right, guys, so we're going to go ahead and end it here. We're not going to take any more questions. We do have some work to get back to do. The investigation is going to continue. If we have follow-up arrests, we will make sure that we notify everybody. Thank y'all for coming. We appreciate it. And we'll hopefully get more information to y'all as soon as it becomes available. All right, thank y'all.
What charges? That's the only thing we didn't get. What charges?
Chief Beckner advised it was...
it's 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder, possession of a firearm in a gun-free zone, and obstruction of justice.
What was the second one again?
Possession of a firearm in a gun-free zone.
And will you guys email out the mugshot?
Yes, our PIO will be sending the mugshot. If anybody wants to get with it, it's Miss Lisa Lambert is our public information officer right here in the white shirt. She can get it sent to y'all. Thank y'all, guys.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we are just jumping into press conference after press conference here for you on Live Now from Fox. And unfortunately, so many of them updates on recent shootings that we are seeing right here across our country. This one of the most recent ones after there was gunfire ringing out after a high school graduation. 4 people injured, as you heard. One of those injuries was from trying to just get away. Just yet another chaotic scene, just like the one that we were just showing you earlier here today outside of that McDonald's last night in Chicago, where unfortunately 9 people were hit with gunfire, and of those 9, 2 people died from that scene. So that update we did bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. We'll replay it if there's not another update a little bit later here today. Want to also mention we're keeping an eye out for breaking news. I know that this doesn't look like very much as the camera has not been moved over to the location. It's like they're listening to me. But right now, law enforcement has responded to the report of an active shooter possibly in Rochester, New York. You can see that massive response here. A lot of red and blue flashing lights of those police vehicles, and very few details to be sharing at this time. But of course, we share everything we do know with our viewers who watch here with us. So right now, there's been reports of a possible active shooter. This is just near the Public Safety Training Center near the Rochester, New York airport. We do have multiple agencies that we can see here responding to this incident. If we do get any updates, get other pictures coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk, that'll be something we'll bring to you here as well. So let's just take this opportunity, since we don't have a lot of information. Usually we don't step away for a break, but we don't have a lot of info. This scene has been what we've been seeing for these last few minutes. If it changes dramatically, we'll make sure to show it to you, but we'll keep an eye on it while we bring you other content as well after this 2-minute break. We do have not only Senator Cory Booker doing an event, as you can see also in New York, we do have the mayor. He's talking about housing, A lot more to come right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here with you today as we continue to keep track of all the top stories coming to us from across the country. So many things to be on top of here, but of course, we just bring it all to you on our channel. So a great way to keep informed all day long. Don't forget, if you need to stay informed on the road, on the go, wherever you want to watch us from, you can always find all of our streaming platforms on LiveNowFox.com. I have been talking about a possible shooting incident outside Rochester, New York. Looks like our shot just went away. So if we do get any pictures from that area back, of course, we'll be trying to stay on top of the latest reports. There was a huge police response. I did roll in some video, hadn't had time to pull it in, but if we do get more pictures and images from that scene, of course, we'll bring it to you here. But we've had quite a few different press conferences taking place here already this morning. But let's kick things off with just showing you where we're at when it comes to our stock exchange. Right now, you can see we're back into the red here today after starting off in the green on this Friday morning. Remember, this is the last day to close out what's been a roller coaster of a week. And here we are seeing that red once again, down more than 350 points. So this is just one of those things we have to deal with, as we've still had a rise in our gas prices. We've still had inflation as well. It does look like also that there's been still a huge crisis when it comes to our baby formula, and on the cusp of also happening is Title 42 ending. Right now, live look at the White House, we do have both President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden not there. President Biden over in Asia. We've been tracking some of his movements as he was in South Korea most recently. But we also have Jill Biden. She's on a tour in South America. So a lot more things to bring you from their trips overseas. One that does come in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. But right now, we do have a picture coming to us from Georgia, where just moments ago we had some folks speaking after a jury, after multiple days of testimony. They have come to their conclusion. They have found Ryan Duke not guilty of a murder that happened of a Georgia teacher and a former beauty queen. This is 8 days of testimony that we had coming in from witnesses on both sides, for the state prosecutors and also for Duke's defense attorneys. Now, while they found him not guilty of murder, they did say that he did conceal her death. So he was found guilty on one count, that's concealing her death. Let's go ahead, listen back into some of those comments that were made just a few moments ago.
just kept saying thank you, and he felt like the jury heard him, and it's something that's been weighing on his mind for a very long time. I asked him if he wanted to speak on Monday, and he said Monday is about the Grinsteads. Monday is for the Grinsteads to speak, and he wants it to be focused on them.
Stephen, you bear a burden too. Step up if you would, please. Sure. Please. For all this time that he's been in jail and everything, let's hear from you. Your reaction when you were in there and heard those words.
Yes, sir. The emotion is very real. Ryan's been locked up for a while now, and we're very thankful for the jury and listening and believing in him, and we're excited to get this chapter of our life over with and move on to the next one.
What do you think made the difference in this trial?
You would have to ask somebody from the jury. I'm not sure. Lawyers.
But I think Ryan made the difference. Ryan, I mean, you saw it. You saw Ryan, and you saw him speak the truth and be comfortable finally telling what happened. And he's hoping that brings some closure to the community and to the Grinstead family. But I think that really made the difference.
And they kept asking about concealing a death.
They did. They kept asking us about venue on concealing a death, whether or not, because when he took the stand, he admitted to his role, which was in Ben Hill County. And so I think that they had they were confused and had some issues on whether or not it happened in Irwin County or Ben Hill County. But I think that they got it right at the end of the day. We believed in Ryan. Stephen actually called me, and we, my husband John and I, we have our own family practice. It's a small family law firm, and we always have felt very strongly about doing pro bono work. We've always done pro bono work, and we think that it's something that lawyers should do. And so we always had one case, and it was just the timing was great because I had just resolved a case that I had, a pro bono case, and so I knew about the case. I had done some interviews on the podcast, and we knew about it, and met with Stephen, met with their family, and just fell in love with them, fell in love with the community, and wanted to come down and help.
What were the biggest challenges throughout this trial?
A lot of the last minute things, getting things last minute, that was kind of frustrating. We like to be prepared, and we like to have things ahead of time, and so sometimes getting things last minute was difficult. Also the time. I mean, it's very hard when you have a case that's been pending for so long, and the information's just not fresh, and so you've got to go back and sort of reinvestigate the entire case, and so that was definitely a difficulty.
Do you think the community can move on now? It's 2005. It's been a very long time coming. Do you think this will begin the healing? I know nothing will bring Ms. Grinstead back, right. But moving for the community, what do you think happens now? Is this a start to that?
We really think that the community can start to heal now. They have heard from Ryan what happened. They know that the person who actually committed this crime is in prison. While he may not be in prison for committing the crime that he committed, he still is in prison. And I think that gives them some amount of closure. Justice is never perfect. So while he may not be paying the price for the crime that he committed, he is definitely being punished. And so that hopefully will give the community some amount of closure.
Evan, you sat next to Ryan most of the time, in that sense, and you questioned him. What was going through your mind as you questioned him? Did you believe the jury was believing his story at the time?
Yeah, well, I can tell you that I've known Ryan since we were kids. I went to high school with Ryan, and that's why I agreed to join the case. I actually reached out to the merchants when I learned about Ryan being charged and then taking the case on. So I believed Ryan right from the very beginning, and getting him ready to testify and then having him testify in front of the jury, I think it was raw and it was real, and at least when I heard it, we were getting ready and then in front of the jury, it really resonated with me, and I thought it was very powerful. So.
And you were arm in arm with him as that verdict came in. Take us through that moment.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. It's like you're skydiving and you're about to jump out of the plane. And it's like, oh, I know it's about to happen. And then it did, and I could feel. I had my hand on his shoulder as it was read, and I could feel the tension sort of flow out of him. As the not guilty verdicts were read. So it had a very clear, physical impact. I could feel the tension leave him as it was read.
And his first words?
What's that?
His first words to you?
Gosh, I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we got back to the room back there. We didn't say much when we were, out in the courtroom, but yeah, he was overcome with, I think, gratitude and relief once we got back there.
Do you think there was one piece of evidence or one witness that really made your case stand out and made people side more so with the defendant?
I think it's Ryan. Yeah, I think Ryan told his truth, and I think it was evident to the jury and anybody else who watched it. I think him having the time to tell his story from start to finish, I think it was very powerful.
Was he happy to take the stand, or did that need some convincing?
Well, no, I think he was very willing to take the stand. There was no time, during the discussions about whether he would do it, that he was ever reluctant to do it. He was nervous about it, as I think anybody would be, to sit in front of, a bunch of strangers on TV and tell something, especially something so personal and so raw. But at no point was he ever, I don't want to do this. He never said that.
What made you all decide to encourage him, or if that's the right word, to take the stand? Was there any piece of evidence or any point in the testimony or the presentation of the evidence that pushed y'all in that direction?
I don't think so. I think it made sense. If we all had the chance, obviously as his lawyers, to go through this with him many times, over the course of the several years that we've had the case, been working with him, and I think we all knew from the beginning that he needed to get the story out, not just for himself, obviously, but for the community, for the families that were touched by the case. So I think I don't think there was ever a time, I don't think we were like, this is a bad idea, don't do it. I mean, I think we all knew it the whole time that he was gonna talk about it, and he knew as well.
It was one of the first things when we met. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Tony. When we first talked with Stephen, I came down and met with Ryan, and him telling me what happened was what really compelled me. And then, of course, I had to convince John that this was what we wanted to do. And John came down and met with him and heard Ryan, heard what happened, and we both believed him. And we're both compelled with that. And so there was never really a doubt about him being able to tell his story. That was something that was always important to him. He wanted to do that. He wanted everyone to know what happened. He was very scared at first, but some things transpired throughout the case with Mr. Dukes and his arrest that made him a little bit less scared. But, it's hard to get up in front of the world and tell something that has haunted you for so long. And so that was definitely something that was nerve-wracking for him, but there was never any doubt in our minds because it was the truth.
Speaking of Mr. Dukes, what made you all decide to, as the state said it, parade him in front of the jury, even though you knew he was likely to invoke his right to remain silent?
Well, we assumed he was going to answer a couple questions. I mean, not, his name. I didn't really expect that he would invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege to that. And we never really knew what was going to happen because the state had talked about possibly giving him immunity for his testimony. And so we never were sure if he was going to testify or not. We had hoped that he was going to testify and we would have the opportunity to cross-examine him. But until the person actually takes the stand, you never know. So, I mean, I even 5 minutes before expected him to answer a couple questions. And then he didn't.
What did you make of the jury requesting his indictment today?
I still don't know what to make about that. I think that they were really hung up on the concealing count, and I think that most likely they weren't sure that there was venue in Irwin County, but knowing that Ryan was involved and what he admitted to, they wanted to hold him accountable for what happened, and knew that they couldn't in Ben Hill. And so I think they were probably looking at it to see if there was a way that they could hold him accountable here.
All right, guys, once again, listening into some reaction outside of the courthouse, but of course, live now from Fox, always on top of breaking news happening across the country. This time, taking you out to Phoenix, Arizona, where firefighters have responded to a double house fire. This happening in just the north part of the city. At this time, we do know that there are multiple victims who have suffered second-degree burns, and this happening just here live for you on Live Now from Fox. Now, the Phoenix Fire Department did respond to this incident near 20th Street and Sweetwater Avenue. Right now, crews still on scene dousing those homes in water, but unfortunately, it looks like just a huge loss to these homes. You can see that structure very, very fallen in, collapsed, and burned as well. So right now it looks like that they still have crews who are going to be trying to get some more water on here just in case there are some hot spots, especially in the Arizona hot heat. We have even warmer temperatures coming in the afternoon. It can always rekindle things, even without weather being a factor. There can always be piles of sometimes areas that could be holding little fires that could reignite at any time. So they are going to douse everything with water. You can see all of those different hose lines there across the grounds, and it looks like just barely parts of that structure still standing up here. And again, right now at this time, we do know that there are multiple people who have some burns to their bodies after this fire had erupted again in a Phoenix area. Double house fire happening live, raw, unfiltered here for you. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll still keep an eye on these pictures that are coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk as Sky Fox is circling around here, this home fire, but also going to take us out to New Jersey. We do have at this time Senator Cory Booker. He is talking about trying to help redevelop some sites that had been contaminated previously. We're going to step away again for that 2-minute break, bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to come back to these live pictures we have coming in from Sky Fox showing us this fire that's in North Phoenix area. It is a double house fire. There are 2 mobile homes that are located on this one property, and you can still see a lot of smoke still rising up here from this scene. It does look like to be a total loss, though, with that structure that is collapsed and very burnt on the structure that is still standing up. So fire crews down on the ground, also attacking this with multiple hoses outside here as they continue to use a lot of efforts to put out this fire. We'll keep an eye on this here in a double box, but what I want to head out to is New Jersey, where they are talking about an investment, a large one at that. This is all going towards trying to revitalize some contaminated sites that have been located in New Jersey. Let's go ahead, listen in right here on Live Now from Fox.
For being here. Our city council president, Angel Fuentes. Yes, indeed. I believe Councilwoman Marilyn Torres is here. Thank you for coming out. CRA Executive Director Olivette Simpson. Camden Community Partners CEO, I'm going to say that, Chris Calori, friend, partner. Chris, I'm proud today I can say CEO of Camden Community Partnership. Now tomorrow, I don't know, but I'm glad that you be here, brother. Joe Myers, where you at, Joe? My office and staff, the City of Camden staff, our Housing Authority Chairperson, Debbie Polk. Where your energy at, Deb? There you go. Our current interim director, who I've just met personally today, Melanie Johnson-Williams. And let's give a round of applause for our former director who's been committed and servicing our community and helping our housing authority for years, Victor Figueroa. We have school board advisory member here, Jeanette Alvarez, where you at? Chief Gabe Rodriguez, Camden County Police. The Michaels organization that does so much in our community. I don't know if anyone's here is representing the Michaels, and all the residents that are here from Branch Village. Thank you all for being here today. I am so pleased to be here with you all, as I say, distinguished guests and residents here in the Centerville community, which we affectionately call the capital of Camden. And you all know, if you're from Centerville, you know what I'm talking about. Just like the entire city of Camden, in recent years, the Centerville community has witnessed an incredible transformation, and we've realized so many substantial investments to this community. This $3.5 million EPA award will help augment investments like the $13.2 million Federal Choice Grant, which was awarded in Camden in 2016. Since that time, awards has led to improved infrastructure, rehabilitation of schools, improvements to parks, and construction of new, quality, affordable housing. As you can see around us, Branch Village is a testament to that. Now this EPA funding will also help leverage millions of dollars in new investments like the renovation of this park, Elijah Perry Park. And moreover, let's give it up for that. I see some good representatives here that does extreme great work with our kids in this park. Some coaches that are here from this community. Moreover, billions of more dollars in improvements has been taking place throughout our community. Environmental cleanups are often the most challenging step in converting contaminated properties into healthy, productive uses. The cost to address this contamination at Elijah Perry Park has been
Drop the check.
Senator, I thought we had a turnover on the field out here. The city of Camden and Camden Community Partnerships are in the process of undertaking another $3.3 million construction to this park. And what that means, the quality of life will be enhanced. Our families, our children will be able to come here and feel proud of the park that they're going to be having fun together in. The CRA Revolving Loans Fund will leverage dollars from a city housing authority HUD choice initiatives implementation grant. Vince, where you at? That was a doozy you put here, Vince Becerra. And the neighborhood improvements and city HUD CDBG entitlement program grants. The additional funding from EPA will be used in conjunction with the state of New Jersey's Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund, which is known as the HDSRF grant. The EPA funding will provide a loan component as well as a grant component to serve as the required match for this HDSRF grant. The contamination at this park is on track to be remediated later this year, prior to the construction of new park improvements and amenities. After the cleanup and the park improvements have been completed, Elijah Perry Park will be a signature public park with updated basketball courts. Can I say that again? Updated basketball courts. water spray areas, custom playgrounds, picnic gazebos, benches, and other amenities that will enhance the quality of life for this surrounding neighborhood. I applaud the President Biden's administration and our congressional delegation trio of Senator Bob Menendez, Senator Cory Booker, and Congressman Donald Norcross for their efforts to ensure Camden receives this critical allocation. Thank you. These contaminated sites are tremendous environmental challenges and public health risks, and problematic for our future growth. The $3.5 million will help to provide a solution to these long-term nuisance properties that we've had. I commend the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. You have been an outstanding partner and yet another example of your pledge to the city of Camden. This program is a step in the right direction in terms of the catalyst for a new development and the transformation of a contaminated and underutilized property. A part of a long-awaited environmental justice change we must all continue to work on as we improve the quality of life throughout the Camden and other communities of color. I want to thank you all again for coming out. I'm going to start bringing up our guests so they can have some good words to say. I first would like to introduce our EPA Regional Administrator, Lisa F. Garcia.
Thank you so much. Woo, thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Camden, Team Camden, for having us here, inviting us. It is truly a great day, weather-wise, too. So as mentioned, I'm Lisa Garcia, the recently appointed Regional Administrator for Region 2, EPA, which covers New Jersey, New York, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and 8 federally recognized tribes. But I am a Teaneck High School grad, so it is wonderful to be hanging out in New Jersey today, being back home. We want to talk a little bit about the Brownfields program, which is so essential. But before then, I do want to acknowledge all of the partners to be able to get here to clean up this park. Starting with the mayor, thank you so much, Mayor of Camden, and everyone. I can't name everyone. Thank you for calling out all the luminaries here, but Team Camden, Commissioner LaTourette for really our partnership on cleaning up contaminated sites and other environmental work. And of course, Senator Cory Booker, Senator Menendez, who isn't here, but Congressman Donald Norcross also for really ensuring that we do have the funding to be able to do this work. So thank you for prioritizing the work that's needed in this partnership. I also just want to say thank you to and recognize Olivia Glenn, who is my Chief of Staff and Senior Advisor for Equity, but a Camden resident. So, so we do this for her and her family too. As mentioned, President Biden has really made cleaning up contaminated sites, working with communities, a true priority, and we're happy to partner with everybody. It's really the leaders that you see from the president, our congressional partners and senators, mayors, and other local folks, really prioritizing environmental justice, cleaning up areas that maybe haven't been a priority in the past. And I would say that Camden has been working on this for years and years and years, but it's finally great to be back and continue this effort of bringing in some of the funding. So thank you again to Camden for being relentless through this work and making sure that we bring in the funding needed. So just quickly, I'll talk about the announcement. EPA has announced $254 million as investments in brownfield grants, and thank you to the bipartisan infrastructure law for getting us there. This is additional funding that is coming out to communities. 4 of the grants are in New Jersey, which is very exciting, but they're really made possible again through this law to really revitalize communities across the country by cleaning up contaminated sites, blighted areas, and redeveloping them for productive use. The national announcement includes approximately $179 million and $1.5 billion in this investment, of the appropriated funds. Approximately 86% of the funding is going to communities selected, once again, to protect vitally important areas that are essential to communities and really focusing on underserved communities. So I am pleased, even though it was mentioned already, I am pleased to announce that EPA has selected the Camden Redevelopment Agency. I love the check here. I've never done that. And the check is for $3.5 million. It's really wonderful. It's nice to see it in that visual, right? So anyway, this grant is the largest grant given out this year to New Jersey. So congratulations, Camden. This is wonderful. Yes. The new funds will be used to award loans and sub-grants for the site to clean up this area. As mentioned, it's underutilized, and I love the dreams and the vision for what this park will be. So once again, standing right here at Elijah Perry Park, it really is a vision that the city of Camden had, and we are so proud to stand with you to help create that vision, and we will be back when you do have the basketball courts up. So once again, I just want to congratulate the Camden Redevelopment Agency. Yay! Yay! I look forward to hearing about the great work. Obviously, we also want to congratulate the New Jersey Economic Development Authority and CEO Tim Sullivan for helping to get us here. We really hope that this grant recognizes the effort of the Camden community and brings about this important open space, right? Parks are so important. And so I just want to say congratulations again. And I can't wait to be back when it's finalized. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, I would like to bring up someone who, throughout my years as an adult, older adult, gotten a chance to see from afar and all the amazing things that he has been a part of. Last year, got a chance to meet this individual in person, and I believe at a CamCare event. And when you meet this individual I'm about to bring up, everything that I've kind of figured and saw from afar and from a distance and watching him, when you meet him, you get it. You get the genuineness he has. You get the passion, and you feel the passion he has about helping make change and being advocates for communities and being better. You know, he's a mayor at heart, and you consistently feel that because in local politics, he understands this is the foundation. You know, this is where you make change. This is where you help individuals. And upon meeting him, I got it. I got it quick. And I'm so happy and so welcoming to have him here because he's been such a big advocate for so many years for our community. Senator Cory Booker.
So the mayor already introduced all the dignitaries, but nobody introduced him. I just want you to know I am a mayor myself. That's my core. That's how I came up in politics. I was a mayor of another one of New Jersey's premier cities. It is the hardest job in all of politics. And what Camden should be proud about is that they have someone, you see him in front of cameras, you see him publicly, I see him privately, my team sees him. He is really one of the harder working mayors in all of America for delivering real results for his community. Would you give him one more round of applause? He is a leader that even though he's an inch shorter than me, I look up to him. All right, I'm going to be very, very brief because Norcross told me he's speaking for an hour and a half. Look, I got to Washington coming from a city, and I know the truth. New Jersey has more Superfund sites than any state in America. It is a shameful reality, and we know that kids who are born around Superfund sites have higher autism rates, have higher birth defects. Superfund sites are correlated with cancers. And the number one indicator of whether you live around the Superfund site is actually the color of your skin, with black and brown people having significantly higher rates of being close to Superfund sites. And so when I got to Washington, I said that this was going to be a priority. There was no caucus in the Senate about environmental justice. I joined with a colleague of mine, a couple colleagues of mine, and we formed one of those caucuses because we knew we wanted to get the federal government to focus on the sites that are poisoning our communities, our families, our seniors, and our children. Now, today is a great day for me because from that time, 6-7 years ago till now, we have been able to take the power of the federal government and get a lot more resources going towards cleaning up toxins from our community. I'll give you one example. When I was on the campaign trail running for president, I talked to a guy who was then the vice president named Joe Biden, and we talked about how the shameful reality of America having all of these lead pipes in our ground. And we talked about that having to be an urgency. Well, now Joe Biden, President Joe Biden now, with Congress, has made it a priority to get every single lead pipe out of the ground. The money is allocated, the job will get done. And so I'm really proud that we are on top of environmental justice, combining with the efforts of our governor and our governor's team. This is something that's going to be a priority. Let me brag, though, about point number 2 and this congressman that's sitting here. I don't know if he knows this data point because I've had it fact-checked. For Camden area, there has never in the history of the United States been 3 representatives, a triumvirate, 2 senators and a congressperson, in any Congress who have brought more money back to New Jersey and the district than the 3 of us. The American Rescue Plan resources we fought for, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act we fought for. We are seeing more money coming back to our community, specifically this county, than ever before. We are the trio that is delivering the dollars that are getting it done. You should be proud of your congressman. He is truly a workhorse. A workhorse. His only criticism, he has too much damn hair. But besides that, he is delivering every single day millions and millions of dollars. And now the final thing, Mayor, and then I'm going to make my sit down. I still live in Newark. I live in the Central Ward. I'm the only senator that lives in what's considered by many an inner city, low income, black and brown community. I know the value of green spaces and parks. The commitment of the leaders of this community to green spaces and parks inspires me. My team did a little research on this park. This park was born the same year my dad was, 1936. It was then called South Camden Park. And this park came out of a visionary president. It was out of the WPA program, a guy named FDR. And the vision of it for this urban community is that it would be an oasis. It would give people what everybody should have a right to, which is safe places, green spaces, places to recreate, places to play. And what I love is this full circle. We are coming back now to another visionary president, partnering with local leaders to invest in the well-being of this park. When those basketball courts and those fountains and the other features are finished, it will be a tribute to honoring our past. And when you see the children playing here, it will be about honoring our future. I don't care what folks say. I had to get mad at somebody recently because they were disrespecting this city. Camden, Newark, Trenton, Atlantic City, New Jersey's cities are great cities.
Yes, they are.
And what's going to happen here in Camden, I am telling you right now, this is, and I know there's a lot of names for Camden, but I think Camden is the city of hope. Because America is going to see what's happening here and be inspired. Because they are going to know that the American dream isn't real anywhere until it's real everywhere. And so I am proud of this city. And now, just because I want to show off in front of Norcross before I sit down, quiero hablar en español muy rápidamente. Este es un día tan importante por nuestro estado. Este es un día tremendo por nuestra ciudad. Y tiene un día aquí ahora porque el apoyo de un equipo grande, un equipo de Camden, the Camden team, and da muchos recursos por esta ciudad, por el apoyo de nuestros niños y nuestro futuro y nuestra salud. So, con la ayuda de Dios, el comienza. This is just the beginning. Vamos a tener más éxito en el futuro. We're going to have a lot more success in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking the mayor's job. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm introducing him myself. I bring you America's great congressman, our own team member, hardest working man in all of the Congress, the James Brown of Washington, D.C. I give you Congressman Norcross.
Oh, come on. Really? I might not speak Spanish, but I speak Jersey. Yo, what are you doing?
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening in here to this press conference after, again, many speakers talking about how they are going to be revitalizing this area. Do have those live pictures still coming in here to our desk from the Phoenix area where multiple people have been injured from this fire. We'll give you new updates on other top stories happening across the country here in just a few moments, and also reiterating what we know so far here at this scene in Phoenix here in just a few moments. Thank you again to everyone who's been watching here with us. We appreciate all of you, especially as we are trying to stay on top of live events left and right here today. So a lot more to come here in just a few moments. Well, good morning. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are taking a live look as Sky Fox is showing us a fire that crews have been working on here for quite some time. There was also multiple people who have said to have been burned here in North Phoenix. Right now, some of the details that we do know is that we do have multiple people who suffered second-degree burns. This inside a double house fire that happened in North Phoenix. Now, the double house fire is because there are two mobile units that were on this one property. Phoenix Fire Department out here near 20th Street and Sweetwater Avenue. We do have our chopper visuals going a little bit in and out once in a while, but I at least wanted to reiterate what we did know here at this time, that unfortunately those structures a big loss. But again, we are thinking about the people, hoping that they can be okay again from those burns that they had. My name's Christy Larson. I'm here with you this morning on Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all the top stories happening across the country. It's been a busy morning at that, especially since we've had some pieces of news that we've been following since they've happened overnight. I want to at least start with just showing you some of the video that came in here to our desk, showing you what was going on just yesterday in Chicago. We did have, unfortunately, a shooting that killed two people. This happening on the near north side on Thursday night. We did hear from some of our officials just earlier here this morning who said that indeed it was two people who were killed. Unfortunately, multiple others injured during this shooting after a fight had broken out. This is at the McDonald's where the incident happened just before 10:40 p.m. last night on Chicago Avenue and State Street. Now, police were saying that they had initially had 10 people who were shot, later changed it. They did say a total of 9 people were shot. 2 of them, unfortunately, died from their wounds. It was a chaotic scene also. It quickly spilled into the nearby Red Line, police searching for a suspect and a gun, stopping at least one train, evacuating passengers. CTA officials were stationed near that subway entrance as police combed through the tracks. They do have multiple people arrested, not only who they think were the shooters, but also others who had gotten in the way of police conducting their investigation. So this will be something we're going to try to stay on top of, especially since we know violence has been just on the rise across the country. Just last weekend, we were talking about that mass shooting inside of the grocery store out of Buffalo, New York. Because of that, we do have some of our leaders on Capitol Hill, and they are speaking about introducing more legislation to try to combat all of that hate. Right now, we do have some of those senators speaking. I want to jump into that press conference. They are talking about domestic terrorism and urging Senate to pass this new legislation. Let's go ahead and listen into what they're saying right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
You know, this has to be an American priority. To fight against these hateful groups and to prevent these hateful crimes.
Yeah, this is, I have no idea what could be motivating Republican opposition to this bill. I have no idea what legitimate, decent reason any Republican could have to opposing a bill combating domestic terrorism. It is the most lethal and persistent threat to our internal security. So to all my colleagues who talk a lot about protecting this country's security, I say, here's your chance to take a stand. Little or no financial cost, no question that it's necessary, and an opportunity to send a message to the hate mongers, enough is enough, no more. And we're not going to be silent in the face of this kind of atrocious, abhorrent violence. Violent extremism has no place in the United States of America, and that ought to be a resounding, unanimous, bipartisan message. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, a number of my Republican colleagues seem to be heeding the dog whistles of the far-right fringe element in this country, and sometimes more than dog whistles, actually shouts and clamor that inspires, emboldens, and encourages violence. And they need to take a stand, we all do, in favor of the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act.
Other questions?
I have one that's semi-off topic. I know we've been late here. I apologize.
Sure.
But yesterday you guys sent word about the FTC and trying to find ways to get kids to not use guns because of the marketing to guns. So one thing I look at is the recent lawsuit that was settled between families of Sandy Hook victims and Remington. And I know that was local, and I know that was a way that they were able to go after a gun company by just essentially asserting, I think, fair trade practices, or Connecticut's fair trade law. So on a national level, are you looking at that kind of an example from that Sandy Hook lawsuit to try to get kids away from guns? Is that something you're looking at? Just give me a little bit of background, if you can.
Well, first and foremost, Senator Murphy and I are sponsoring a repeal of the law that had to be surmounted, the federal law, PLACA, the Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms Act, passed by the federal government more than a decade ago, which prevented many lawsuits, legitimate as the Sandy Hook one is, from going to trial because it provides immunity from legal liability to the gun manufacturers and retailers. PLACA should be repealed. The FTC can take action under its deceptive and misrepresentation statute that's similar to Connecticut's, in my view, to surmount PLACA in the same way that the Connecticut plaintiffs did. In Connecticut, the Supreme Court of our state said, in effect, there's an exception for deceptive and misrepresentation, deceptive marketing and misrepresentation in PLACA for use of the Connecticut law. But the FTC ought to be acting much more aggressively. It can do so under its present authority, and I think has an obligation to make sure that it is as vigilant and vigorous against deceptive and, in effect, lying practices of retailers or manufacturers that enable kids or anyone else to have guns as a result of ads and promotions and marketing, just as the Remington plaintiff sued that company because it marketed its guns to people, assault weapons to people who shouldn't have had them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, these gun companies have no shame. I mean, it's all about profits. The most prominent of these guns being marketed to kids is a gun called the JR-15. And it is explicitly marketed as an assault weapon for kids. And that's disgusting. That is revolting. And there's clearly an FTC claim here because these are being marketed almost as toys to these kids. And the JR-15 is not a toy. It is a killing machine that's being marketed to 8-year-olds. The company that markets it is called We One Tactical. We One Tactical. And they claim that this gun is the first of many powerful killing machines that they are going to introduce into the market dedicated to 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. I mean, listen, we should crack down on that legislatively, but in the short run, the FTC can make sure that these guns, which are being marketed to look like toys, in fact, are deadly killing machines.
Just really quickly, is it that the FTC can take the guns off the market? Is it that they would just sue these companies to get?
Yeah, they have a variety. Dick is the expert on FTC, but they have a variety of injunctive relief options available to them. So, I don't.
These guns, marketed and promoted specifically to children, are dangerous to public health. They are deceptive in the marketing, but more so, they can be stopped by injunctive relief court orders that potentially take them off the market. And likewise, the Consumer Product Safety Commission, in my view, could consider a recall for them because they pose distinct and definite dangers. They are, in effect, dangerous products that should be taken off the market. Now, some of these agencies may regard it as a stretch, but we need to use authority that exists right now to save children, save lives, save society, and it ought to really adopt an expansive view of its authority. These kinds of weapons, they are weapons of war marketed to kids, glorifying killing. And that's a type of promotion and marketing that has no place in our society. Other question?
To the urban communities that might be a little unrest now after what happened in Buffalo, guys, what do you say to them as you push for this legislation?
To whom?
The urban communities like Hartford, Bridgeport, New Haven, that might be, after what they saw over the weekend, they might be a little bit unrest right now, or uneasy with what's going on. What do you say to them to make them feel a little more, if you can, at comfort right now?
At one level, I'm at a loss for words. After all of the killings, all of the merciless cruelty that we've seen in mass shootings, but also the one-by-one killings, drive-by shootings that happen in Hartford, in urban communities. But as I said before, no community is immune. We're all in it together. And my heart is breaking, all of our hearts are in our throats at what happened in Buffalo. But we ought to honor them with action, come together. Community intervention works. Groups in Hartford are making a difference, and in other urban communities. We should support them so they can reach out to young people particularly and meet the grievances, the legitimate grievances about injustice in our society. We ought to have more public safety, more effective law enforcement, more support for the police, but also more justice. And that's a message. You are not alone.
Just a quick addition. I'm going to be speaking to Ali Mayorkas, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, later today, and one of the things we're going to be talking about is the efforts that are being undertaken right now by DHS and DOJ to make sure that the network of supremacists that were sort of talking in the lead up to this Buffalo shooting are found and that we make assurances that there aren't other plots happening. But I'll just say this one addendum. You know, folks in our low-income urban neighborhoods are under assault and under threat every single day. And there's a great frustration in the north end of Hartford and East Bridgeport that this country seems to only care about the issue of shootings when there's a mass atrocity. In this case, it was a targeted shooting of African Americans. But black people are being hunted down every single day in our cities. And if we don't wake up to that reality and we don't make gun violence a priority every single day and every single week, whether or not there's a mass shooting that dominates the TV headlines, well, then we're letting everybody down in this country. And so we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we interrupt these plots before they happen. But we also have to recognize that our responsibility extends beyond just these crimes committed by white nationalists, extends beyond just these mass shootings. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody.
Senator Murphy, Senator Blumenthal urging Senate to pass this legislation in wake of these recent tragic hate crimes. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. A beautiful live look here in the Phoenix area. Going to continue to give you more top stories coming to us from coast to coast. And when we return, what we're going to do is play out a press conference out of the Pennsylvania area where, unfortunately, we have some new charges after a school bus driver is allegedly had taken photos of children as they were leaving the bus, some inappropriate photos at that. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I know it's so sad to see, but once again, we are down in the red here on the big board. This time, down more than 540 points as we continue to have a roller coaster of a week when it comes to our stock exchange. I'm going to leave this up in a box with another shot also coming to us from the Capitol. This one is the Pentagon, and we're expecting a press briefing with John Kirby here coming up in about a half hour, I would say. It's scheduled for 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 10:45 for the viewers who are watching with us on the West Coast. But we'll keep an eye on both of those sources in a triple box as we listen in to a press conference. We did have officials earlier here this morning saying that they are charging a school bus driver with taking inappropriate photos up the skirts of female students. So they have announced these charges. Let's go ahead and listen into that press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
My name is Chief of Police here in Upper Providence Township. I'd like to introduce two individuals with me today. As you're all well aware, Jack Stolzheimer, Delaware County District Attorney, and Detective Sergeant George Moore from Upper Providence Township. The purpose of this conference this morning is to bring everybody up to speed on the recent investigation we've been conducting. On Tuesday, May 17, 2022, the Upper Providence Township Police Department were called to investigate a report of inappropriate conduct involving a Marple Newtown school bus driver. The lead investigator assigned, Detective Sergeant George Moore, spoke with the teenage female students and her mother. As a result of the interview and other information provided at the time, it was apparent that the school bus driver was engaged in an illicit act known as upskirting. Upskirting occurs when a person takes photographs or videos of another person's private parts without their knowledge and consent. In this case, it involved both teenage girls and preteen girls. A search warrant was obtained and forensic analysis of the bus driver's phone was completed. Based on the content and the evidence contained on both the phone and the other investigation devices, an arrest warrant was prepared and approved by the District Attorney's Office. At this time, there's no evidence to suggest that the bus driver had any contact physically with any of the victims. Early this morning, we took the bus driver into custody at his residence in Lansdowne, Delaware County. The bus driver is identified as Bruce Stanley Garner, and he's 70 years of age. Garner's being charged with 139 counts of invasion of privacy, 139 counts of unlawful contact with a minor, 139 counts of criminal use of communication facility, 139 counts of sexual abuse of children, as well as endangering the welfare of children and possessing instruments of crime. Gardner was arraigned a short time ago, and bail was set at $250,000, 10%. Gardner was remanded to the county prison. His preliminary hearing is scheduled for June 10th. The unspeakable actions of Bruce Garner were an invasion of the teenage and preteen victims' privacy, and absolutely an attack on their innocence. I ask you all today to respect the privacy of both the victims and the school administrators and refrain from any attempts to interview them. Our focus moving forward is twofold. First and foremost, we will work with school officials and county advocates to provide whatever services the victims need, and we'll be by their sides throughout the entire process. Second, we will continue to pursue any and all leads pertaining to this ongoing investigation. I want to thank District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer and particularly Deputy District Attorney Kristen Kemp from the Special Victims Unit. Kristen was directly involved in this investigation from the onset. She reviewed the evidence from the case and recommended the charges against Bruce Garner. I would also like to thank Chief James Nolan of Delaware County CID detectives and all the detectives assigned to assist us with the expertise and forensic analysis of this case. And finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the hard work and professionalism of Detective George Moore. Sergeant Moore has literally worked around the clock conducting interviews, gathering and reviewing evidence, and preparing charges for this investigation. It is a job very, very well done. At this time, I'll turn it over to District Attorney Stolzheimer for a few comments.
Thank you, Chief. And I would like to join you in commending Detective Sergeant Moore for incredible work. This is an investigation that took 1 week. Literally, he got the first information about what was taking place on that bus, and on Monday and on Friday, we've now made the arrest and removed this child predator from our streets here in Delaware County. And make no mistake, Mr. Gardner, the allegations against him are that he is a child predator. He preyed on these young women that he befriended on that bus in his employment. And I think everyone in the St. Mary's Parish should know, first and foremost, that these young women who came forward are absolute heroes. It takes a lot of bravery to come forward and to make allegations about somebody who is an entrusted person in your life. This man was the bus driver that they all knew by name, and they had contact with every single day, and he purposely befriended them and their families so he could get them engaged in conversations to allow him to do these heinous acts. I want to make sure that every one of these young girls knows that we consider them absolute heroes. They have stopped other people from being victimized, other young girls, because they came forward. We thank them for doing that. We thank Sergeant Moore for the great work to get this person off the street. And as Chief Montello said, now we're going to move on to the prosecution to keep this person and hold him accountable for the terrible, heinous things that he's done. Thank you. Any questions for myself or the Chief?
He befriended them, so did he
Absolutely.
go to their homes?
No, Jeff, he befriended them on the bus. So he would engage them in conversations. That's one of the ways he was able to get them to stand still for a while he's filming them. But he would start conversations with them. You know, a lot of school bus drivers, when I went to school, took the bus, I never really talked to the bus driver. I think this gentleman, for what we know from child predator investigations, this is called grooming. He literally engaged these young women, and he can engage their families in many cases so that they would feel more trust in him, so it wouldn't look odd when he was talking to their daughters for prolonged periods of time on the bus. So that's just a telltale sign that somebody is a child predator, is when they are grooming those victims. And probably would also, Jeff, in some ways, would help if they did see what he was doing and noticed him holding a phone. You wouldn't think that much of it if you thought that the person was somebody you trusted. So for these young women to come forward against somebody and make allegations against somebody that they knew by name, they trusted him because they saw him every day on their bus. Some of them have known him for years. Isn't that right, Chief?
Yes.
So this kind of grooming has gone on for years, but it's just a telltale sign of someone who is a child predator.
How many victims are we talking about, and how long do you think that this possibly has been going on?
As the Chief said, this is an ongoing investigation. So at this time, we have multiple victims. I don't want to really get into a number at this point because, like I said, like the Chief said, and I'll let him speak, but Detective Moore is continuing this unprecedented investigation. And he has really been working overtime to make sure that we're doing everything we can to see if there are any more victims, some of whom may not even know that they are victimized yet.
The affidavit noted 139 different videos on his phone, which I assume translates to the charges. Was there any indication that those have been uploaded anywhere?
You mean shared and distributed?
Yeah, shared with other people.
There's no evidence of that for now, but again, this is a continuing investigation. That's correct.
So his actions just holding the phone all the time, or how did the victims realize it was happening?
George, you want to, Chief?
You want to speak on that, George?
Through the course of getting on and off the bus, they realized that more frequently he was holding the phone by his side, and they just felt that that was unusual. They never observed him talking on the phone while he was driving the bus or anything like that, but as they were entering and exiting the bus, they started to realize, like Mr. Stolzheimer said, very aware young ladies, and they became suspicious of it and were able to bring that to their parents' attention, which led them to bring it to the school district's attention, which ultimately got the police involved.
Are kids more savvy these days, do you think? see this sort of thing and they sort of recognize it for
Well,
what it is?
we're talking about, George, we're talking about this earlier. I have a 16-year-old daughter. How old's your daughter? 14. 14,
Yeah,
18, 19. You know, the modern world with phones, right? Everybody's got one, but all of us have had the same experience of having to tell your daughters, particularly, but your children, to be careful. Always be careful of your surroundings. Don't assume that everybody is either out to get you or that people are all friendly and safe. So I think the message here is everybody has to be careful. Phones are prevalent. Everybody seems to have a phone. But when somebody is holding a phone down below as you're talking to them and they're, you know, in an odd fashion seeming to be recording you, the light bulb needs to go off. It did for a couple of these young ladies. They told their parents, as George expertly said, those parents immediately contacted police, and we jumped on it and did something about it.
So is he an employee? Who does he actually work for?
He works for the Marple Newtown School District. He's a bus driver. They're, I presume, contracted by St. Mary Magdalene's to transport their students to St. Mary Magdalene's. So he's actually an employee of Marple Newtown.
Of the town?
Yes.
The school district.
Yes, the school district, yes, yes.
The public school district
Yes.
employs the bus drivers that transport people in Catholic schools.
Does he have any priors? Anybody check in?
He does not.
No priors. How long have you been an employee there?
2015.
15? And this is all this school. He transported kids.
We are listening in with officials after this horrible event took place. Thankfully, they do have that person in custody, a 70-year-old bus driver facing 139 counts against him related to these offenses. We are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break. Right back here listening into more press conferences and top stories across the country when we return.
It's part of the uniform that's right. Ashley?
That was actually going to be my question.
Okay.
How long has this been going on?
Well, he's been grooming them for a number of years, and as the chief and the sergeant have said, we're still actively investigating. So as Alex, you pointed out, there's 139 counts, which that's the number of videos we've got so far. There could be more, there could not be more. We don't know yet, but it's an ongoing investigation. And again, we can't really tell the time frame yet because it's still ongoing.
Did he work anywhere else before this? And are you looking into other school districts he might work for?
Well, that's obviously going to be part of our investigation. As you can understand, our priority right now was the immediate investigation of these allegations and taking him into custody. That is part of our investigation. We will continue to investigate that. Quite frankly, we're going to take this investigation anywhere the leads may take us, whether it's here in another county or whatever, but we absolutely will stay on top of this.
Good to hear authorities say they want to stay on top of this, especially when it comes to protecting young students, no matter where they are going to school. Back here live in our Phoenix headquarters, we are going to continue to bring you more top stories right here across the U.S. here in just a few moments. Some of our viewers still out on that commercial break. We'll be keeping them up to date on all of the movements happening from coast to coast right here in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to start here with the big board. Again, this is going to be something we'll be keeping an eye on here all day. Also keeping an eye on that Pentagon press briefing that is scheduled to take place here near the end of the hour. Also coming up at the top of the hour, we were out earlier live with pictures outside of a fire that was taking place in North Phoenix, and we're going to be getting a fresh update. Our reporters there down on the ground are going to be giving us all the details surrounding this incident. Again, 2 mobile homes on one property on fire here this morning in North Phoenix. We'll keep you up to date on this as well. But we have been taking you out to press conference after press conference that have been happening here Christy Larson at the desk as we continue to make our way through more of this content. Do want to let our viewers know when it comes to the White House right now, President Biden, he's over in Asia as he's visiting multiple countries, and so is First Lady Jill Biden. She's also visiting multiple countries, but she is in South America. So we are going to be keeping track of their traveling. I do want to let our viewers know, for those of you who are watching here with us, you can expect later tonight some more events with President Biden. Earlier here today, he was meeting with some folks in South Korea. We'll bring that press conference to you here again in just a little bit. But just earlier here this morning, we did have our Department of Justice. They were talking about how they want to try to continue, especially after the wake of unfortunate gun violence we've seen. They're trying to deter as well as try to advance forward when it comes to their action on hate crime and things that are happening here across our country. Let's go ahead, listen into this press conference. It happened just a little bit earlier here today. We'll be listening in on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. And thanks to those who are joining us remotely. Although I'm looking around for the screens, I don't see them. In one of my first acts as Attorney General, I directed an expedited review to determine how the department could improve its efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. Shortly thereafter, and 1 year ago today, President Biden signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes and Jabara Hire No Hate Act into law. We are grateful to be joined today by members of Congress and their staffs who worked on this matter, and as well, we are very grateful to be and honored to be joined by members of the Jabara family and the Hire family. Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. A week after the legislation became law, I issued a memorandum to all Justice Department employees laying out steps that we would take to improve our efforts to combat hate crimes and hate incidents. We had originally planned on hosting today's events to provide all of you, our colleagues, partners, and stakeholders with an update on our anti-hate efforts over the last year. We now gather in the wake of a horrific and painful reminder of the urgency and importance of this task. 6 days ago in Buffalo, 10 people were killed, another 3 were injured, an entire community was terrorized. The Justice Department is investigating this as a hate crime and as an act of racially motivated violent extremism. We are deploying every resource we have to ensure accountability for this terrible attack, to pursue justice for the victims and their families, and to provide support to a grieving community. Last weekend's attack was a painful reminder of the singular impact that hate crimes have not only on individuals, but on entire communities. They bring immediate devastation. They inflict lasting fear. We will use every legal tool at our disposal to investigate and combat these kinds of hate crimes and their collateral impact that they have on the communities that they hurt. The department-wide directive that I issued last year benefited from the thoughtful input of external stakeholders and internal experts, including many of you who are here today. It outlined 4 areas of focus to improve our efforts to combat unlawful acts of hate: improving incident reporting, increasing law enforcement training and coordination at all levels, prioritizing community outreach, and making better use of our civil enforcement mechanisms. As I said at the time, each of these steps share the common goal of deterring hate crimes and hate incidents and addressing them when they occur, supporting those victimized by them, and reducing the pernicious effects that they have on our society. These are not easy tasks. We know the threats we face are evolving and that our strategies to confront them must evolve as well. Addressing them requires making total use of both our criminal and our non-criminal resources across the entire Justice Department. Our relevant investigating and prosecuting components, including the Civil Rights Division, U.S. Attorney's offices, the National Security Division, and the FBI, are hard at work maximizing their collective tools to prevent, deter, and respond to hate crimes and bias-motivated forms of extremism. I want to thank Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark, Director of the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys Monty Wilkinson, Assistant Attorney General for National Security Matt Olson, and FBI Director Christopher Wray for their leadership and for their dedication to this work. In February of this year alone, the Justice Department convicted the 3 men who targeted and killed Ahmaud Arbery simply because he was a black man jogging on a public street. Our prosecutors convicted an individual who, motivated by racist and xenophobic beliefs about the COVID-19 pandemic, targeted and attacked an Asian family at a supermarket in Midland, Texas. And a federal court sentenced a man in Tennessee for setting fire to 4 separate churches in that state. These 3 results in 1 month represent just a small sample of the investigative and prosecutive efforts that the Justice Department is undertaking to confront hate crimes using our criminal enforcement mechanisms. But we recognize that in order to address the destructive effects that hate crimes and hate incidents have on entire communities, we must make better use of our non-criminal tools as well. Today, I want to announce 3 important steps we are taking that reflect our holistic approach. First, along with our partners at the Department of Health and Human Services, we are issuing new guidance aimed at raising awareness of hate crimes during the pandemic. This guidance includes several steps that community-based organizations, law enforcement, government officials, and others can take to raise awareness of hate crimes and hate incidents, and how that increased awareness can be used as a tool for prevention and response. This guidance focuses on both hate crimes and hate incidents and was created with the input of many community-based stakeholders and public health professionals. In just a moment, Deputy Secretary Palm will discuss this guidance further. Second, I am pleased to announce that the department has hired Ana Paula Noguez Mercado as our first ever full-time language access coordinator. Ana, please stand up. Thank you for joining the team. We know that language access is a major barrier to the reporting of hate crimes and hate incidents. Ana will join our Office of Access to Justice, where she will work to improve knowledge, use, and expansion of the department's language access resources. Third, I am pleased to announce that the department is releasing $10 million in grant solicitations for new programs to address hate crimes. $5 million of this grant funding was authorized under the Jabara Hire No Hate Act. These grants will support better hate crime reporting to the FBI and will fund states to establish and run reporting hotlines for victims of hate crimes. The other $5 million will go to supporting community-based approaches to preventing and addressing hate crimes. I want to thank Congress for providing the funding that allowed us to launch these grant programs. And I want to thank Amy Solomon and her team at the Office of Justice Programs for administering these important grants and putting these funds to good use. Confronting unlawful acts of hate is a matter of moral urgency for all of us here today, and it is a charge deeply rooted in the Justice Department's founding. As I have noted many times before, This department was founded in 1870 in the aftermath of the Civil War with the first fundamental purpose to fight the white supremacist attack on black civil rights after the Civil War. 152 years later, the task to combat hate-fueled violence remains central to the department's mission. We do this because it is our legal obligation, and we do this because it is our moral obligation.
Moral obligation to continue to try to fight the hate crimes we are seeing on the rise here across our country. We're going to continue listening in here with Merrick Garland on Live Now from Fox after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
Should be able to live without fear of being attacked or harassed because of where they are from, what they look like, whom they love, or how they worship. Thank you all for being here and for your tireless work and partnership. In a moment, you will hear from Deputy Secretary Palm from the Department of Health and Human Services. She will be followed by our Deputy and Associate Attorneys General, who will speak more specifically to the steps we have taken in the past year. Before that, however, we will play a short video featuring reflections from the family members, 4 people who were killed by hate crimes, but whose legacies will have an enduring impact on combating hate crimes. Thank you to the families of Heather Heyer, of Khalid Jabara, and of Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. for your important words in this video. And thanks again to all of you who are here with us today.
Hate crimes have impacted our family in a way that we could never have even imagined. We miss Khalid every day. We miss the joy and the laughter that he brought to our family.
And Khalid was the talented one of the family, the handsome one of the family, the funny one of the family.
She was an ordinary person who took a courageous stand with others in the community just to show solidarity that their lives mattered. When hate came to our town and when hate came to say that their lives didn't matter, Heather stood there to say, yes, their lives do matter.
Outgoing, love his music, love to be with people, he's a people person, entertainer, piano, all-rounded person, and we love his family. And to see him the day before, we thought all was well with the world. You know, look forward to seeing more times with him, never knowing that day before that I would never see him again.
And what we've expressed in our lives with the loss of Matt has been just really hard and ongoing. It never gets easier, it just gets different.
Our family is so honored that there will be funding and resources available to communities to combat hate in Khalid and Heather's memory.
The Jabara Hire No Hate Act bill that was signed last year, and then the programs that are coming out of the bill, it means a lot to our family. It means that we feel heard, we feel seen.
It means a lot to me to have Heather's name attached to this program, because this is a program that will offer actual support and take action in communities. It will allow them to focus at a grassroots level on beating hate in their own towns.
And we can also educate communities now. We can have community organizations, nonprofits work together with law enforcement to spread the word, spread awareness, and create a new level of trust. Level of trust is desperately needed.
And you develop a lot of that trust through the training programs. So the granting program will help, because it gives grants to educate the public, gives grants to educate and train law enforcement in identifying and investigating and defining what hate crimes are.
I admire all the people who worked so hard to get this bill passed, because now we see the numbers behind the crime, and then there's accountability behind that. And so I encourage all the advocates continue to work hard and continue to pursue, because beautiful voices now. All the victims, they can't speak right now. So we their voices right now.
You know, we hope that through the hotlines specifically, that communities, families who may be experiencing hate and bias motivated incidents have the resources that they need to feel comfortable reaching out and accessing resources and having somebody else say, you know, yes, this is wrong, this shouldn't be happening, here's where you need to go, here's what you can do. Because our family felt lost and didn't feel like we had those resources.
I think it's important that hate crimes are labeled as hate crimes so that you can get to the root of the problem.
It's so important that when a hate crime occurs, that we as a community, that we as a country name it a hate crime, that we come out early and we say what it is, because that allows for victims to feel heard and validated, and for communities to heal, but also to address the larger problem.
And so that gave us a sense of release that it's not going to be swept on the rug. This is something that's going to really happen, and we got people behind us in this. We're not alone. And sometimes communities can either divide a person or bring together. And that time, just the community came together for us during that time. And so they gave us a light that we will, with the support of others, survive this trauma.
To have a bill named after Khalid and Heather Heyer really feels like, you know, we're working towards something, and it feels hopeful to us.
Morning. It's hard to follow that video, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, Attorney General, for hosting us here today and bringing us together to really mark this important event. On behalf of Secretary Becerra and our colleagues at the Department of Health and Human Services, it really is my pleasure and honor to join you in commemorating the one-year anniversary of the signing of the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. I also want to acknowledge, as the Attorney General did, the representatives of Mr. Khalid Jabara and Ms. Heather Heyer's families who are with us here today. We've recognized them. But again, thank you so much for your efforts in the passage of this law and to the incorporation of the COVID Hate Crimes Act into the legislation. The Jabara-Heyer No Hate Act will help us address the underreporting of hate crimes and improve police response to hate crimes. We've seen that hate can do what it can do if it remains unchecked. We saw it last year in the fatal shootings of 8 people, including 6 Asian women in the Atlanta metro area. We saw it last Saturday when 10 Black Americans were murdered in Buffalo. And we saw it once again in the deadly attack on Taiwanese church parishioners in Laguna Woods, California, 1 day later. While we can't change the past, we can honor victims' memories by working to prevent more suffering moving forward. And that is what today is about. Last year, when President Biden signed the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act into law, he left no doubt that we stand together as a nation to fight hate and racism. Because hate doesn't just kill, it leaves scars on individuals, on entire communities, not only in the immediate aftermath, but sometimes through generations. And it's not just a matter of law enforcement, it is a matter of public health. That is why on today's anniversary of the signing of the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, DOJ and HHS are releasing joint guidance that the Attorney General referenced to help our communities raise awareness about hate crimes that have occurred throughout the time of this pandemic. The guidance is based on the expertise and experiences of DOJ and HHS, a review of the available resources about the rise of hate crimes and hate incidents, the input of the COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force, and this guidance is highly informed by community input. Communities shared and we listened. Through the joint guidance, DOJ and HHS aim not only to raise awareness about hate crimes and hate incidents, but also to propel action, response, and prevention to really address this urgent crisis. In it, we provide 11 recommended methods to better address hate crimes and hate incidents, and I will highlight just a couple. We focus a lot on engaging healthcare providers, clinics, health systems, and others in the healthcare community to really address hate crimes and hate incidents. We prioritize cultural competence and language access so that we can address unlawful acts of hate as well as xenophobia stemming from this public health crisis. And as the Attorney General also mentioned, we really prioritize community outreach and engagement in this guidance. Through our actions, we can both prevent and respond to acts of hate, and we can empower law enforcement, government officials, public health systems, and community-based organizations to protect and support communities most frequently impacted. In all, the guidance is an important tool to prevent and respond to hate crimes and hate incidents. Beyond this guidance, I can tell you that at HHS, we are committed to doing our part to protect the health and well-being of all communities from bias. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, we've launched campaigns to advance vaccine equity. We've launched an Equity Technical Assistance Center at HHS to provide training, tools, to do equity assessments that really focus on the way we make policy, the way we deliver programs, the way we do our research and analysis at HHS, so that we as an institution, as an organization, are more equitable moving forward. And through the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which is housed within HHS, we're working every day to address the immediate impacts of the pandemic on AA and HPI communities, from the rise in anti-Asian hate crimes to the health and economic disparities that have been exacerbated over the last couple of years. We are committed to continue building on this work, and we are grateful to have stalwart partners in this efforts. In closing, I really do want to thank our partners. I want to recognize also Senator Hirono, author of the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, Congressman Don Beyer, Congressman Mark Tacono, and Congressman Andy Kim, who I think are also here with us today. Again, my appreciation to the Attorney General, to Deputy Attorney General Monaco, Associate Attorney General Gupta, who have all been such tremendous partners to us in this effort and in a variety of others that we have undertaken as part of this administration, and of course to our community partners across the nation who are really critical to driving this work and helping us embed it in communities moving forward. So today we have a chance really to chart a new course to fight hate in all forms. And to everyone who's watching, please, we invite you to join us. We will never learn to live with hate, and we will never stop working until we eradicate hate from our communities. So now I would like to turn it over to the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, for a few additional remarks. Thank you so much for having me today.
All right, guys, we've been listening in with this press conference here as Department of Justice trying to address the hate crimes that we have continued to see here happening across our country. Of course, last weekend we just had a very deadly weekend with that mass shooting that took place in Buffalo, New York. Just last night, we had another mass shooting that took place in Chicago where 9 people total were injured. Unfortunately, 2 of those are deceased. Others is still in some serious to bad conditions. So we do have that update that we got just a little bit earlier here today. We'll continue to keep an eye on more press conferences from our Chicago officials throughout the rest of the day as well. And we know that the weekends get pretty violent in the area, so we'll keep an eye on that for all of our viewers. Don't forget, we stream 24/7. So if you're watching us right now, you think, hey, weekend content, I wonder what they bring. Well, don't forget, you can continue to watch us no matter where you are. All you have to do to see all of those platforms that we stream on is head to LiveNOWFox.com. Want to show our viewers just one of those pictures of something that you might be watching here this weekend. We do have just a little bit of a live look here coming to you from Baltimore, where we are getting prepared for the 174th Preakness Stakes. So right now we know that the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, going to be sitting out on this race. This year's, it's still going to be interesting to watch because this year's Derby runner-up, Epicenter, and Kentucky Oaks winner, Secret Oath, both are going to be in the 9-horse field. So the post time for the race is set to be at 7:01 p.m. Eastern Time. Just wanted to bring this live look to all of our viewers who are watching here with us. What we're going to do is step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to continue to keep you up to date on all of the live pictures we have coming in here. Still no John Kirby at this time, so still waiting for him to step up to that podium. Plus, we'll take you out to the area where Phoenix was responding to a double home fire. Multiple people burned. We'll give you an update on that as well. It's all coming up on the other side of this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to a new hour on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to keep track of all the top stories coming to us from across the country. Just want to show some of our viewers what we do have going on here at this time. So as I mentioned before, we do have a live picture coming to us from the Pentagon. We are expecting to get a briefing from John Kirby. That's going to be happening at any moment. So we will be headed into that here very shortly. But we do also have a live picture coming to us out of New York. You can see Kathy Hochul. She's also standing up there at the podium. She's talking about child care in New York. Obviously, they have been very vocal about trying to help provide more assistance to families in need when it comes to child care. And finally, a live look at the Dow. We are having a roller coaster of a week here on the big board. Right now, down more than 400 points in the red. Of course, this is going to close out the week, so we'll continue to keep an eye on these shots coming to us from the stock exchange throughout the rest of the day. Earlier here also this morning on Live Now, we were taking a look as our Sky Fox was showing us a fire in North Phoenix where multiple people had been burned. And of course, we're always trying to stay on top of the latest developments. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox 10's Irene Snyder, who is there live at the scene. And Irene, I know that it looked like to be a total loss when it comes to these two mobile homes.
Yeah, well, fire officials say they still haven't even determined the cause of the fire, because you can take a look at what they're doing now. They're really spraying down the home. The fire, of course, is out at this point, but they say it's really been too hot even over the last hour to enter there and even try and investigate more and see what the cause of this fire was. We're told that the mobile homes, I mean, we saw when we were out here, the mobile homes are still smoking even half an hour ago, so it's just within the last half hour, 45 minutes that smoke really started to subside. We had flames through the roof. We're told that there were 3 mobile homes that were very close together in this row. 2 of those 3 caught caught fire. They say it happened very quickly. A lot of factors were involved. First of all, very windy out here today. Then you also see there's this elevation in this part of the street. Then on top of that, the nearest fire hydrant is actually a city block away. They have this hose that's lined across the whole block to get to these homes. Fire officials say there were also propane cylinders that were exploding, power lines falling down. One man, we're told, there were several victims here. One man was taken to the hospital with burns. We're told another man also had burns, refused treatment, though. A 60-year-old woman with a respiratory condition also being treated at the hospital for smoke inhalation. One of the neighbors we spoke to tells us he could not get all of his dogs out. He says that he raises dogs. He had several of them in there. One of them was a puppy, survived, but 4 of them died. Some neighbors say the home that caught fire first had a lot of debris around it, and that just helped this thing to spread so quickly. Again, as I mentioned, fire officials say they do not know the cause of this fire. They're just starting to get in there and hose it down, as you can see now. We'll stay with Fox 10 for the latest, but for now, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a lot of unfortunate news there, especially with the animals not making it out. But again, some people getting treatment. We do appreciate that update. Again, Fox 10's Irene Snyder joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much, Irene. And don't forget to all of our viewers, when it comes to the live breaking news, we are on top of it always, keeping you up to date from coast to coast. So right now, again, that live picture out of the Pentagon showing us the podium where John Kirby should be stepping up any moment. Until that time, since we do have Governor Kathy Hochul, again, she right now is speaking about child care, and it's been something that she's been very passionate about, trying to get families the help that they need, especially when it comes to just how expensive child care really is. So let's go ahead, listen into part of that press conference, and as soon as we see John Kirby step up to this podium, that's what we'll be jumping to live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just had an extraordinary privilege to be hugged by a room full of 4-year-olds. I can't tell you how wonderful that feels, the innocence, the trust, and the sense that I got as a mother. I recognize that these children are well cared for, and they love being here. They all told me they had pizza. It's a Friday. That's part of their tradition, and I realized why these places are so important. Just to give these children that socialization, which is so important, especially after 2 years of isolation. Some of them would have been 2 years old when that started. And so it's really good to be here. And I want to thank the Hebrew Educational Society, HES, for the incredible work you do here. And Moshe Rivkin, I want to thank the Executive Director for all the great work you do every single day. Also, I'm joined by our Commissioner, Sheila Poole, an extraordinary individual who's so passionate. We have traveled the state together long before I became governor, focusing on the needs of our families and children. So let's give Sheila Poole, our Commissioner, Office of Child and Family Services, a round of applause. And things get done in Albany when you have great partners. And you are so fortunate to have the elected officials here on the stage representing you. And let me start with Senator Roxanne Prasad, who I've known for many years. She and I have done a lot of child care events, focusing on the needs of the working families and the children, particularly those from underserved communities. And so I want to thank her for her leadership in Albany, as well as our partner in the Assembly, Jamie Williams, again, another true leader. So I just want to welcome them here today. But we're here today to talk about how we in government are giving working parents and families, particularly moms, the support they need. And we saw for far too long that we've had a child care crisis in this country. To all the providers in this room, I thank you, but I'm not telling you something you don't already know. This is not a pandemic occurrence or an outgrowth of the pandemic. It predated the pandemic. We know this. That for too long there's been child care deserts. There have been barriers because of lack of affordability or access. And we knew that this was finally a time who's come to really drill down and address these needs. And we saw again during the pandemic, children who'd normally be occupied in a child care center or in a school setting, all of a sudden they're back home. And if you're one of the parents who were able to zoom into work, it wasn't easy, but you might have been able to just figure it all out. But those parents, particularly those from black and brown communities who were the essential frontline workers, who could not zoom into their jobs, who showed up still serving people in hospitals, caring for them, running our transit, our bus drivers. People worked in the restaurants that fed us food even if we picked it up at the curb. They didn't have an option. And I remember asking the question early in the pandemic. In fact, I wrote about it in March of 2020, just a few weeks after the pandemic started. I said, who's watching the children? These are working parents. Who's watching their kids? And at that moment, I realized there were still a lot of real heroic people during a scary time, the uncertainty about their own safety. We had child care providers showing up at their sites and taking care of the children of the essential workers. They became the essential workers for the essential workers, in effect. And no one properly recognized that, but I saw it even back then. And I'm not going to state something we don't know, but most times in child care, the burden falls on women. And we started seeing that so many women were not able to return to jobs because they didn't have that child care, and it affected their family economically. It affected their ability to build up money during a time when there was great need. They couldn't earn a dime, many of them. And as the first female governor of the state of New York, I'm also the first mom governor of the state of New York. And that gives me a unique perspective to know that, yes, it's society has long thrust the responsibility of child care on the women, and they are the ones the most affected when there is a shortage of affordable child care. So a lot of women left the workforce. Still, a lot of women have not returned to the workforce, and that hurts our economy as well, not just their personal family